Hello, and welcome back to the Deborah Peters Show. It is an absolute pleasure to have you join me today. This is a real big time in the world and in business and in how companies function. We've got every kind of environment now, from complete remote working to hybrid to full on, full time in the office and everything in between. But bottom line, it's all about relationships. And that's what this podcast is all about. This podcast is all about being conscious in every area of your life, your business, your relationships, your health, your wealth, your self-expression. And of course, the highest level relationship you can ever have is with yourself. And so today we're going to dig into what relationship dynamics play out in your life, especially in your work life, and how you can navigate that in such a way that you're making people feel like they're part of the team, and therefore they're bringing even more to the table. So my guest today, thank you so much for joining me. This is the second time we get together, Kari. Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, and you're an educator, and your background is in relationships and work relationships. So with all of the changes that have been happening post-pandemic and people making personal changes in their lives and where they live and how they live, what are you seeing that's really happening in terms of relationship dynamics?
I think the biggest thing is that the more you talk to people, the more they will start to reveal that they're feeling really disconnected.
Yeah.
That it's a struggle. And even if they've gone back to work, like things are a little different. And, I think a lot of people are really finding that challenging of how do we get reconnected to each other? How do we get reconnected to the work and the purpose? And what is this all going to look like? I think there's a lot of fear out there. And so that's really the biggest challenge that I think most people are facing.
Yeah, well, I mean, seriously, we've had the fear of Jesus put into us about, you can't talk to people. If you don't act a certain way, you're going to make the world die, and people are going to die around you because you're not behaving a certain way. I mean, there's been a lot of programming and conditioning that's taken place with the propaganda that's gone on around this. So I see it too, and I'm just generalizing, but to make the point is that people are afraid to engage. They want to.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that this summer when I was working remotely and traveling throughout the South. I noticed in different states, people were handling getting to know the new person differently. Mm-hmm. And some were just completely afraid to even look you in the eye. And others were like, I want to talk to you, but I'm shy. It's a little bit of everything. And so that's the tricky part, isn't it?
It is. And I think you're right. I mean, I think there are so many sort of cultural, societal messages out there that are things I like when I talk to folks about relationship and the importance of relationship and how do we build relationship. I often will point out to them that there are 3 really big barriers to creating relationships. Sorry, my dog's
he's like chiming in. Yeah.
He's like, I would like to be in relationship.
Like, I want to do that.
Dog I heard outside. Stop, you're fine. Sorry. Anyway, so there are 3 really big barriers to creating relationship, and they are power, competition, and fear.
Sure.
And man, look at the cultural messaging that we've gotten, especially in spades in the last 3 years, right?
Yeah.
Power, competition, and fear. Those things actually prevent us from being in relationship with each other. And
absolutely,
the 3 building blocks, or some of the building blocks of healthy relationship, are the opposite of those, right? Trust, reciprocity, and cooperation. But those things are things that take time, and we have to build those things. And
Yeah.
somebody has to be willing to be vulnerable and take that first step so that somebody else can come sort of meet them halfway. And yeah, when we're constantly bombarded with all of these cultural messages about we should be afraid of each other, and we don't know how to get along with each other, and our differences are bigger than our similarities, then it can feel really overwhelming to figure out, where do I even start?
Well, and it creates a whole program. It's the process of, let's just say, the 0 to 7 imprint years. It's really easy to create a program within a child's mind. They just are quite accepting, very malleable. With an adult, it's different. It takes a lot of repetition, 3, 7, 21 repetitions to create a new thought pattern or adjust to a new habit. So to see people become so shut down and so afraid to engage with each other really does signify the enormity of how much hammering on the nervous system has actually taken place. And the bizarre thing about it is that we are, as human beings, we're social animals. We need that. We need that interfacing. And if we don't have it, then I think science has shown us that parts of our brain start to shut down, and our health starts to decline, and our immune system starts to collapse, and it's not good all the way around.
Yeah, no, it definitely isn't. And that's in one of those instances where our brains are kind of at odds with our body, right? Because our brain's job is to keep us safe. But if your nervous system is in this constant state of awareness, heightened awareness, then everything looks like danger, right?
Yeah.
And so unless and until we can figure out how to settle our nervous systems and really feel calm, we don't know how to discern the difference between discomfort and danger.
Yeah. Right? And to bridge the gap with a hug, just need a hug. I think most people right now just really need a big old hug.
Yeah, I think a lot of people definitely need that. Or even just a warm smile, right?
Yeah.
I'm just going to meet your eyes with my eyes, and I'm just going to look at you kindly. And just give you a smile. It's kind of amazing the difference that can make when you feel like somebody is actually paying attention to you.
Yeah. I remember during 2020, I was based in downtown LA, and I would walk down the street and I would smile at people because I was happy, I was taking care of my mental, emotional state and taking responsibility for that. And so I'd walk down the street and I would smile and say hello to people. I was just my normal self. I didn't dial that back. But they would run. They would cross the street. They'd scurry to the edge. And it was really, I laugh about it now, but it was really hard at the time. Because I was just really I was that one craving that hug. I just really wanted to talk to people.
Yeah.
Now what I'm seeing, which is fascinating because I'm in a different geography, different market, because I'm remote working now since the end of May. What I'm experiencing is just these random big old smiles on people's faces as I roll in and out of the grocery store or stop by, the department store to pick something up, and it's beautiful. I mean, it just warms my heart. It's almost like getting a hug, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's one of those things, I will often tell employers, right? Think about what a difference it would make, right? If somebody comes into your office and you're looking at your computer and you go, yeah, hey, I'll be with you in just a minute. What is it that you need, right? And we're not making eye contact and I'm not paying attention to you, versus I close my laptop and I look up at you and I go, hey, it's nice to see you. How's your day going? sets a completely different tone. And it doesn't take any longer to have that interaction. But if I'm going to set that tone with like, I see that you are an actual human being that is in my physical presence, and I'm going to smile at you, then chances are whatever interaction we're about to have is going to go way better than it was.
You know, it's interesting you say that, because that's probably been my pet peeve, I guess, if I have one, for the last couple of years is, you know, you can walk into a store and walk up to a counter. They'll be doing something on their computer, and just it's like you're non-existent. It's like you're not even standing there for minutes, like not a fraction, but minutes. And I think that, you know, it really takes a certain kind of training and programming to be able to pull that. I can't pull that off.
Yeah.
Like I cannot, I have to work really hard to completely ignore someone that's right in front of me. So if we're going to get into, you know, let's maybe talk about this a little bit, communication styles, right? So then I will say hello, and sometimes they'll acknowledge, sometimes they won't. Now I understand everybody's got a different kind of concentration level, but I really feel strongly that if you can't handle interruptions, you really shouldn't be in a customer service frontline role.
Right.
And I think I'm probably really old school, because where I learned to acknowledge people was, I was in the service industry. You know, I was bartending and serving cocktails, and you know, occasionally didn't enjoy it much, but food service. I'd rather serve 100 cocktails than one plate of food, you know. But the thing is that we were always taught that you acknowledge everyone. Like you could be totally caught off guard, the only person working the room, and you get slammed and every table's full. But if you acknowledge everyone, just look them in the eye, give them a smile, let them know, hey, I'm working on you, I'll be back. They will wait forever.
Yep.
But if you ignore them, nobody likes to be ignored.
Right. We all know what that feels like. You know, if like you walk up on the street and you see a couple of your friends standing there talking, and they wait 5 minutes to acknowledge you, and you're just standing there awkwardly and feeling weird.
Mind blowing.
It's horrible. Like we all know what that feels like. And that is physiological, right? Like one of the most basic psychological needs of human beings is belonging.
Yeah.
We need to know that we're not invisible. And you know, I used to do a lot of street outreach with folks who are unhoused, right? And the thing that they would say more than anything else is like, yeah, it would be really great if you could give me $5 so that I could go get a warm cup of coffee. But more than anything, just acknowledge me when you walk by. Just say hi. Like it feels so horrible to think that I am literally just invisible. Because
I have a theory on that. And I have a theory that most people don't acknowledge someone who is, say, living on the street and panhandling for money, because they don't want it to be contagious.
Right.
You know, I think there's an element of that going on. It's like if I engage with this person, you know, and of course it's not, but you know, there's like a basic sense of self that's missing. Because I do a lot of, I go to a lot of networking events, and I've been in situations where I'll walk up to a group, or someone will come and walk up to a group that I'm talking in, and everybody will just, you know, ignore that new person rather than just take a breath and go, hey, you know, this is what we're chatting about. How are you? What's your name? It's so easy to do.
Yeah. Yeah. It really is. It's amazing the impact it has, right? I often tell people building trust and building relationship is both easier and harder than we think it is. You know, it's easier because oftentimes that's all it takes is to start, right? Or to just acknowledge that there's some awkwardness here. You know, I'm feeling a little weird about this. But it's harder than we think, because we have to be willing to be vulnerable, and we have to be willing to slow down. Like building trust and building relationship takes time. And
is it a basic, I think these are basic manners that we either are or are not taught as a child.
I think that's part of it. But I think the other part of it is that it's those hierarchies, it's those power structures, right? Like, I don't know about you, but my parents were baby boomers, and I was raised that children are supposed to be ignored, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
you are not, you
That
don't
didn't
speak
hold me
to them
back.
until you're spoken to, right? Oh no, me either. I always got in trouble for that, right? But there was this like I was brought up, and even in school, I was brought up like there's a time and a place for you to speak, and you wait until I acknowledge you, right? As a child. Um, and and then we set up all these competitions. Like, a lot of times in workplaces there will be these sort of artificial competition things that we set up because we think it's going to increase productivity, and maybe it does increase productivity a little bit, but more than that, what it does is it divides people, because who wants
Sure.
to be in relationship with someone you're in competition with? Like,
Horrible.
that feels awful, right? So I think there's a lot of that is sort of instilled in us over time, right? Because, like, I know for a fact I've been in situations where I know someone was ignoring me as kind of a power play,
Yes.
and it's like, that feels really gross, and also I can totally see through what you're doing, like, what
Mm-hmm.
that's just weird, but also we're socialized to do that. It's a competition thing.
Yeah, I think, there's a lot at play. Like, I just, some of it is just lack of social graces. Like, it's
Mhm.
like chewing with your mouth full of food. It's like, just don't like have some awareness, some self-awareness that you're actually out among other people, and that you're not the only one standing here in this conversation, and that
Mhm.
it's okay to include other people. You're not going to lose your grounding. Like, you can still make your point and
Mhm.
be inclusive of, who else has come into the mix. So just,
Yeah.
I just, I don't have a lot of patience for that kind of thing. I don't,
Yeah,
it's
I agree. It's those sort of social dynamics just are um
awkward at best.
yeah, yeah. Kind of
Yeah.
feels super gross.
Yeah. So, well, and also kind of annoying. Like, sometimes I'll be standing there thinking to myself, wow, this is fascinating.
Mm,
That people can pretend you're not there and think it's okay. I mean, professionally, it's not very professional.
mhm,
On a personal level, it's just like you said, gross. It's just like really rude. So I
mhm,
think it's a few things. I think it's a lack of self-awareness,
mhm.
um, bad manners, just in general, poor social skills, and you know, to your point, just maybe a desire to have the upper hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's true in a lot of cases. Um, which also I think leads back to that fear thing, right? It's like, I can't give an inch to this person because what if, I got to look like I'm the one who's in charge, or the one who's the most knowledgeable, or the one, whatever, which um I don't know. I think it's really funny to think about the what we think we're getting out of that. Well, what are you winning if
I
you're
don't I
treating
don't
people
I
like
don't
that?
think they think that far down the road. I think it's very much an instant gratification kind of deal.
Mhm.
Um, and there's just a lot going on in terms of how status quo runs, the rules of
Mhm.
society function,
Mhm.
um, what you're willing, what you're expected to accept as being a norm.
Right.
So I mean, there's just a lot, and I see too buzzwords. So we'll have in the professional world or the executive world, there's a concept like servant leadership. It's
Mhm.
like, well, that's wonderful, but who's responsible? At the end of the day, somebody's got to take responsibility. So is it really that effective?
Mm.
And I think that there's a point of, I'm going to step up here and I'm going to lead. I'm going to remain open and I'm going to remain flexible, but somebody's got to take responsibility. So how do I do that without putting people down? Like, how do I lead and be, and, you know, keep the charge moving forward, as they would say, like,
Yeah.
moving the needle, and yet remain where I'm not developing this staunch hierarchy.
Yeah. I mean, I think that one of the best ways to do it, like, we need to have, if we're working together as a team, we need to have sort of a shared sense of reality.
Sure.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. Somebody is ultimately responsible for this deliverable thing, whatever we've all agreed is the important deliverable thing. Yes, this is the person that's responsible for that. And the reason that we're a team and the reason that we were all hired is because we each have different skill sets
Right.
that feed into this person's ability to deliver that thing. And so as long as we all understand that there isn't one person who's more or less valuable than anybody else on the team, right? We all have a role to play, right? If you think about it, back in, caveman times, when we were, roving around sort of nomadically and figuring out like
Survival.
everybody had a different role, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, somebody was in charge of starting the fire and somebody was in charge of cooking the thing that they'd hunted. But you can't do that unless there was the person that gathered the wood and the person that went and hunted the thing, and then the other people who prepared the thing once you caught it. And if we have this shared reality that we're all in this together and we all benefit from this ultimate deliverable, there are all these little smaller deliverables along the way, and those are equally as important, right? There are all these building blocks that go into the same thing. And so I think if there's someone who's a leader, they're going to be most effective if they're able to create a climate where everybody actually understands their own worth in this larger system.
Sure.
And embraces it and feels good about it, right? Like,
Yeah.
this is my skill set. This is a thing that I know I'm really, really good at. And it's important to the team for this to happen. I mean, that's
Right.
Instead of, I think in the past, what we've done is placed way more emphasis on one part of that puzzle than another.
Sure.
And then, made it seem like you're actually not all that important. You're kind of disposable, actually. And nobody wants to be disposable. I don't want to be disposable. I want
Of
to
course.
feel important. I want to feel like I'm contributing.
Yeah, well, I think we all do. And, it's the challenge is that usually with higher level positions, let's say in a corporate makeup, there's greater levels of responsibility and the stakes are higher. I coach CEOs of small to mid-sized companies. I have for 20 years, and 99.9% of them are men. Not that I don't like coaching female CEOs. There aren't very many, there's
Right.
more today than there were then, but
Right.
it just became its thing. It became a niche market. And
Mhm.
The stakes are super high. Like, these guys lay their entire existence on the line for the success of that company. And they
Sure.
know that they're responsible for paying everybody's mortgage, right?
Mhm.
So, but
Yeah.
what we have to find, I think, is some kind of awareness that, yes, you are in this role of greater responsibility, the stakes are higher, and everyone on your team plays a part in this wheel moving forward.
Yeah.
So it's, how do we create, first of all, value and awareness of value, and then secondly, um, acknowledgement of that.
Right.
You can't acknowledge something you're not aware of.
Right. Yeah. No, there's this great thing that I discovered about probably 10 years ago, and I do it a lot with adolescents as a way to sort of build their self-esteem. But I think it's really, I've done it with teams as well, too. And it's called wealth mapping. And it's, so, when we think of the word wealth, we think of money, right?
Sure.
But we all have all of these different alternative forms of wealth, right? Some people are amazing at navigating bureaucracy. Like some people can do that like nobody's business, right? Some people are phenomenal at a spreadsheet. Some people are really, really great at walking into a room, sort of reading the situation and calming everybody down, right?
Yeah.
Those are not things that we necessarily, I mean, the spreadsheet thing, maybe you're going to put that on your resume, maybe even the navigating bureaucracy thing, but there are like all of these other different kinds of skills that people bring to
Soft skills.
Yeah. And so there's this whole, thing that I do with teams often where we'll do wealth mapping, and people can have a really hard time wrapping their head around it. It's like, I don't know.
I know.
But usually once we get on a roll, or once one of their coworkers will be like, oh, here's the thing. You're really good at, remembering everybody's birthdays, which seems like a silly thing, but it's super important, right? Because who doesn't want to have their birthday acknowledged, or, whatever, right? You're paying attention to everybody on the team and everybody feels cared for by you. That's an alternative form of wealth. And then somebody will be like, oh yeah, I am kind of good at that actually, right? And so doing that in a team and being able to recognize and acknowledge all of these other things that your coworkers are doing, the way that they move through the world that is slightly unique, that makes them who they are, that also really benefits everybody else around them, can be huge, right?
Yeah.
That's a great way for people to understand. And it's also a great way to, often leaders don't know those kind of things. Those things are sort of
people don't talk about it.
Them. And so knowing that about the people that are working for you is a big deal. The other thing that I like to do is to have folks sort of interrogate what it is that in your culture it constitutes work.
Right.
Right. Is it like, are we thinking about work as just deliverables on a
head down?
Right. Or am I acknowledging that, this person that works for me has a child at home who is on the autism spectrum, and they have an elderly parent also living with them. And there's all this stuff that they're having to navigate before they ever even walk through the door. And so that's work, right? It's uncompensated work, but it's work. And so this person is also doing all of these other things. And by the time they get here, how can we support them?
Yeah.
Right. Maybe there's a coworker that just brings them a cup of coffee at 2:30 every day, just the way they like it. Sure. Right. How can this person feel cared for? It's not going to cost the company anything. It doesn't, right. It's just creating this culture of cooperation and care for each other by examining how much work someone's doing. I have a friend who is profoundly deaf, right? And that's work just to navigate the world.
Yeah,
and so
life.
She's already starting out with like so much less energy for certain things. So how can I figure out when I'm working with her, what's going to make her life easier?
Right? It makes me think of, I just toured this company. It's like a storage facility at the port in Savannah, Georgia. And they have a very powerful value proposition, and their set of values and the goals and objectives are laid out as well. And they have 4 main goals for 2023. One is to provide free healthcare for their entire workforce. One is to provide one hot meal a day for their workforce. So far, they're managing to do that 1 day a week. And then to provide complimentary childcare for their workers. I mean, That's huge. I was a single mother.
Yeah.
Childcare, when you got to get up in the morning and get yourself and your child ready and out the door, and if you're dealing with any weather, to have a company that provided healthcare and lunch and somewhere for your child to be cared for, oh my God, that just took the weight of the world off of my shoulders. That would have been a completely other reality for me.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the thing is that I think it's how we go about this, where it's not like an entitlement, because I'm not down with this whole entitlement thing of, you're the company, you're the man with all the money, you owe me. It's like, no, nobody owes you anything. You need to get up, suit up, show up, and perform. And you need to do it for you, not because somebody's looking. So whether they're looking or not, you need to do it for you. Always do your best. Why wouldn't you? Who cares, right? And then there needs to be a dialogue between the people that are in the company and the people that have the influence to create the structure of the company, so that there's like you said, a unified vision. It's like, who are we becoming as a company here? What kind of culture are we creating, and how do we want to flush this thing out? What do we want people to feel like when they spend most of their lives coming here every day of the week, 5 days a week, whatever? Because we do spend most of our adult life working.
Right. And you don't want to resent that, right? I mean, yes, I'm going to work harder if I feel like the people that I'm working with actually care about me as a human being, right? If I feel like I'm disposable, then gradually my motivation levels are going to go down to get that work done, right? So coming to work and feeling like there are people there who are happy to see me, who acknowledge what my unique skills and gifts are, right? That I have one of the other basic psychological needs of human beings is emerging mastery. We need to feel like we're not just doing the same thing all the time over and over. I need to feel like I'm getting better, like I'm learning
growth.
A new skill. I'm, maybe I have opportunities for advancement. I'm, so how do we create a system that nurtures all of those things, that nurtures relationship, that doesn't treat the human being like it's just this machine that's going to come in and do all the things for us? Because that might work for a little while, but unless we trap people into sort of being beholden to that particular job, they're going to leave because they're miserable. Like you said, I'm spending most of my adult life doing this. I would like to be enjoying it.
Yeah. And then I really feel that who we are being is what gets reflected back to us. So if we want to be treated that way, we need to show up that way. We need to come into that environment full on. This is I'm showing up, I'm communicating, I'm contributing, I'm bringing my best self as much as I can. Yeah, I'm gonna have a bad day once in a while, but that's not my attitude. That's just having a bad day, and then we'll get that mirrored back to us, rather than, I think, looking for the company to provide something we're not already being is kind of foolish. Like, if we want this company to show up a certain way for us, it's like any relationship in a marriage, business partnership, parental. If you want your child to be a certain way, if you want your spouse to be a certain way, be that thing, be that energy, be that focus. And if they're not capable of mirroring it back to you, then you need to move on, because you're more conscious than they are. And if they can't rise up and connect to that consciousness, then it's not a fit. It's a values conflict.
Right. That's not, again, that's a perfect illustration of one of the building blocks of healthy relationships is reciprocity. If you're not going to meet me halfway, right? If I'm going to say to you, here I am. I'm putting myself out here. I'm working my tail off. I'm showing up. I have this great attitude, and you're just ignoring me, or
Yeah.
then that's not healthy. That's not sustainable. So yeah, how do we have reciprocity? Again, that doesn't necessarily mean, you know, I'm equal to the CEO in terms
Right.
of, all the work things, but it does mean that I'm seen as a unique,
Contributor.
important human being
Yeah.
who is also part of the shared vision of this work that we're doing together. And so how do we meet folks halfway? How do we create that sort of culture instead of, and I don't think anybody should feel like other people owe them something.
Yeah, I
You
know.
know, it's
It
if
seems to
you're
be
in a
rampant these
relationship,
days.
yeah. If you're in a relationship, it needs to be like we're co-creating this,
Co-creating. I
you know,
know.
that's the important piece. How do we co-create
How do
this?
we co-create? Well, it takes two to tango, baby, right?
Mhm.
I remember, and then I'm gonna ask you to give some information about how people can reach you. I remember a point in my life where I would go into a relationship, just kind of looking for to calibrate who they were being and how they were showing up. And I felt like I always kind of got the short end of the stick, so to speak.
Mhm.
I would always go away from that interactions going, like this is not nurturing to me at all.
Yeah.
And then I decided to really like look at what I was creating, and going forward I started going into relationships leading with what I wanted the relationship dynamic to look like and letting that play out. And
Mhm.
sometimes um, they just walked away, and sometimes they struggled a little, and sometimes they met me full on halfway. I mean, it was a mixed bag, right? But I saw it as an experiment
Mhm.
instead of it, because I'm always doing that with all of my relationships. It's like, okay, you show me who you're being,
Yeah.
and I'll let you know if we're going to continue. But this is who I'm being.
Yeah.
So if you can roll at my speed, let's party. If you can't
Yeah.
roll at my speed, then what do we need to talk about here to sort this thing out? Because I care about you and I want you in my life and I want to work with you and I want to do this project with you and whatever it is, right? Because it could be staff, team members, clients, lovers, it could be all girlfriends, whatever, all of the
Sure.
above. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's the thing, right? We need to be able to grow, and our relationships need to be able to grow too.
Hmm.
So if there's another person who's showing up who's going, I don't want to grow, I'm kind of just here.
Yeah. Yeah.
That, that's cool. You do you. And I'm going to be over
Bye
here and really
bye.
people that can grow with me, right? That we can learn
I
from.
know.
And that takes a willingness to have hard conversations. It takes a willingness to show up. It takes a willingness to listen.
And
Um,
let go.
yep. Yeah.
And let
Yeah.
go. So how can people find you?
So I've my probably the easiest way is my website, theselfproject.com. So
Nice.
it's I work with, like I said, teams and educators and parents and adolescents around relationship, around building healthy, strong, reciprocal relationships. So go to my
I love
website,
it.
theselfproject.com, and you can see all the things.
All the
All the
things.
things.
And I know you've been traveling around the world, so I'm glad to be able to have you back on today. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Yeah, it's nice to be home for a little while. I take off again this weekend, but it's all good.
It's all good.
It's all the work I love doing. So,
I
yeah.
know. You're living your best life, girl. That's what
I am.
matters. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
thank you so much. And thank you everybody for dialing in today and liking and sharing and commenting. And just know that the Deborah Peters Show is on every major podcast platform. You don't have to watch us on just one network. Go to any of your favorite platforms and the show will be there. Make sure you say hi and subscribe and invite your friends. And that's how we grow. So thank you so much to Kari for being on my show today. Remember, everybody, stay aligned, stay alert, and stay awake.
I'll start the recording. Okay, so welcome, Tulsa Jansson. And the first thing I would like to say is today, it sounds very official, but today is the 10 years of the Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice, which you actually created, and we'll talk about it. And we also talk about the fact that being, as you are one of the people who did, I would say, the most for philosophical counseling and philosophical practice and philosophy in everyday life in Sweden, I have also practiced my Swedish with your book, and I have a few points that I find really excellent in your book that I will mention. So this is a conversation, and perhaps we could start by telling how you came to philosophy. What was your first encounter with the fact that we could philosophize?
I started like a personal need, I think, and I think that's quite common for a lot of people who are doing it. It sprang from the idea that something was needed in terms of, I suppose, existential health as a complement to traditional psychotherapy, which is huge in Sweden and basically the go-to whenever you are hit by some burnout or depression or thoughts on the big questions. So if you're not practicing any religion, there's really not any forums to talk about other things than more tangible stuff, everyday stuff. But there's very few places to reflect on the big questions.
Right. Yeah. This reminds me about Hannah Arendt's distinction between domestic thinking and political philosophical thinking. But you mentioned two terms that are interesting. You said, on the one hand, existential health, and then you mentioned religion. And so, and you know that we talked already together about the phrase and the idea of philosophical health. So what would you say? Would you say that philosophical health is somewhere in between existential health and spiritual health? Well, how would you define it?
I'm not really, familiar with the term philosophical health, so I think I would need an input to that in order to say something about it, because philosophy for me, and by virtue, is the quest of looking and trying to become, to understand, and that's not necessarily. It doesn't have to be connected with health. It could make you go crazy, and I suppose part of that quest. I mean, it needs to be a bit dangerous, I think, in order for it to be valuable. So that's so. Yeah.
Yeah, that reminds me of Nietzsche's idea of the great health, right? He had this idea that great health incorporates risk. And you use the term existential health. Wouldn't you agree that existence can also drive you crazy? Actually, that seems to be one of the features of existence, right? So
yeah,
there is this idea that perhaps you can be existentially healthy without really knowing what are the thought system that drives you. It could be implicit, and yet because you were, lucky enough, that sort of conceptual constellation that is not necessarily very aware works for you to be to have a good life. And so in my view, philosophical health, well, it's existential health plus the awareness of your thought system and your conceptual integrity in such a way that you can articulate why you believe that you're living a good life. But we'll come up with that, and I believe that we'll come back to that. And I believe that your book actually gives a lot of perspectives on that. I've noted a few things that I wanted to talk with you. For example, you wrote, so this is in Swedish, so you wrote, alla föds till philosopher. Everyone is born as a philosopher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Can I just briefly go back to, because you said basically that existential health also carries that same problem that I said that philosophical health might have. A, it's not super well defined, and B, how, in what sense can it be healthy when it's so complex? So I'm thinking that I suppose in the same way, existential health, or the way that I feel that philosophy helps me, is to actually just have these forums, to create these forums for deep thought. That in itself has existential or sort of well-being dimensions of well-being, just being allowed to think about these things that actually matter the most. What is a good life? Who am I? What's the point? And so that's one thing. And the second aspect of that is, of course, to try to reach to some kind of insights on what would a good life be, and then trying to aim towards that. So that's two elements that I think are conductive towards well-being. And also, I suppose then going back to the question that you just, or you didn't actually ask a question, but you said everyone's born a philosopher, like I wrote in that book. Yeah, I really do believe that, because our lives are so filled with unanswerable questions, and still a lot of striving and trying to be good, leading a good life, contribute to a good society in some sense. So it seems important to be able to in some way formulate and create a space for formulating what that could look like.
Yeah, and you're right to say that the notion of philosophical health, which I am advocating, is still work in progress. And I have proposed a few more precise definitions, and we won't necessarily talk about that today because they're published. But some people look at it via the angle of what they call philosophy as a way of life. And you just mentioned the fact that deep thinking could contribute to well-being. And I immensely agree with you. However, not everyone would find that obvious, right? Some people actually live their lives in a way that avoids the big questions because they might be afraid that starting to think deeply about their life might transform things such that they will lose some form of domestic security, for example. And this I think, is related to what you're saying about the fact that everyone is born a philosopher. So I suppose that for you is as a potential, right? So we have that potential to think in such way that it's not only a mind game, but also that it helps us have a more coherent life where our acts and thoughts are in resonance, that don't contradict each other, right? The way our values don't contradict the way we act, for example. What would you tell someone that would say, okay, well, you know, for me, philosophy is actually dangerous, actually, which is another, I'm quoting Hannah Arendt a lot today for some reason. Another of Hannah Arendt's quote is like, philosophy is very dangerous, but the world would be even more dangerous without philosophy.
Yeah, I think that's correct. But I think that the reason or the argument for someone to do philosophy is actually not only to be coherent, even though that could be a side effect, but I think it's a need. I think it's a dimension in our being, in a spiritual dimension that we actually need. So that's one thing. And I think not asking yourself what a good life could be, or what is a good person, or what is friendship or love. I mean, these are everyday issues. We encounter difficulties with these every day. So not engaging in philosophizing about that would be to, suppressing a need that I think is imminent and strong. And the other part for doing philosophy, again, about what is a good society, what is friendship, what is a healthy relationship or something, that's actually a moral. I think that you ought to do it. Otherwise, it's you may not contribute to a good society if you are, in that sense, blindfolded and just. I mean, how could you not? I can't really see how you could avoid doing it. I think everybody are doing it, but they're calling it something else.
Okay. And when you speak of spiritual need, is it some relationship with the sublime, some transcendence, some form of sacredness that we might not necessarily need to call God? What do you mean by spiritual need?
I mean, in order for me to be in a remotely balanced way, I need to exercise my body a bit. I mean, walk or something. I need to use my muscles. I need to eat. I need to sleep. But there are things like art experiences, and which is a little bit similar, music experiences, and also philosophy, which are quite the similar part of our of some kind of a spiritual need, that you need something else other than food and physical training and love, of course, a relationship. You need that other part. I think I didn't really put that very elegantly, but so it's not. I don't think that it's.
But I like the idea of need, because, we are so used in psychology to this Maslow pyramid, which might convey, and Maslow himself said, well, it's not a pyramid in the sense that first we need to eat well, and then we need to have a Personnummer and have all the insurances, and then we can have a spiritual relation. The fact that we are saying it's a need is like we are putting this at the same level. And there is sometimes this discourse about the fact that, well, first we need to eat and be warm, which of course is also an important need, right? But I find actually that idea interesting, and we see that there are many cultures where the spirituality is stronger, and therefore the need for material things is less high, right? So there might be even perhaps some form of relationship with the fact that, well, the material thing that sort of cover the fact that there are other needs that are more minimalist and that cannot be satisfied.
Which is supported by, I mean, convents, the life, I mean, that's spiritual,
right,
thing, but in another sense, or a bit in the same sense, I guess, yeah.
And you do speak about in your book about the hinders also to wisdom, right? So you list 6 of them, 6 obstacles to perhaps philosophical health: distraction, the lack of consciousness or awareness. Correct me. You can correct me later if I'm wrong, because I'm translating here from Swedish. Ego. Vanna, is it vanity or?
Come again?
Vanna. V-A-N-A.
Vana, yeah. Habit, sorry.
Oh, habits. Okay. Okay, yeah. The lack of courage and vårt behov av förenkling av verkligheten. Our need to simplify truth.
Yeah, or reality.
Or reality.
Yeah.
What's the biggest hinder? What's the biggest obstacle?
To wisdom. I don't know. What do you think?
That's a good game. So we will pause here the video for people to reflect. I would say that perhaps I would hesitate between lack of courage and distraction. In the sense that, I've proposed 5 5 principles of philosophical health, and one is mental heroism. And I do think that to address philosophical questions in relationship to our life, we sometimes need a courage, precisely that is the courage to get out of the habits, the distraction, the ego that you mentioned, which is a form of habit also. And that takes courage because we are constantly pushed back, I would say, to our default mode of thinking like our group thinks, our group of belonging, or our community of belief. So it's like a everyday work of, I would say, arrachement in French. It's like when you draw yourself out. Yeah. And so I would say that, but I think these 6 ones are pertinent, and perhaps the obstacles change in different moments of our lives.
And it mixes, so probably there doesn't really have to be a number one either. I mean, I actually, on Friday, I have another book coming out, I think maybe I told you, which is only on hinders and keys to wisdom. So in that, there are 12.
Okay. What are the new hinders?
Yeah, I forgot.
That's actually a very philosophical, healthy answer. Like you maybe you forgot about the hinders because you've practiced in a way that to avoid them. And I mentioned that because we were talking a bit earlier about philosophy as a way of life, which is a stream, a field that was developed, among others, by Pierre Hadot. And he had this idea that philosophy in antiquity was also a series of spiritual exercises, daily exercises of ascesis, right? Such that we remain alert and avoid this sort of limbo state of half consciousness, where we fall back into the habits of of the society we belong to.
I mean, for sure, in terms of practicing, I think, I mean, philosophy has so many things in it that can contribute to our life. And then you can always debate whether it also contributes to our well-being. But I think for better or worse, it's a big part of our life. And I think it has to do with certain virtues, to practice the virtues of, the dialogic virtues of listening and being curious and courageous as well. But also of the themes, like we talked about before, which would be like the more spiritual themes of, the open questions of the big questions, which is inherent in our lives every day on an everyday basis. And so, but through the process of dialogue, which is, key to a good society and to, I suppose, also existential health, to practice dialogue. And that's something super rare, I think. And
Right.
so that's, I think John Dewey is a big person and inspiration to that. He's the one who coined learning by doing, and that's so true, because not everything can be perforated on your brain just mentally and by reading, but you really need to do it every day, because that's how it transformed to something that you can actually master in some sense. So you really need to practice.
Right. So we have two ideas here: the idea of practice, the idea of doing, and the idea of talking, right, and listening. Therefore, because there's no dialogue without both. And I think that you have this actually is a good transition with the fact that you consider actually the philosophical practice and the philosophy in everyday life as a political endeavor. This connects with one citation of one quote of Stig Johansson that you have in your book. Allt vi gör vi av fri vilja. There's a little bit of Swedish lesson for the listeners. Vår egen eller andra. So everything we do is out of free will, either our free will or the free will of others, right, or of groups. So can you say more about that political dimension of philosophical practice?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, my academic background is moral philosophy and political philosophy, and to me it's super connected because of that free will. So in what sense can we say that we are free? And I think that we have a moral duty to try and be as free as we can, even though, not saying anything whether free will exists or not, but in some sense most people agree that we can steer or navigate a little bit at least in our life, and so that has consequences for me as an individual, for my life, going the way I want it, at least trying to aim at some life that I think has qualities, and also as a person of this society to contribute and to a society that I think is reasonably just, or not just being swept away by forces that I submit to without at least a struggle. So that's it's indeed a political and individual personal endeavor, both.
Sometimes I think that we are entering a new era regarding free will, in the sense that, of course, we know that free will was one of the key concepts of the definition of the modern subject, let's say since Descartes, 17th century. And what we are seeing right now, perhaps in the last 10, 20 years, is a slow algorithmization. That's a complicated word, but basically the increased use of algorithms to rule and govern our society, such that more and more, and we won't fetishize AI, but I've worked a little bit on AI, and there seems to be now emerging a society where computers will know and are starting to know, and this is in a little bit ironical, but are considered as knowing better what you should do, right? They tell you, well, given your background and given your statistics and predictive analytics, they might tell a teenager, you should choose that job. You have 98% chances of succeeding that job. But you tell us you want to be a philosopher. Well, you have only 2% chances of succeeding as a philosopher. What do you choose, right? So I think we will see more and more pathologies of free will, in the sense that people, and you talk about choices in your book, right? When choices, the idea of excess of choices, I think this was a very important theme in the 20th century, but we might enter another world where actually the best choice will be predicted and suggested to us by algorithms. And in that sense, what is left for us to decide? And then, of course, here we could, and I will just finish with Hegel here, because he has a very interesting analysis in the phenomenology of spirit about what was at that time considered the AI of the 19th century, which was phrenology. So the fact that, as you know, they looked at the brain and they had this pseudoscience of which remained in some forms with neuroscience today, of saying, okay, so these are the parts of your brain, and we look at the shape of even of the skull, and we can know what type you are. And Hegel said, well, even if it were right that we can understand everything about Tulsa right now at this moment based on a computer analysis, in the next second, Tulsa will make a decision that will make her ununderstandable for computers for the next 100 years. So Hegel was quite optimistic about our capacity for decision, existential decisions, to liberate us from imposed determinism. So another aspect that I found very interesting in your book, and you're welcome to react in my long, perhaps incomprehensible variation on free will. You have a very nice distinction here. It's a drawing. Maybe I should show it. So passion, or yen mud. Can we translate yen mud by equanimity? Is it equanimity, or is it?
No, equanimity. I don't know that word actually.
Equanimity is a term that means equality of soul. It's like whatever happens, you remain calm and collected. You never go too high, you never go too low. It was also called ataraxia by the Greeks. And in your drawing, so there's this passionate couple, and they are talking to each other, and they say, oh, we have had a nice weather. Yes, unusually mild for the season. So what they are doing with their bodies contrasts with the kind of dialogue they are having. That's actually a very good question. Does philosophy apply in everyday life? Does it bring us this equanimity, this equality of soul? And that would be like, let's say, the Stoic version, or a more Nietzschean version. Does it bring us this sort of conquering passion to create our own values, or maybe a little bit of both?
I think again, it's it's the quest to, I mean, it's this debate within your head or outside with other people. What is the, what's the correct level at each, I mean, situational ethics, basically. I mean, what is reasonable to do here? Because I think that most people have these urges sometimes. Oh, you hear some good music at a cafe and you would like actually to dance or to laugh out loud or to do something, and then you constrain yourself because you feel that it's not really the time or the place. And yeah, so basically, I mean, I guess that's also one of the reasons people drink, or, you know, to be able to put that little police in your head in brackets for a while, and to be a bit more direct and passionate, maybe, if you want to. I'm not you know, telling people to
drink.
No. but I suppose
Only on Friday.
So in that sense, philosophy again, it's just I mean, I can't even not do it, and I think many people feel that way. You just can't avoid doing philosophy in your everyday life, because these types of dialogues or debates or considerations, they take place constantly on a daily basis for different reasons. And the hope is that you have better grounded your ideas on how to act. So not necessarily going in a more passionate way, or in the other hard word, which was a gray sort of mass economics. What say again? You contradicted
equanimity.
Equanimity, yeah. So I'm not saying that that philosophy would necessarily lead us in one way or the other, but just again making, you know, better founded, I mean, decisions that are better grounded.
Right. Yeah, there is this traditional idea of the philosopher. Even sometimes the word is used that way, like, oh, he's a philosopher or she is a philosopher, meaning this person can handle unfair things in a way that is detached, right? But and I would say that, despite the irony there, I would say that, well, yeah, there are many situations in life where you can become stressed, or you can, you know, lose your temper, and if you take a little bit of distance, you realize, well, this is really unessential. And usually we get to that form of knowledge later in life, right? But I think philosophy is perhaps the idea that we can have a curve of life that doesn't necessarily mean that we get wiser in the last 10 years, if we get wiser. But on the other hand, and you do speak of creativity at the very end of your book, in my approach that I call crealectics, this relationship with the creative dimension, which is not only present in humans, but in life, in nature, in the cosmos. This is extremely important for the kind of healing and liberation that thinking can bring, such that new ideas and new ways of looking at things can actually, you know, give us this sort of not only gratitude, but you know, like alleviation from worry. And sometimes it's just about looking at things in another way. Like, I look at your background, and this is really, it's just a small metaphor, but I see the books and I'm wondering, are the books holding the wall such that it doesn't fall on our head? And I like that metaphor. Perhaps without philosophy, I think it's Asterix and Obelix who were always afraid that the sky would fall on their head, right? The roof might be shrinked, and then we would have to to crawl.
Yeah, I think that I actually read Asterix and Obelix each night. So
Okay,
I have a
see?
stash on my yeah, that's a good point. I mean, with the creative, because I mean that is what a philosophical dialogue is. It's creative. So you are being creative in a way that you are usually not, because normally when you're talking, you're trying to make a point, or while as being in philosophy and talking philosophically is aimed towards the truth, or what seems to be the reasonable. So you need to all the way be able to pop around and change your aspect and take into consideration other things. So there's a really strong creative element, which I think has a lot in common with other types of creative tasks, such as painting or music or whatever. And I thought that something else you said there about alleviation and from worry, and I really do think that too, because I think, and the reason that I think you get an alleviation, and is that the correct word? Alleviation, yeah, is because for some strange reason, like grieving, you're grieving on your own, somebody close to you died, and strangely, when you're grieving together with a lot of other people who has also lost close persons, then you feel comforted. I mean, normally it should actually add to your sorrow that a lot of other people has also died and suffered from having a near one lost. But that's a strange sort of, because you feel as if you're not alone. And that, in the same sense, philosophy does that to you, because you are wandering together with other people, one person or several persons. Like when I do philosophical cafes, for example, you do get a strong feeling of that people feel like they belong, and that they can worry together and worry together, as opposed to logically that should increase the worry, right? But on the contrary, you actually feel comforted in knowing that you're not alone in this quest for what's the point.
Right. And so right now you enter into this practice aspect with philosophical cafes, and perhaps it's time here to celebrate the 10th anniversary of SSFP. So SSFP, it stands for Svenska Samhället för Filosofisk Praxis, a Swedish Society for Philosophical Practice. It sounds very British and respectable. Would you like to, you founded it 10 years ago, right? What's the future of the society, and what's the vision?
Well, the vision for me has always been the same. So it's, and unfortunately it's a bit contradictory, because we both want to be a platform for philosopher who wants to practice and find, basically work outside of academy, and find and also make a case for the need for philosophers in other places than academy. So that's one part, and the other part is to be very inclusive and to be what you'd call a folkrörelse, sort of a movement to try to inspire and give tools to everybody who wants to practice, but also, as is stated within our vision or mission, is to make sure or to work towards that philosophy genomsyrar the society in a more substantial way, meaning both
infiltrates, perhaps infiltrates, or
yeah. So within both healthcare, in school, elementary school, as well as public arenas. And so it's a political aim for me, at least. So it ties in with my ideas of what the use or value of philosophy is and could be.
And indeed, I mean, I think we're coming back to that point, both with Asterix and Obelix and with Socrates. We have this dimension of philosophy as a resistance against a dominant system. And there's always the question, and it started with Socrates' condemnation to death by Athenian democracy, that is philosophy going to challenge the convenient pillars of society in a way that people might start to question more, to resist some. We saw it, for example, this would be an entire conversation. Perhaps we don't have time today, but with the COVID situation, the different ways governments were using COVID to control the masses, right? If we compare, for example, Germany and Sweden, huge difference, with results that are similar, by the way, in terms of health and biomedical results, but with very much liberticide decisions in Germany. So on the one hand, and you speak about philosophy for children in your book, so you do believe actually it's better for democracy to educate people to think by themselves, and yet to be able together, as you were saying in that dimension, to be able together to recognize that we're not alone in confronting the mysteries and the limit situations of life. But on the other hand, there is this idea perhaps that philosophy can be a menace, because in the time of Socrates, for example, Socrates was challenging the young people who were usually from the aristocracy who were going to govern the city, right? And this young men were not used to doubt, right? They were so filled with perhaps not hubris, because it was not a virtue, but still this idea, yeah, of course I should rule. And here comes Socrates and say, okay, but what is justice? And they became very confused. And this was, of course, very threatening, perhaps, for the power in place. And so we could imagine today, well, if we had the same conversations about, concepts and the definition of our conceptual pillars with, leaders, politicians, etc., we would also realize that, well, it's very shaky, it's very fuzzy, and the decisions they take are perhaps not the most rational and enlightened. So where would you be in this sort of dialectic? Would you think, no, I actually, philosophy is very good for democracy, and we see that in certain countries, for example, France, where I studied, philosophy is mandatory in the last year of high school. Everyone does it. Could be better. Could start in young schools, as you explain in the when you relate the Philosophy for Children project. Or do you think, and that's sort of a rhetorical question perhaps, that we shouldn't do philosophy at home? Or, this idea that it's dangerous if you don't do it in a way that is it's sort of facilitated or curated by philosophers.
Well, so first of all, I think there's an important distinction, which is about learning about philosophers and learning about philosophy, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, philosophizing. So everybody from you're really young till you die are philosophizing, because you cannot function without investigating how things seem to be. So that's something we are doing all the time. That's a part of life. And then if you choose to call it, and then of course, then you can develop that into being more
Articulated.
Yes, thank you. So, and I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense, because it's not a doctrine. You're not pushing ideas. You're just helping and training to specify, to divide, or to see the differences and what's in common and what is this, concept. So I cannot see how that could be bad, because another fundamental thing is that you cannot keep your stance. You will have to consider other perspectives as assets. And that's something that just cannot be bad. And also, I mean, also I used to work politically as well, and a lot of politicians here in a small town are actually trying their best, and they have a notion of what that best is, and what could be good is if they also have a training of reevaluating and to. So what I'm saying is that I think it's called permeate, genomsyra. If we could bring philosophy much more into society, that would bring components that I cannot see. I mean, of course, I'm missioning about philosophy, but I cannot see how that could be bad in any sense.
Right, penetrate. And you do have this nice image in your book about, you would have an office and you would say city philosopher, Stadsphilosophen, and I like this.
I haven't given up on that.
Right. So
that's one personal goal that I have, just because it would be, it would mean something. It would be resonate. It would be something super cool.
I like that too, and perhaps we should create a party.
I have, what I wanted it to be called? Just philosophers, and then the motto should be, or the slogan should be, "We're back," and then we will do all in togas.
I love that. I really like that. I'm in. And I like very much your simple but powerful idea that we are actually philosophizing sometimes without knowing it. If we take random people, right, what we call sometimes the lay person, a bit pejoratively, there's this idea in Molière, Monsieur Jourdain, who is this bourgeois who decides, because he has a little bit of money in the 17th century, to educate himself, and he has this master of poetry, and the master of poetry tells him, okay, so there is poetry and there is prose, and prose is when you talk. And Monsieur Jourdain says, oh, so right now I am doing prose. Exactly. And well, wow. And I think that I really like this idea. Well, it's not about choosing between philosophizing or not. We are all from childhood philosophizing in a way or another, but our education system, etc., is perhaps not taking this seriously enough, such that he would train us in a way or another, such that this would actually strengthen political pluralism, which is for me an important dimension, the fact that world making could be much more diverse. We should be able to experiment socially and be much more open to diversity in a way that is not only a superficial diversity, but what is sometimes called cognitive diversity or knowledge diversity. I think this is a very good conclusion. We could, end with this call for a party. I think the hardest part will be to get people to use a certain outfit. That will be the hardest part, but I do think that it will be a very inspiring gesture. And in my view, it wouldn't surprise me that it happens in Sweden in a way. That's one of my biggest. I will conclude with that, and then I will give you the word. My biggest surprise is when I opened the philosophical parlor in Sweden. I really thought, is Sweden a philosophical nation? And it's not known for that. I mean, for example, if we look at Sweden's most famous philosopher, it's actually Descartes, who died here and who came to advise. He was the first philosophical counselor in Sweden 350 years ago, right? But nevertheless, to my big surprise is that in many environments, including in corporate situations, I work, for example, with Vattenfall, the energy multinational. There is a strong inner life in Swedish citizens that comes out to the surface. Sometimes, provided you tell them, okay, you are in this room, no one can hear you. So I think that when I first arrived in Sweden, I thought it feels strange. I had this strange feeling that Sweden is a nation that thinks, collectively. If you take people individually, it might not be obvious that they are very philosophical, but in fact, it is a nation that thinks even about, you were saying that politicians are doing their best. I think there is a debate, not only in Sweden, of course, but so I really am looking forward for this party, and you really have my voice, provided I could vote. Unfortunately, since I'm still a French citizen, not sure I could vote, but maybe soon. Shall we conclude with a few words on your side?
Yeah, I thank you, Louise, for inviting me. This was fun, and I mean, it's a great thing to expose also the way you do. So great, thank you. And I think just ultimately we have to remember that philosophizing is about wisdom and seeking more wisdom, and to be humble, because you can find it in the least expected places, even with politicians.
Yeah, that's nice. What's the title of your book? Next book?
It's actually called Obstacles or Hinders for Wisdom and Keys to Wisdom. So in Swedish, it's called Visdomshinder och visdomsnycklar. 24 things to keep track of if you want to be klok, which is kind of nice. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, we'll end on that word, wisdom. Well, I thank you a lot, Tulsa, and good luck with the great job you're doing with SFP, and we'll continue, of course, this conversation.
Bandwidth. I feel like that is a word that I've been hearing and reading a lot lately. And so it prompted this interesting discussion in my mind that I thought would be relevant to you all. So here I am. I want to talk about bandwidth and like the things that I've been learning and what I think that it might mean for us as moms I feel like all moms are busy moms, so I don't even want to distinguish. I was gonna say especially for busy moms, but I think all moms are quite busy. We all have a lot on our plate that we're trying to handle and juggle. And so, yeah, I've been reading a lot about that. And when I think about bandwidth, especially like mental bandwidth, I think about it as like your ability to like focus on tasks, concentrate, just like the energy that you need to like get through the day. And I feel like it's relevant for moms because I feel like you'll feel more confident and more peaceful when you feel like you have enough bandwidth to process all the things that need to get taken care of. But I feel like one thing that moms may struggle with, especially if you feel overwhelmed all the time, is we might feel like we don't have enough bandwidth, energy, focus, concentration, like all willpower, all the good things that we need to be successful. Sometimes it can feel like a struggle that we don't have enough bandwidth to juggle all the things that need to get done. And so I want to talk about bandwidth for me because one thing that you guys may or may not know about me, I used to talk about this on my channel a lot, is that I am an Enneagram 5. Please research that because I'm not an Enneagram expert. But I know that one thing about Enneagram 5s that some people see it as a flaw, but after the things that I've been reading about bandwidth, I'm starting to possibly see this characteristic as, having its good side and bad side. But one thing that we believe in as Enneagram 5s is basically the conservation of bandwidth, the conservation of energy. How do we still accomplish our goals and get things done without feeling depleted at the end of the day? And although I'm not like an expert in that, I have definitely learned a lot and have found things that make me feel better when I approach it in a certain way versus things that definitely make me feel depleted and like I have no bandwidth left at the end of the day. So I want to talk about, I think I came up with 6 things that have been successful for me in the effort to preserve bandwidth, emotional and mental bandwidth. And so before I begin, I want to talk about why bandwidth is important. I took some notes here. Yeah, you need bandwidth in order to have willpower. So if you have goals that you're wanting to focus on and you notice that you're not showing up for them, it's probably because you're lacking bandwidth. You need bandwidth in order to make good decisions. You need bandwidth to be able to concentrate on tasks. I don't know how many of you guys have ever experienced this where you're trying to accomplish a task and you're doing it when you're tired, you feel depleted, and it just feels like you're not doing it as well as you would if you did it at a different time of the day when maybe you're high energy. That happens to me a lot, and that could be an issue of just not having the bandwidth to do it. I was listening to this YouTube video that was kind of talking about this as well, and he said one mistake that people make is when they plan out tasks that they need to get done, we tend to plan in time, like, I'm going to work on this from this time to this time. The next task I'm going to do from, this time to this time. And we think that we can plan with time alone. And that's not the case for a lot of people, because what we need to be managing instead of our time is we need to be managing our bandwidth, because just because we block out some time to do something doesn't mean that we'll meet that time block and also have the bandwidth that we need in order to have the willpower and the energy and the strength and the focus to be able to show up and complete the task. So instead of only planning by time, we need to also be making sure that we're taking our bandwidth into consideration and making sure that we're planning our day to also match the bandwidth that we have. So that's what I want to talk about: how to increase your bandwidth, or at minimum, preserve the bandwidth that you have. One more thing that I want to say about bandwidth, and especially with its relationship to willpower before I begin, is that I feel like for a long time, people have thought about willpower and bandwidth as a characteristic, like, a characteristic of someone. Like if you have strong willpower, you show up no matter what, that means that this person has, is a good person. They don't have any characteristic flaws. Meanwhile, if you struggle with bandwidth, you struggle with having the energy to show up consistently, that shows like poor moral traits for that, person. And that's the way that they used to think a long time ago. And I think a lot of us are still kind of trapped in that thinking. But the more and more research that comes out that kind of tests this bandwidth idea and willpower, the more that the research is starting to support that willpower is more like a muscle And just like if you go to the gym and you try to like work out your muscle, you will deplete the energy in that muscle at some point, at which time you would need to take a break, recuperate, and try to regain that energy again. And then you could try again, you know, maybe the next day or in a few days' time. So that's what it's like when it comes to our willpower and when it comes to our bandwidth. We only have so much in a day, and we need to manage it because it depletes. And then once it depletes, it's very difficult to, like I mentioned, be consistent, do or demonstrate willpower, have the focus and concentration that you need in order to accomplish your tasks appropriately. So I hope at this point you guys understand the importance of bandwidth and the importance of taking it into consideration as you're planning your day, as you're planning your goals. Maybe this can explain why you feel like you're struggling with certain things, being consistent mainly. And it's, you know, it's really hard to be consistent and make good choices when you just are at the end of the day and you don't have any bandwidth left. And so before I begin, hi, my name's Lede. I'm the creator of this channel, Love Always Lede. And on this channel, I just like to talk about tips, tricks, hacks, and things for moms to make life easier for us. If you like that kind of content, then definitely feel free to subscribe and like this video. That is an awesome way to support the channel. All right, the number one way or thing that I noticed that helps me preserve bandwidth is you guys may have noticed this in my last video, but I really try to do my most challenging tasks earlier in the day. So whether I have like a task of the day, like I have a goal that I'm trying to meet, and I know that this is like one of my big primary goals of the day, I try to do it as early as I humanly possibly can. Sometimes it's not very early because I have kids. I might have to do things for them. I have routines that I need to get done, but as early as I can, because for me and the way that my body works, I have the most energy in the first half of the day. But for someone else, you know, you have to know your energy. Maybe you have the best energy after you've eaten a healthy lunch. I don't know. But I try to plan the biggest tasks that need to get done around when I have the most energy. And for me, it's not exactly directly when I wake up. I need time to like kind of get my brain going. Then I need time to get my routines. But like once I get my routines done, like boom, if I'm going to get something done, if I want to increase my chances of getting those tasks done, I have to execute early for me. And that makes sure that I'm using my bandwidth for the most important things. Because what will happen if I don't is I will get pulled in so many different directions. I will get, you know, things come up. We have families. And by the end of the day, after I've been pulled in 50 different directions, I've handled everyone else's priorities, I have no energy and no bandwidth left for the things that I decided was a priority. So what I notice is if I do it first, I can get those things done and still have plenty of bandwidth left to tackle the unpredictable parts of my day. And so this doesn't only apply to goal setting. For me, this can even apply to like my routines. You know, it's not a very smart idea for me, knowing that I don't always have like the most bandwidth, for me to wait until the very end of the night after I've done every single possible thing for everyone else for me to be like, now it's time for me to do my cleaning routines. It won't work for me. Sometimes it can, especially if it's a habit, but for the most part, I don't trust myself to do my routines at the very end of the night, because a lot of times I just don't have the energy to do it. So what I instead do is I try to find a way to push that task earlier in the day. If I have like a small window of time before I need to go pick up my girls from school, I'm not gonna waste that window of time. I'm gonna do some darn dishes. If I am waiting for something to cook in the oven, I'm not gonna waste that time. I'm gonna be folding laundry because I know that all these things can give me a head start. If, I don't know, I'm just in the kitchen and I don't have anything to do, or if I'm taking a break from work, I'm gonna be like dicing berries and stuff and getting ready for the next day. Because, you know, just because I have a goal to get those things done at the end of the night doesn't necessarily mean that I have to do all of it at the end of the night. If there's any way that I could give myself a head start or incorporate it into earlier parts of the day when I have more bandwidth, I just know that I'm more likely to be successful than if I wait until the end of the day to try to get things done. So that's just me. All right. So we're talking about 5 ways to maximize your bandwidth. And now I'm going to be going to point number 2. One thing that can take a toll on your bandwidth is trying to hold too much information in your brain at one time. You guys, there are studies that support that. Let's see, I have notes here. I've been taking notes for my reading, you guys. But there are studies that support for our short-term memory, we can only hold about 7 pieces of information, give or take 2. So for some people that number's 5. For some people that number could be 9. But we can only hold a small amount of information in our short-term memory at one time. And the more information that you just try to hold into your short-term memory, that has a way of pulling down on your bandwidth. Because what happens is we think we're just going to remember it, we're going to tuck it into this nice corner of our brain, and that's not how it works when it comes to our short-term memory. Because instead what it does is it just kind of bounces around in there, it keeps popping up, distracting us, pulling us from the task that we're supposed to be working on, because we're remembering all this stuff that we need to do. Oh, I need to do this. Oh, I forgot I need to get my son's medication order. Oh, I forgot. So one thing that you can do to preserve your bandwidth and to keep like those little short-term memory tasks clear out of your brain so that you can be focused and have bandwidth for the day is to have a system that you trust and to write those things down in a system that you trust. And so before I got, into my system, I tried to like write tasks down on sheets of paper. I tried to write tasks in to-do lists, but even that wasn't enough for me because I kept losing my sheets of paper. I kept losing my to-do list. And like, I just didn't feel like, or information would get lost in the to-do list. Like I would overlook it and I would still be struggling to like get things done in a timely manner because I totally overlooked it. It was on my list, but I didn't pay attention to it. And so, for me, I noticed that having a system, the system that I do now, helps me with that because it helps me build that trust that when I write this down, I will absolutely take care of this task because it's not going to get lost. I have places where I document certain things. And for me, that has given me peace of mind. So when I write something down, I literally release it from my brain so that I can focus on the task at hand. And I feel like it took me starting the Fly Lady system for me to feel like that sense of relief from writing things down in my life. For example, if I have things that are coming up, I know the perfect place to put it in my Google Calendar. I have, I have planners that I've created and I have like the perfect place to like document stuff. And I just know that information is not going to get lost. And because I create routines and systems that are realistic, I'm not overcrowding my day and expecting myself to do too much. Because it's realistic, I know I'm probably going to get that task done. And I feel a high level of confidence in myself that things are going to get taken care of. And that gives you such an increased amount of bandwidth when you can write stuff down and trust that it's going to get done. I read that there are 2 ways to kind of stop that loop of, things floating around in your short-term memory. The first way is to get the task done. To stop what you're doing, do the task, and that will release it from your brain. The other way that you can also have that same sense of relief is to document it into a system that you trust. I think that came from the Getting Things Done book. I have not read that book, but it was referred to in the book that I did read, which was How to Take Smart Notes. That's what I read this weekend. And, this actually goes along with the second thing that I was going to write. You guys know that I'm a lady who I think a lot. I have lots of ideas. I like to build lots of connections, and then I like to talk about them. And that was another thing that was frustrating me. Like I would have these ideas and I would always be worried that I would forget them because I would like write them in notebooks. And then when I need the note, I don't know which notebook I wrote it in. Did I put it in my app? And that's stressful when you don't trust that when you write something down that you'll be able to get back to it or reasonably handle it. And so that's what this book helps you with. It helps you with having a system of note-taking that kind of takes away that problem so that you can reference back to it. I can't remember, but did you finish Tiny Habits? I did. That was an excellent book. I read Atomic Habits and I read Tiny Habits. And for me, I feel like I liked Tiny Habits a little bit more because I felt like that book had like practical, things that you could be doing today to improve your routines and not your routines, your habits. And I thought that book had a lot of great ideas about just in general habit creation and being intentional about that. And that was a book I really enjoyed. So yeah, I recommend it. All right, so where was I? Having a place to document so that you don't have to try to hold things in your short-term memory, because holding things in your short-term memory, it drains you guys. And so having a system to document those things. If you have not heard of the Peaceful Homekeeping System, I highly recommend that you find some type of system. The Peaceful Homekeeping System is a free series of videos that I offer here on my YouTube channel where I walk you through the system that I am using. And it's just really good because it will help you take that massive list of things that you feel like you have to do, and it will chunk it down into 4 categories. So you know that everything that you see in your home, you know what category it goes in. And just something about the simplicity of that and the way that I try to teach it is very realistic. You will get things done, but more importantly, you will just have that like clearness of your mind when you have like an appropriate place and a system that you actually trust to get things done. All right, I gotta hurry up and get back to work. So let me zoom through these next 3 things. Okay, we're talking about how to maximize your bandwidth. Number 3, it kind of goes along with what I was talking about before, but I listen to my intuition when it comes to planning what I think that I can reasonably accomplish in one day. If I am writing out my to-do list and I'm like, oh, I'm not sure that's gonna get done, I listen to that. I break my task down into small bite-sized pieces. I use the basic weekly plan to spread tasks throughout the week so that I have a focus of the day. If I feel like I have too many focuses in this week, I start rolling tasks into the next week, and that system has worked out very well for me. Because I find that what I was doing before is I would underestimate or overestimate how long things take. And I find that if I keep my focus to like 3 major focuses of the day, that gives me lots of room in my day to, like if things don't go according to plan, I have not overpacked my schedule so much that I can't address it. And then that creates stress. So I try to keep it, like I mentioned, to 3 focuses a day. And I have a system that helps me like spread that out throughout the week, throughout the month, so that number 1, I'm not handling a lot of urgent tasks that are due today. Like I don't have that problem as much as I used to before. So I'm getting things done in advance. And that, for me, I feel like that preserves a lot of bandwidth by not over jam packing my day, having realistic expectations and lots of wiggle room for when things inevitably go wrong. I have lots of space in my day to adjust and to problem solve and to work through it, because I don't have the pressure that, oh, I only had 15 minutes to do this task. Now I got to jump to I don't have that because I don't over jam pack my day. So I find that having that wiggle room, that flex room in my day really helps me just preserve bandwidth. And it just gives me that sense of like, I don't know, like assurance, if that's the right word, that if things go wrong, like I still have plenty of room in this day to be able to try to work it out and figure it out. So that helps me out a lot. And I would consider that giving myself flex. So that can even include, I am very serious about taking my breaks. So that can even include like making sure that you're taking your breaks. I know, especially as a work from home mom, it can be tempting to work through your lunch break. It can be tempting to not take, you know, what people would be doing in the office is chatting with their coworkers and having like that time of non-productive time and then returning back to their task. When you're like working from home, sometimes it can be tempting to just power through everything because you don't have a coworker to talk to. But for me, I have to take my breaks, and that I feel like helps me also just with having that flex into my day. Also, it's important to plan breaks into your day, which I think I'm gonna talk about in a minute. But yeah, I'll talk about that more in a minute. But that helps me out a lot, is just not overpacking my day and giving myself plenty of flex room. And I find that when I'm consistently knocking things off my to-do list every single day, that flex room is not problematic for me. Because sometimes I feel like we can get into that mindset that, well, if you could do 3 tasks, well, if you have time and flex, you should have made it 10. No, like for me, because I'm so consistent, I'm finding that it doesn't really hurt anything for me to just keep my focus to like 3 major tasks. And if I have something that's really heavy, like I see a task coming that's pretty heavy, like one thing that I'll do as well is I will adjust the rest of my day. Like I had to take 3 kids to get blood drawn. That was like a really big deal because like 2 of them are like, two of them were 3-year-old toddlers. And for that day, you better believe we had like an easy dinner when I came back home. So I do that a lot. Like I will adjust my day according to the tasks that I know that I have. And if it feels really heavy, I'm like, okay, well, where can I start cutting back a little bit to make this fit into my day comfortably? So those are things that I do to preserve bandwidth. The next thing that I do, number 4, is I try to avoid hyper focusing. So what does that mean when it comes to homekeeping? for me, that means like trying not to clean my whole house from top to bottom all in one day. I'm just going to get it all done. That used to be what I tried to do. That led to like a lot of stress, chaos, overwhelm, self doubt, thinking that I must be the messiest person in the world. I can't keep up. Why does everybody keep up for me? Yeah, that led to a whole lot of drama that I'm not trying to go back to. And so I find that it's just effective to set boundaries with myself that prevent that hyper focusing and cleaning in layers. Like, does that mean that my house is perfectly clean 100% of the time? No. But I also don't have projects lingering around the house that are irritating me, that are getting under my skin, that I don't feel confident that I can take care of. Because in the way that my system is structured, if there's anything that I want to get to, I know where it will be taken care of in my system. If I have clutter that needs to be addressed, I will get that in zone 2. If I have some vacuuming that needs to get done, I will handle that during my weekly home blessing. If I have dishes that need to get done, I don't have to stop what I'm doing right now to focus on that. I know that it will be taken care of, during my routines. And so it's nice to know that every single thing that I see in my house, I can figure out what category it best fits in, and I know when I'm going to be working on that category of tasks. And so that really helps me not hyper focus. That one thing I was reading about was called tunneling. And that's, let's see. Yeah. Tunneling is basically when you feel like you have like a scarcity of something. So like a scarcity of time when it comes to homemaking. So you just get so focused and so like tunneled in on that thing that you focus on it at the detriment of other things that need to be taken care of in your life. And that's something that I've absolutely been so guilty of. Like, I'm going to clean this house, but I'm going to, ignore my kids. I'm probably not going to cook. I'm not going to maintain the work that I've done. Like, I just throw out everything else out the window. My emotional, well-being, everything out the window because I'm focused on this goal. I want a clean house. And that's not very healthy for us either. And that absolutely can wear down and pull down on your bandwidth. And so instead of hyper focusing, it's like we want to be focused, we want to get things done, but we want to make sure that we're balanced about it and that we're juggling all the things that need to get done. So for me, avoiding hyper focusing, cleaning in layers, having a plan helps me preserve bandwidth. All right, the next thing is, I've talked about this before, but trying to reduce the number of decisions that you make in real time. Like if it's 5 o'clock in the morning and you're trying to get your kids breakfast ready, for me, it helps when I already know what I'm about to do. If I have any possible way to separate the thinking of that task from the doing of that task, I really try to do that because that is one thing that will pull from your bandwidth is decision making. Responsible decision making pulls down your bandwidth. They call it decision fatigue. And so the number of decisions that you can make ahead of time will help you preserve bandwidth throughout the rest of the day. And I think for a lot of us, we've already made so many decisions just to walk out the door. Like we probably already feel drained just by walking out the house. What am I going to wear? What are the kids going to wear? What am I going to pack for snack? What are you going to have for breakfast? And then heaven forbid something goes wrong. Like you thought you were going to pack this, but you found out that you're out of this. So now you got to make a new decision. What am I going to make for dinner? I said I was going to make chicken. We're out of chicken. Like it just, before the day can even start, you've already like depleted yourself because you have so many decisions that you have to make. So if there's any way that you can make those decisions ahead of time, maybe you have a dedicated planning time on the weekend to think about how you want your week to go. Maybe when you're in bed at night, pulling up your Google Calendar and just writing a couple of decisions out. I do that sometimes. Like I'm in bed and I'm like, okay, this is what we're going to do in the morning, whatever. Like really try to get out of making those decisions in real time and trying to decide what that vision of your morning would look like and making those decisions that night. So that for me, it's just much easier to do the task than it is to think about the task and to do the task. So whenever I have the ability to do that, I definitely try to get it in because it just helps. Like right now, I know what we're eating for dinner, but there have been times where I'm like, I will figure it out when we get there. And that is like one of the most draining things that you can do, especially when it comes to things like that require preparation and having supplies and then finding out that you don't have what you need to make what you thought. So one way to avoid that is to make your decisions in advance whenever you can. All right, the last thing that helps me, I gotta hurry up, you guys. All right, my break is over. It should have been over. I wanted to make this a 20-minute video, but y'all know I get long-winded. So the last thing that helps me with just preserving my bandwidth is, incorporating lots of planned breaks and me time into my life. There used to be a time where I felt like selfish about that. I used to feel like guilty about that. But those days are behind me because I've learned that when I have like that wiggle room in my life, that flex room in my life, it just makes me show up in everything that I do better. And so what does that look like for me? That looks like on the weekend, I have my self-care day. Half the time, my self-care day literally could just be me under the blankets without, I'm sure you guys can hear my kids yelling, but that helps me out so much. Sometimes it looks like me reading a book and having quiet time. Sometimes that looks like me getting my kids to bed on time so that after 8 o'clock, like I don't have to talk to or answer to no one. Sometimes that looks like me waking up an hour before my kids, because as much as I don't want to do it, it sets me up for so much success when the first hour of the day is quiet. I gotta talk to nobody. Like I can cut my fruit in peace if I need to, pack whatever I need to pack, take my shower, put my makeup on, and have that slowness. So what looks like self-care and time and space and capacity for me might look completely different for you. Maybe you need to schedule some time to go hang out with your girlfriends. It don't have to be dramatic. It don't have to be an all-day event. But if you know that it makes you feel energized and rejuvenated, I just feel like it goes a long way to helping you maximize the bandwidth that you have when you're pouring back into yourself. And it is something that I have seen the difference, you guys, between not doing it and doing it. And that is why I advocate for it so much, because I have seen a very contrast difference. And so if you are not taking that time for yourself, I highly recommend that you start doing that, because that is definitely a way to kind of increase your mental and emotional bandwidth so that you can show up for all the things that you need to do with more energy, more clarity, and more focus. So my kids are really back there just screaming. School starts next week. But anyway, that's all I have. That's all I have today. 5 ways. I've just been seeing that a lot. And with this new like note-taking system that I've been trying, it's really cool because you start to see like, you read about 3 different articles on 3 different things, and then you start to see how they're all connected. And I was like, I feel like this is very relevant when it comes to us, especially when we have goals, we have systems that we're trying to do, we're trying to be consistent. And it's really hard to be a responsible adult when you don't have bandwidth. And so just thinking of like ways that you can use that knowledge to your advantage. How can I not allow that bandwidth to wear down so quickly in the day? Like, what can I do to like not let it wear down? So we talked about making decisions ahead of time before the day even starts, knowing how you want this day to look. We talked about when you have something bouncing around in your head, writing it down in a system that you trust so you can preserve your bandwidth. We talked about, doing things. If you know that you have tasks that are like important, maybe they're not urgent, but they're really important and you want to see yourself working on it. We talked about either giving yourself a head start throughout the day when you have bandwidth, or trying to work on bigger tasks first. We also talked about just not planning too much into your day, like trying not to over jam pack your day and really allowing there to be flex room, because things will come up and it is really stressful when you feel like you packed your day with so many activities that you can't you can't adjust, you can't problem solve. And let's just normalize that. Like once we get our 3 tasks done, if everything goes smoothly, let's normalize, taking the rest of the day to do the best you can with your normal routines and tasks that you have. Let's normalize like being okay with like not having to keep adding more and more and more stuff to our plate because it's not okay to take a break. Like I have definitely normalized that, and I do believe that having that space in your life as often as you can will definitely help with the preservation of bandwidth. The book that I was reading was called I didn't read it, but that was referred to a lot, was called something about scarcity. Yeah, if you Google scarcity, why having too little means so much. That was the solution that they had for just increasing your bandwidth, is giving yourself more flex room in your life. And I know that's going to look different for every person. But one way that you can do that is to stop putting so much pressure on yourself. If there's goals that you can control, that you can take off your plate, try not to put that pressure on yourself to like cram so much in your day, and giving yourself that flex room will improve your mental and emotional bandwidth. And so I think I covered all 6. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this type of content.
And what we're going to talk about is money and kind of the really core fundamental basics that I think we don't talk enough about. So it's weird for me because talking about money and writing books about money now is my job, which is very, very weird to me because for most of my life, believe it or not, I was absolutely absurdly terrible with money. If you think that you're bad with money, I promise you I was worse. I grew up in one of those families where you could talk about literally anything around the dinner table. You could make jokes about like farting or sex jokes. You could have a robust, respectful conversation about religion or politics. Everything was allowed. But the one thing that we never, ever, ever spoke about was money. And so when I entered the adult world and I got my first job and very quickly got my first credit card, which just arrived in the post one day, I had this incredible financial strategy, which was just never think about it. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll all work its way out and whatever. And spoiler alert, it wasn't fine. By not understanding how money works, by not having these kind of really basic concepts that you understand, there's this ironic thing that happens where the less you understand about money, the more money ends up controlling your life. And that was certainly true for me. By having this very, like ostrich approach to finances, and it was so bad, by the way, that I was that person who, when I would go and draw money from the ATM, I would get the slip and I would scrumple it up and throw it away without ever looking at it, so that I didn't have to see how little money was in my bank account. And at its worst, I managed to get myself into more than 300,000 rands worth of debt by my mid-20s. I don't even know who gave or offered a 20-something-year-old 300,000 rands worth of money. My brain wasn't fully developed yet. I certainly could not be trusted with these infinite credit cards, and yet I was. And things got worse for me when and one day I had this realization, and I was must have been about 25, 26, and I had this realization that I hated my job. I was in a relationship that was making me really unhappy. And I felt like I couldn't leave either of those things because of my financial situation. And I'm really, really glad that that happened, because that was the wake-up call that I needed to put on my cowboy hat and confront this thing that I had seen as I thought was really terrifying, and I thought was uninteresting, and I thought this is just not something I ever want to think about. I realized I kind of had to. So I made learning about money my mission in life. I managed to sneakily get myself a job inside the finance industry, because I figured if you go into the belly of the beast, that's the best way to figure out how it actually works. So I ended up working in the finance industry, and I did everything I could to learn these basic lessons about money. And what I learned was kind of nuts. It was kind of wild. And so I became really passionate about sharing those really surprising things that I learned while I was there with other young people, specifically young people. Here's the first crazy thing that I learned. It's to do with this very large number at the top, 451 billion rand and some change. That is the amount of money that South Africans spent on gambling. And that is in 1 year alone. That is in I'm busy checking my notes. That is 2019. They spent 451 billion rand in that 1 year, and 32 billion, that is the amount of profit that the gambling industry declared in that same 1 year. Nuts, right? And this is only legal gambling as well. So this excludes online gaming, and it excludes all of those like dodgy things that your weird uncle is always trying to convince you to waste money on. And that was the first thing that I learned, really, was when I was walking around the world feeling like I missed something. There was a class at school one day about how money works, and I must have been sick that day. And I'm the only person who doesn't understand how money works and what I'm supposed to be doing. And I was feeling so ashamed of that and so scared of asking for help because I felt like I should just know all of this stuff. I realized that wasn't true. I realized that most people feel like they don't understand what they are supposed to be doing. And of course they don't, because we don't do a good job in South Africa or anywhere in the world really teaching young people the basic principles of money. We just don't. And then we just assume everyone will sort of just figure it out on their own. And unfortunately, people are not figuring it out on their own. Time Bank ran a study, I think it was 2-3 years ago now, where they interviewed South Africans across the income spectrum. And they found that 76%, so that's 3/4 of people, run out of money before the end of the month regularly. And in fact, more than half of people, 57%, run out of money by the 15th of the month. And if you think that that's just a problem of income, and certainly in our economy, that is often part of the problem, is people just are not earning enough money. But that's not the only part of the problem, because in fact, if you just go and ask individuals who earn more than 50,000 Rand a month, which is the top 1% of income earners in South Africa, nearly half of them are running out of money before the end of the month every month also. You can't really out earn not knowing what you are supposed to be doing, not feeling like you are in control of your spending. And it was really helpful to have this realization when I made it my job to start talking to people about money, because it made me feel less alone. And the other thing that I learned, which was even more optimistic and even more hopeful, is that it's really not actually as complicated as I had been led to believe. This is the dark secret that most of the financial services industry doesn't really want us to understand. Because a lot of people, when they talk about how money works, they very quickly start talking about a bunch of complicated financial jargon, and they start talking about products, and they start saying, oh, you know, you should know what a TFSA is, and you should make sure that you've got a retirement annuity, and you've got to think about stocks and bonds and all these different things and crypto and they throw a lot of words at you. But the good news is that the fundamental principles, the things that really matter most, are really not that complicated at all. And that's a really good thing. One of the biggest kind of mind flips, I think, happens when you start thinking about your money in a sort of fundamentally different way. Most of us, when we think about being good with our money, being in control of our money, what we're thinking about is just getting through from paycheck to paycheck. We think about, I have this amount of money left and I'm going to get paid again on the 25th and I need to get from here to there. And if I can just do that, and it's sort of like a trapeze, right? Or George of the Jungle swinging from vine to vine. If I can just do that and never miss a vine, that's okay, I'm coping. And many people aren't even able to do that. They're not even able to get through the month, right? But really what gets really powerful and can help you change how you feel about your finances in quite a different way is to take a step back from that month-to-month picture and to sort of just visualize all of the money that you're ever going to earn over your whole lifetime as a whole. So I want you to do that now. I want you to imagine this huge big pile of money. You can imagine it with like actual physical cash, and you could imagine you could dive into it like this oak, like Scrooge McDuck, and you could swim through it. And just imagine that big pile of money. And that is all the money that you are going to earn between now and the rest of your life, right? Now, the good news is that pile of money is probably bigger than you think it is. So what I want you to do is I want you to find at the top of this graph the number that is the closest to your average monthly income. And on the left of the graph, I want you to find the number that is closest to the age that you are right now. And see where those two numbers meet, find that number. So that number is the amount of money that you will still earn over the rest of your life. It assumes a 6% increase every year for inflation, or you could remove that and do some different maths, and it assumes that you work until the age of 65, right? So that's a big number. It's a bigger number than most people realize often. So that's the good news, because every rand that you will ever earn is really a piece of possibility, because you could do anything with it. Money is what we call fungible, which means you can turn the same rand into anything. You could turn it into a holiday, you could turn it into school fees, you could turn it into whatever you want. So you have a lot of choices. That's the good news. But the bad news is you don't really have a lot of time to make those choices in. So I'm not going to do a lot of math in the next hour, I promise. This is the last bit of math that we have to look at. Imagine that you work for 40 years. So you work from age 25 to age 65, and you get 12 paychecks every year, and you never take a break. You never stop working. You work for that full 40 years. That means that you only have 480 paychecks over your whole lifetime. And really, those are your moments to decide where all of that money is going to go. Because let's be honest, once the month goes on and money's in your bank account, it just tends to vanish, right? That happens to all of us, which really means that you have 480 choices, 480 times to decide what you're going to turn all of that money that's going to flow through your life into, what it's going to fund in your life, right? And the truth is that even though that pile of money might be big, it might be bigger than many of us think about when we're stuck in our month-to-month cycle, it's not infinite. None of us are going to earn money forever. If we're lucky, many of us, the reason that we will stop earning money is because we will get old and we will not be able to earn money anymore, and we'll also hopefully deserve some good, calm downtime. And the biggest flip that really helps people to start to feel more in control of their finances, in my experience, is thinking about how they can make sure that they can still pay for the things that they need, even in times when that next paycheck is not there. And that means thinking about that pile holistically. So really the goal is to think about how you can earn money during the times when you yourself are not earning money. And that's what assets are. Jobs are things where you go out and you use your labor and you go and create an income. Assets are things that you can buy that put your money to work so your money can make money for you, right? And that, my friends, is the single core, most important lesson about feeling in control of your money. Buy assets, build a portfolio of assets. That's it. That is the single most important thing to know. Everything after this is how do we buy assets, right? I have a little story that I like to tell myself to really help me imagine what this looks like in my own life. And with the story, I like to imagine that I have all these little pets in my house, and I call them snorgels, and they're cute as heck. This is what they look like. And snorgels need to eat apples to survive. Every one snorgel needs one apple every day. Otherwise, your snorgel will starve slowly, and no one wants that because they're cute, right? So every day I have to go out to the fields and I have to go pick apples and I have to bring them back home so that I can feed my snorgels, right? And that's good and well, but there are times when I can't go do that, and there are times when I don't want to be doing that. So my goal is to rather start growing my own orchard of apple trees that I can laze around, I can play Xbox, I can teach my snorgels to hula hoop, and I don't have to go and pick apples every single day. Or it's not a disaster if there are days when I cannot pick apples. I think in the last year, all of us have confronted the fact that there are times when those paychecks dry up, and that's not in our control. That's not about us having done something bad or wrong. That can happen to everyone. So the goal is lots and lots of apple trees, right? Simple. How do you do that? 3 things. You save, you get out of debt, and then you start investing. You grow that money. Done. That's it. That's everything you need to do. But obviously, it it's easier said than done. And the first part of the first step, really, which is saving, is interesting to me because it is the easiest one to understand and it's the hardest one to do. Saving is a lot like running a marathon, right? It's not complicated. In order to know what you need to do to run a marathon, you don't need to go and get a degree in biokinetics. You don't need to be a doctor. You don't need to understand what proteins muscles are made of. All you have to do is you have to put running shoes on your feet and you have to actually go running every day until you get fit. And saving is kind of the same thing. It's the easiest thing to understand, but it's so hard to do. So what do I mean by saving? Saving just means creating a surplus, which is making sure that you have apples left over, that you have more apples coming in than your snorgels are eating, right? So back to the snorgels are eating apples. You either earn extra apples, maybe you have a side hustle, maybe you get a long overdue raise at your job, or you put your snorgels on a diet and then you have a surplus. What you can do with that surplus is you can keep them aside so that you've got a bit of a spare cash if there's a day when you need some apples. And then once that pile is big enough that you've got emergency apples, you can then also start planting some of those apples, which is the investing side of things. Saving has to come first, right? But the reason that saving is so hard, right, is everyone hears, okay, I need to start saving money, fine. And then the first thing that we all think about is, okay, I'm going to go and create this big, long, complicated spreadsheet called a budget. And then I'm going to follow that budget. And that budget is going to tell me that I am never allowed to eat sushi or buy coffee or do any of the things that are fun. And I just have to follow the spreadsheet. And then, great, excellent, I'll have saved money. Problem solved, magic. And of course, all of us who've tried creating a budget and just following it know that unfortunately they're very seldom effective. And the reason that they are very seldom effective is that we like to imagine that our brains are these perfect computers and you feed our brains instructions and then your brain just does what you tell it to do. And that's kind of what a budget is. It's like a set of instructions for your brain and then cool, you just follow those instructions. But the truth is that your brain is not a computer. You have the brain of a primate, right? You are a primate with pants on. That is all you are. And your brain doesn't work like that. And we set ourselves up to fail when we treat our brain like a computer instead of treating it like a brain, which is this fallible thing. And you've got to work with how your brain really works, not pretend it's something that it isn't. So instead of just trying to save by writing down how you want to be spending your money in an ideal imaginary world, which is often all budgets are, try something that does actually work. So 3 of the tactics that are best supported by the data. So research shows that these things tend to be more effective than just trying to change your behavior. The first one is just to make saving automatic, something that you don't think about. And this is that old idea called pay yourself first, which when I was in my 20s, I told myself meant that on payday, I could take myself shopping. That's what it meant, to pay yourself first. Sadly, that is not what it means. What pay yourself first means is on the day you get paid, have an automatic transaction that goes off your bank account so that that money goes off away into a savings account or an investment or paying off debt. So you never see it to begin with. It's gone before you get attached to it. It's just away. The other thing to do is rather than focusing on all of those small, tiny things that often give you a lot of pleasure, normally when we feel like our spending is out of control, we start off by thinking about the small things we do often, right? Because we do it often, so it feels like those are the things that matter. But really, if you look at where your money really does go, you'll find that for most people, there are 3 things that consume most of your spending, and that is where you live, how you get around, and what food you eat. Those 3 things. For other people, school fees can be number 4, or even sometimes number 3. But for most of us, it's those 3 categories. And if you just make one big change in one of those 3 categories, it is so much easier to free up a big chunk of money every month. And it doesn't mean that you have to constantly feel bad every time you spend a little bit of money on something that makes you happy. So it can be much more effective to focus on the regular recurring bills in your life rather than the kind of fun money. But ironically, we always start with the fun money. And then the third thing that you can do is there's this funny thing our brains do called mental accounting, which is we think about different kinds of money as being different, right? So we think about money that we get from bonuses or from a side hustle as being free money. And that's money that we generally spend on nice things like holidays, right? But really, what can be very helpful for a lot of people if you're struggling to find extra money to save is to just have a rule with yourself that you actually save 100% of any of that magical money. Because think about it, that is money that you were planning to do without already. So it can be very easy to just funnel that 100% into your savings. Or just in general, to have rules for yourself that maybe it's not 100% because buying things is also nice. Maybe it's 90%. But whatever it is, having these rules that certain types of money is just for saving. And those are 3 things that can be easier for people. But a great way to start is to just start seeing where your money actually goes today. I used to work for a local app called 22/7. It's now a part of Old Mutual. And what it does is it's a totally free app. You can connect up all of your bank accounts. You can connect your investments, your credit cards, your store cards, even if you've got like a Edgar's account or whatever, you can put it in, Pick and Pay, cards, everything. And it can give you a full picture of where your money is actually going. So it'll categorize your transactions for you. So for example, if you spend money at KFC, it'll say, cool, that's eating out. If you spend money buying the last pie at the garage at 10 p.m., it'll say, cool, that's bad life choices. That's the diarrhea category. So it gives you a picture for the first time of where your money actually goes. And we used to do a lot of research with people where we'd play these guessing games with them. So we would ask them to write down where they think their spending goes. So we would say, what do you think you spend on eating out every month? What do you think you spend on petrol? And then we would get the real answer. And people were often very surprised by the differences, and often in good ways. Like, I think many people are surprised to learn how much of their money is going into these bills or these subscriptions that you've forgotten about often, that aren't really bringing you joy. And how much money is going into stuff like insurance, which is important, but a lot of people have too much insurance in South Africa, or it's been a while since we've gone and actually shopped around for cheaper insurance because it's a hassle. But when you see how much easier it is to control your spending with the boring monthly things than all the fun things for most people, it can be a great first thing to start. So if there's just one thing that you do after this evening, install an app that helps give you a picture of your true spending. It'll be insightful. Don't be like me, who was like an ostrich and just didn't want to know. So saving is the most emotional part of the process, because it's the part that's about controlling your behavior. So the good news is, once you have confronted that step and you've dealt with all of those difficult feelings, figuring out what to do with the surplus you've created, with all the money that you've freed up, that's actually pretty easy. It's not the complicated part. And it can be quite like step by step. And for many people, the next step after you have built up some savings and you have freed up a surplus every month, so you're saving consistently every month, is to start thinking about getting out of debt. So we have this idea when we talk about debt often that people get into debt because of frivolous things, because they weren't in control of themselves and, they were just being silly. And that is certainly sometimes true. It was definitely true for me. But the most common reason that people get into debt, particularly in South Africa, is because they have unexpected emergencies that come up and they don't have a savings cushion, or they lose their job temporarily and don't have a savings cushion. And we talk about debt in this really morally loaded way. And it's part of what makes people feel so ashamed when they are struggling with debt. And that shame doesn't really help anyone, because it just means that people like me who really needed help don't ask for help. So if you are struggling with a lot of debt, this is my permission to you to stop feeling bad about it and to just deal with it. Just make a plan, right? It's okay. Debt is not a moral failing. It's a consequence of our economic system. So what debt is and specifically how consumer debt works. I'm not talking about like house debt to buy a house. So go back to our lovely snorgels. What happens when something happens and you can't go and pick apples for that day and you don't have any emergency apples in your savings pile? You have no choice but to go and borrow apples from your very creepy neighbor. I call her Myrta, and she's very mean. And she'll give you apples, that's fine. And then there's an IOU, right? So like if you borrow money from a friend, you can have some apples now, but you have to give them back to me later. That's not the problematic part. That kind of debt, which is more like how we often loan money to friends and family, that doesn't cause debt spirals. What causes debt spirals is usually if Myrta, the person I'm borrowing apples from, is a bank or it's a store card or it's a credit card or a personal loan or a mashonisa or anything like that. It comes along with this creature called interest. So Myrta says, I'll loan you these apples, but you now have to adopt my pet too. And my pet is the interest monster. It's a bit gross, it's fine. The problem is that the interest monster also needs to eat apples and it grows. And the longer that you keep it, the bigger it gets. And the bigger it gets, you still only have the same amount of apples every day. And eventually the interest monster is eating all of your apples and there's nothing left for your own snorgels. And that is a debt spiral when that interest monster is growing faster than you are able to keep up with its growth by picking more apples. And in South Africa, what that often looks like is people who end up spending 60 to 70% of every paycheck just paying their interest. So that's a real stat from Debt Busters, which is one of the biggest debt counseling services in South Africa. So by the time a customer comes to them and asks for debt rescue, on average, it's 64% of their income, their paycheck is going just towards paying their debt, keeping up with their debt, which means they're now living off 36% of every paycheck, which is really, really hard. And that's why debt spirals are so dangerous for people, specifically when we're talking about high interest debt. The other thing about carrying debt is if the goal, we keep our eyes on the prize, which is the goal is to grow lots of beautiful apple trees, to have lots of assets so that you can, feed your snorgels even in times when you can't go pick apples, carrying debt erodes that whole plan. And that's because of something quite simple, which is that if you go to the bank and you ask for a credit card, the interest rate that they will make you pay on it is about 18% usually. And if you go to the same bank and you say, here's my money, would you pay me interest on this if I keep it in a savings account with you? They will typically give you like 4%? And the difference between 18% and 4% is the reason that bankers drive nicer cars than you do. That gap is why bankers make so much money. And the thing is, if you are sitting on debt, almost always the best investment you can make is paying off your debt first. And again, this only applies when I'm talking about high interest debt. So that's stuff like credit cards and store cards, right? But there is no investment on earth that can guarantee growth of 18% every year. And that's the growth that you get by paying off your debt. So the really thrilling thing about paying off your debt is if you've had debt, you're used to living on a small chunk of your paycheck. So you are used to creating a surplus, and once you've paid it off, you can really start to grow your money in the future, and you can free yourself from paying for stuff you bought in the past, and you can start focusing on growth. But you can't start focusing on growth if you are carrying debt, because it makes no sense to be investing in something that might be giving you 12 or 13% growth as an investment if it's losing value on your debts faster. See what I'm saying? So get out of debt. You don't need it. Your life is better without it, I promise. Once you've done that, you can start doing the really fun part, which before I knew anything about how money works, I assumed was the difficult and boring and scary part. And now I know is the fun and also incredibly simple part and very satisfying. So you want to get to this step as quickly as you can, and that is starting to invest. I used to think that investing was something that just wasn't relevant to people like me. Investing was something that you had to worry about if you were like, I don't know, some swanky oak living in Santon, or I don't know, you had a yacht and you would read the business news on your yacht and you'd listen to Bruce Whitfield every day. I love Bruce, he's great, but no one wants to be listening to business news every day. Some people like Simon, I think, find it interesting. Many of us do not. So for a long time, I was just like, well, investing just doesn't apply to me. It's only for people who really know a lot about business and are interested in business. But the truth is, all of us have to figure out how investing works. And the reason is that keeping your money just in a regular savings account, ironically, is the most reliable way to make it lose value. And the reason is not because of, like little kleptomaniac tokoloshes who are like living under your bed, eating all the savings you've got stashed under your mattress. The reason is because of inflation. And all inflation means is that your money is worth less every single year. So the 10 Rand that today can buy you a can of Coke, in 20 years' time will only be able to buy you half of that same can of Coke, probably even less, right? That's what inflation is. So we have to invest to just preserve the value of our savings over time. It's something that all of us have to wrap our heads around. And the other thing about investing that makes it relevant to all of us is that most of us who are alive today will, if we're lucky, statistically, live a very long time. And it's very difficult to keep working in a job after the age of 65. It's not fair, but that is the world that we live in. Most people who lose their jobs between the ages of 60 and 65 find that they cannot find another job even when they want to, right? So the reality for many of us is that we are likely, on average, to live for often almost as many decades after we're retired as we worked before our retirement. Now, imagine that. So imagine you live for 30 years after you retired, from 65 to 95, which is very feasible for many people alive today, statistically. That is almost as long as many people's working careers. So imagine that every paycheck you get, you have to fund 1 month of your life now and 1 month of your life after you retire. Imagine you had to always live off half of every paycheck. It would be really difficult. Now, the good news is if you can invest smartly, you don't have to do that. You can get some of that extra money that you need by investing in that extra growth, right? So that you don't have to, like, I don't know, live on salty cracks and 2-minute noodles now. That's the goal. So investing just means buying assets. And assets is like this complicated term, but all of us instinctively really understand what assets are, I think. So let's talk about a cow. A cow is an asset, and it's a very popular type of asset in a lot of South Africa. And I think we all understand how a cow can increase in value. You can buy it as a small baby cute cow with cute little eyes, and you can feed it, and then when it's big, you can murder it, and then you can eat it. Or you can make it produce milk, and you can sell its milk, right? So we understand a cow is a really good asset. A cow produces value. I don't have a cow, I have a cat. I have tried selling his meat. No one is interested in buying it. The cats are terrible, terrible assets. But the problem with cows, obviously, is they are, I don't know if you've seen a cow, but they're very big, and I don't have room for them in my house. They also poop a lot, and then you end up with cow dung on everything, and it's stinky. No one's really got time to own cows. And that is why the type of asset that I am most unironically enthusiastic about is the stock market. And to be perfectly honest, I didn't actually know what the stock market was until my mid-20s. So if you don't know, don't worry about it. I will tell you what it is. So I want you to imagine that you go to the Pick and Pay, or you go to this shop, right? So you can picture a shop with shelves, except I want you to imagine that in this shop, you can buy literally every type of product that the world makes. You can buy cannabis oil, you can buy cat food, shoes, you can buy like gallon drums full of petrol, anything that the world makes, you can buy it in the shop. Now, all the stock market is the stock market is that shop, except instead of buying the products, you can buy very, very tiny pieces of the companies that make those products. So instead of buying a laptop made by Apple, you can buy a very, very tiny piece of Apple, the company. And that is what the stock market is. It is a virtual market. It used to be a real place in specific cities. Now it's all on the internet. So it's more like Superbalist than like Pick and Pay. Does Superbalist still exist? Side note. But the great thing is that as a person sitting in South Africa, it is very, very easy as shopping online and buying jeans, to buy tiny, tiny pieces of the biggest companies in the world. So all of the brands that you already know and you already love, you can sit on the loo with your phone and you can buy tiny, tiny pieces of those companies. And you can often do so now with very, very small amounts of money. So it's really cool. There are two ways that your money can grow by buying shares. The first one is what we call dividends. So if you think back to the cow, if your cow produces milk and you go and sell that milk, that's equivalent in the stock market to a dividend. It's just a boring name for it's the profit, right? So when Apple sells lots of computers, they make a profit. They can either reinvest that profit back in their business, or they can pay it back to its shareholders. And if you own 1/100,000th of Apple, you will get 1/100,000th of the profits that Apple distributes, and those are called dividends. And they're awesome, right? Similar to the milk, because you still own the underlying thing. You haven't killed your cow. But if you do want to rather go and kill your cow, or rather just sell your cow to someone else, you don't own it anymore, you sell it, and hopefully you sell it for more money than you bought it for. That in the world of investing is usually called a capital gain. They're fancy words, but if you come back to just remembering what the underlying thing is and what you are doing with those businesses, I think it's actually pretty easy to understand. Now, here's the problem with buying and selling shares on the stock market. Some people find it really, really fun. They like trading. They like reading the business news. They like looking at the price graphs and figuring out, is it going to be smarter for me to buy Burger King or McDonald's? Who's going to do better? But if you're like me and you just don't know much about businesses, and you don't want to know much about businesses because you like doing other things, the good news is that you don't have to. In fact, for many people, the best way to start investing on the stock market is so absurdly easy that it almost feels like it shouldn't be allowed, but it is. And that's called buying a product called an ETF. Again, finance people give things terrible names, but it's really, really easy. What an ETF is imagine you go to this stock market shop and you take every single company that's on the shelves, all of them, just like Reggie's Rush your way through the stock market, and you just stick it all in a trolley. And you go home and you put all of those little pieces of companies into a big blender and you blend it up, and then you make a smoothie. And that smoothie contains tiny, tiny, tiny pieces of Coca-Cola, of oil companies, of everything, right? That smoothie is now an ETF. It's a blend of pretty much everything that you can buy usually. So you can get ETFs that are truly global. So they go to all the world's stock markets, all the big ones, and they put everything into one smoothie. Or you get ones that are local. So you can get something that just is the South African business smoothie, and that's an ETF. And the cool thing about an ETF is it is really diversified, which is a fancy way of saying you haven't put all of your eggs in one basket. You can have a whole global pandemic even, and not every business is going to fail. Some businesses, like tech businesses, have done really, really well. So the great thing about spreading your money across thousands of businesses means that it's much less likely for something to go horribly, horribly wrong. So this is why they're a great investment for most people. There are lots and lots of different ETFs. Some of my favorites locally are, there's Satrix Top 40. You've probably heard of that one. What that means is it is just the 40 biggest companies on South Africa's stock market in a business smoothie. That's all it is. Or you can get something like the MSCI World, which is the global version of that. It's like all of the companies. And there are ETFs in every country that you want to invest in. But for many people, the easiest thing to do is to just buy a South African one that is a smoothie of companies all around the world. Because by doing that, you are making sure that all of your risk is not attached just to South Africa. You're like, something has to go wrong in Taiwan and South Africa and England and America and everywhere else at the same time for you to lose your money, and that's unlikely. And the good news is that for most people, this really lazy way of investing actually works out better than trying to do that intense trading. Trading can be really fun and it can make you a lot of money if you know what you are doing. And if you don't want to invest all of that time, great way to start, just start buying ETFs, business smoothies. And you can literally do that with as little as 20 Rand. And you can start today, and you should. Now, on average, the South African stock market has grown at about 7.2% every year. And what's cool about this number is that we have over 100 years worth of data about this. So investing in the stock market can be a bit scary because in the short term, the price is really, really wobbly. Today, something will be worth 100 Rand and tomorrow it'll be worth 200 Rand. And then the next day it'll be worth 50 Rand, and it just jumps around all over the place. But if you zoom out, the money tends to kind of go back to the normal growth rate, right? So investing in ETFs is not for money that you need tomorrow. It's not for money that you need 3 months from now. It's best suited for money where you can wait at least 5 years, because then those short-term wobbles don't matter. Over the long term, there's no other type of investment that has performed as well as equities that we have this much data for. So it's a really good place for most people to start off with. And at about 7.2%, what that means really is that your money doubles about every decade, right? Which can be powerful. Sorry, I forgot to say this, which is just that the stock market has performed much better than many other types of assets in South Africa, and especially residential property, buying houses on average for most people. But that is a whole side thing. Let's not get into that. Okay, so investing in the stock market is cool. Your money can double about every 10 years. Why is this great? This is great because of a little thing called compound interest. Compound interest is also probably something that you've heard of before, but it can be really hard to understand exactly how powerful it is until you see it in action. So to see it in action, I'm going to stop talking about money for a second because that's boring. And instead, I want to talk to you about vampires, which is my true passion, honestly. So have you ever noticed that in vampire TV shows and movies and books, vampires always live in mansions and they always wear fancy waistcoats and they're drinking good wine? In other words, vampires are always loaded, right? They are rich. And have you ever stopped to wonder why that is? And the answer is compound interest. And what this means is when you invest money, it doesn't grow just in a straight line. what happens is that it grows in a curved line, a lot like COVID does, is kind of like a terrible analogy. So if you have 100 Rand and you invest it and it doubles after 10 years, which is on average what it does in the stock market, then imagine you have two little pockets of that same 100 Rand, right? If it doubles again, both of those 100 Rand notes that you now have double. So, and then imagine it keeps doing that. Now that's exponential growth. It's not as easy as just the original thing doubles every 2 years. And to see why that's so powerful, I want you to imagine that 200 years ago, Edward Cullen, Dream Bay, went to Capitec Bank, and all he had with him was he had one 200 Rand note. And he put it in a Capitec savings account earning 6% interest, which is more than Capitec will give you these days, but a couple of years ago, they were giving you 6%. And then he forgets about it for 200 years. Now, Capitec didn't exist 200 years ago, neither did South African Rands, but just go with it, right? If you invest 200 Rand and it grows at just 6% interest, but you leave it for 200 years, what that turns into today is 1 billion Rand. Just think about that, 1 billion Rand. That's crazy. And that is because of the power of compounding. And the thing about compounding is, and all money that you invest pretty much grows in this compounded way. And what it means is, what matters more than any other variable is how long you leave it alone for. That matters more than how much you start with. It even matters more than how fast it grows. The variable that is the most powerful is time. And you might be thinking, well, I'm not an immortal blood-sucking demon. This doesn't apply to me. But the thing is, it does, because there is a reason that you will want to invest for a very long period of time. And it's the one that we spoke about right at the beginning. One day, hopefully, you will retire. And compounding is a superpower when it comes to saving for your retirement. You might have seen this graph before, and forgive me if you have, because I think it is one of the most important things that I saw when I was learning about money. And it's this graph that compares two different people. Person A, let's call her Bella for lols. I want you to imagine that Bella starts saving for retirement when she is 25, and she saves 1,000 Rand every month, and she does that for 5 years until she's 30. So age 25 to age 30, 1,000 Rand a month. And then she stops. She never saves another cent for her retirement. So in total, I think she saved 60,000 Rand over that 5 years, never saves another cent. Now compare Bella to Edward, who does exactly the same thing, also saves 1,000 Rand a month for 5 years, and he just starts 5 years later. So he starts at age 30 and he saves until age 35, saves the same amount of money. Now, Bella's savings by the time she's 65 are going to have grown to almost 1 million Rand because of compound interest. Awesome. And now it seems like Edward, it shouldn't matter that much that he just started 5 years later, but it does. It turns out that it's a difference of nearly 300,000 Rand, which is almost a third of the final amount that you end up with. And it's much, much more than the total amount of money that he saved. And this fact, this truth about compound interest, is why I'm so glad that you decided to spend this time here right now, this evening. When I was young, the biggest mistake that I made about money was I told myself that this could be future me's problem. Because I told myself, you know what, I'm young, I'm having fun, I'm not earning a lot of money right now. Let me wait until I'm 30 or 35 and I'm a proper adult and I've got more money, and then it'll be easier. Then I will start saving. Then I will start growing my orchard of apple trees. But that is not how money works. You only have 480 choices, moments to choose what is going to happen with all the money that is going to flow through your life. And because of compound interest, it is those early paychecks that matter the most, which means that every month that you delay starting this process, it's not just the extra 100 Rand or 1,000 Rand that you might have saved in this month that you're losing out on. It's all of the money that little amount of money would have doubled up and doubled up and doubled up into by the time you retire that you're wasting. So it is so important to start. And starting is not as hard as you think. Well, it's hard, but it's not complicated. You already know everything that you need to know to get started. The most important first step is just to start saving. Figure out how to create a surplus so that you have more money coming in every month than you have going out. Once you do that, everything else is simpler. You already know what you need to do. You just now need to go and do it. And it is worth doing, and it is not that scary. And I am rooting for you to do it. And if you want more extra goodies and bonuses, go check out my website, which is sambeckbessinger.com. And there are a bunch of things on there, like a detailed guide for getting out of debt, if that's what you need, recommendations for apps to go and install. I hope that this last hour has given you an idea for one action you could take. It's more important to just start doing it than to stay stuck wondering and worrying. And that's it from me.
Yeah, so and I'm never going to get that vampire out of my mind. Why are vampires rich? Of course, they always are. They wear the most swag. I mean, it's insane. A couple of points.
They do.
They do. They proper in that sense. Sean's commenting costs compound similar. Sean, 100%. Hence, Sam mentions ETFs. You know, you're coming in with costs there. At Satrix 40 is 0.1%. And I've told the story often about my first unit trust, which I think was 5% plus performance fees. So costs are hugely important, and hence ETFs. I mean, I think the expensive ETFs in our market are about 0.8. So they absolutely are quite cheap. Sam, a great question coming
it's
from...
such a no-brainer.
Yeah, from Luzani Gugu. And the comment is that they're actually... what they return is slightly better than the cost of their debt, which is unusual. It's usually the other way around. But they're commenting that they still want to pay off the debt because it's frankly, it stresses them. And my response to that is, you know what, sleep well at night, pay the debt. I don't like debt either. We were chatting off air before we went on. You know, if you have a phobia around debt, and it's not a bad phobia to have, and if it causes you stress, the spreadsheet might say one thing, but do what makes you comfortable.
I couldn't agree enough. And people ask me this question all the time, and it often comes up with people who owe money. Where it comes up the most intensely is where people owe money to friends and family, and often those agreements are interest-free. So if you run that through the spreadsheet, exactly, the spreadsheet says, you know what, like rather invest and wait on this debt. But for me, I think the biggest change in how I think about my money now is understanding that my money is finite and limited, and so is my lifetime, right? So it's really important to not waste money. I don't hate spending money. I love spending money, but I hate wasting money. And for me, you're wasting money when you are funneling it into things that doesn't add to your happiness. And paying off debt might be one of those things for you that adds enormously to your happiness because it adds to your peace. And that's worth doing. Like, it's impossible to give general advice about what you should spend your money on because everyone values different things. But what I encourage everyone to do is make sure that you are being thoughtful about what you are spending your money on, and you are actually putting your money into what you value. And if what you value is relationships, sleeping well at night, totally pay off your debt.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. It's about being comfortable. Martin makes a great point, and Martin's point is, how do we get everyone to hear the message? And Martin, there's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is that, let's be clear, corporates, governments the world over are not spreading this message. In fact, governments are pretty much doing the opposite of everything that Sam says, in that they're spending our future money and they're not saving, and they are the worst to follow. That means the responsibility falls on us. And I talk about, I do presentations to the JC Schools Challenge, and I talk about the responsibility of knowledge. When we know something, we need to go and talk about it and tell peeps about it. There is one trick, however, with, I suppose, any knowledge, but mine is about money. you can't talk to someone about it who doesn't want to listen. It's as simple as that. The cliche, you can lead the horse to the water, but if that horse don't want to drink, there's nothing you can do. You can kind of plant seeds and then wait for people to come back to you and engage them. Sam's got 2 great books, one for adults, one for kids. There's content out there, but kind of let it be known that when people have questions, you're the go-to guy for those questions.
Do you know, it was so amazing for me becoming someone. So, I grew up in a family that just never spoke about money because, and bless my parents for this, their intentions were good. It's because they found money really scary. So they wanted to protect us from ever having to worry about it. But, it had this terrible consequence of therefore we just, were clueless. And what I do now is I make up for this by I talk about money all the time. I have no scam. I tell people everything about my money. And what's incredibly powerful is that once I started doing that, other people started telling me about their money problems. So I found that that's really powerful as well, is just start being really open and honest with the people in your life about the things that are worrying you, but also the trade-offs that you are making. Like, oh, I'm choosing to downgrade my flat because I am doing this with it instead. And, talk about those things. And that is an invitation you'll find to other people to start opening up to you. And few people feel like they can talk about money. So when they find someone that they can talk about money to, they're often very excited to do so.
Yeah, no, this is true. A bunch more coming through. Julia, you worried about 22/7 and sharing details with Old Mutual. I remember when it came out. I know folks who were involved in the process. Your stuff is safe. I mean, they at worst, what they might do is give Old Mutual your email address to phone you, but that hasn't even happened to me. I signed up. Was it 2012, 2011? It came out around mid-year. The Old Mutual's got, they're not going to suddenly start peeking in. I mean, it's just not in their interest. Truthfully, our finances are never that particularly interesting anyway. Here's my favorite.
I will say that.
Yeah.
So just a quick thing on that. I absolutely, I will also, as someone who worked there, can tell you that it is really secure. But I do really respect that you are skeptical, because you should be skeptical whenever anyone asks for your money. Well done for asking the question.
Yeah, be afraid. Be very afraid. Sam, here's one that's going to bless your heart. I'm 10 years old and I would like to invest my savings. What do you advise? Forget starting at 25.
I love you.
25 as an amateur.
No. Buy a 3D Switch. No, that's super exciting. I'm so pleased that you are here. I wish I had started investing when I was 10. One of the richest men in the world, Warren Buffett, started investing when he was 11. So yes, you already have a head start. Well done. My advice to all newbie investors is the same, which is try one of these business smoothie products. But what I would suggest if you're 10 is Easy Equities, which is this really cool local website, has a demo account. So you can go on there and you can start off playing with imaginary play money, which is a good way to a good thing to do until you feel comfortable and you understand what's happening. And do get an adult to help you open a real account. But it would be the same advice for everyone else. You're investing for a very long time because you're 10. You're basically a vampire. You have forever for your money to grow. So definitely put it into something like a good business smoothie product like I spoke about would be my suggestion.
Yeah. And you're ahead of Warren Buffett, and I think he's the 4th richest man in anywhere in the top 10 is good enough for me.
But do save some cash to buy me a Ferrari later, because if you're starting now at 10, you are going to be so rich.
You are going to be so rich. A bunch of comments coming through about it should be part of schools. Some people love your book. No surprises there. Tons coming through. Question about the SAB BEE shares. Is it worth investing? Lawrence, short answer, yes. There might be a bit of a price spike as everyone rushes in. A couple of points I'll make is obviously individual stocks, so there's a little more risk than that smoothie that Sam spoke about. But what I like about BEE shares is you get them at a little bit of a discount, and I've never met a discount I didn't like. There's no certainties in life. I mean, could people en masse stop drinking beer? I mean, they could, right? I mean, we'd never heard of pandemics a year ago, so it is possible. But yeah, I do. I like it. I actually did a podcast about it. It's out this morning. You'll find it on Just One Lap. Sam, a question which I really like: is there such a thing as good debt?
Yeah, definitely. So when you are able to use debt to buy an asset, and it's always a bit scary to do that because you are consolidating your risk, and leverage increases your risk like astronomically in math ways that are weird. But if you are using debt to buy something that you really, really value, that you do think is going to grow in time, then sure, it can be good. So specifically, I think that often student loans, if you are very thoughtful about why you are studying what you are studying, and you are very realistic about how that will increase your earnings, I think that can be a really good form of debt. Specifically in South Africa, we have NFIS loans.
Yes.
We hope one day fees will fall, but until they have, NFIS loans are fantastic. They are really low interest rate loans, great type of loan. I think in certain cases, taking out loans to start a business, if you are able to somewhat protect your personal assets or are comfortable about the realistic risks you are taking on, that can be good debt. It's very hard for many people to start businesses without debt. Your other option is to bootstrap, which is what I did when I started a business, because I am terrified of debt. And debt to buy a house mathematically often comes out as kind of neutral, as long as you stay in that house for at least 10 years on average in South Africa. It usually works out that buying a house that you fund with debt will work out over time to being sort of equivalent to what you would have paid on rent if you would have paid the same amount of rent. So you're not using the debt as an excuse to buy more house than you would have otherwise.
Yeah.
So those are 3 specific times. Simon, is there anything you would add to that?
No, that's what I would have added to it. I mean, education definitely, and even not always necessarily as an 18-year-old or as a 10-year-old. Maybe you're 40 and you want to re-educate yourself, or get ahead. Be realistic. I take Sam's point. A house, but don't do. My wife and I moved to Joburg. We'd been living in a 1-bedroom house in the hills of KZN because it's just the 2 of us, a couple of dogs and some cats and a horse, but the horse had a stable. And we came to Joburg and the bank gave us a loan. So we basically made the house fit the loan, which we then had 4 bedrooms, and there were still only 2 of us and a couple of dogs and a cat, and the horse still had its own stable. A last question, because we have hit time and because I don't have a very good answer. Emmanuel's asking, how do you manage money in a relationship? I'm more conservative while my wife is carefree. So in my case, my wife is the conservative one. She would not spend a dime if she could. I'm the carefree one. I mean, I don't know. Same, relationships are tricky. Throw money into that pot.
I encourage you to go onto my website, and I wrote a long blog post about this topic about a month ago. So I would encourage you to read that. I think that we often think that, sorry, my thingy keeps falling over. We often think that money should be unemotional, and we should be unemotional about money. But the reality is that when you're talking about managing your money, you're talking about quite deep questions about what do you value? What does a good life look like? So, someone like Simon who's more carefree, that means that you value experiences, you value those things in your life. And so money is always going to be a part of any relationship, because when you are arguing about money, you are often really arguing about values, and you're arguing about quite deep questions. So I think I don't have a quick answer, but the long answer is it is worth being very thoughtful about what you are actually talking about when you talk about money. And a very practical first step for many people is to make a financial plan together. That is the expression of both of your goals. Often that plan, you're just going to throw it away, but the process of making that plan together and the conversations that it can open up can be really powerful and helpful.
Yeah, that a great answer. That's why Sam Theoboffin, go to the website, sambeckmessenger.com. I'm going to quickly run through. Would you pay off your car as soon as possible? Yes-ish. I mean, again, it depends how it stresses you. Balloon payments I hate, but yeah, a car debt's not too expensive. And as long as it's not like the Ferrari, which someone's going to be buying Sam at some point. We've got a 15-year-old. Should it go local or offshore? You know what? At this point, you're 15, you're starting, you're so ahead of the curve. Local or offshore is not really going to be the issue. Sipa, you're worried about unit trusts. If you're worried about the price, things go up and down, as Sam says, in the short term. You zoom out, they go up. If you're worried about what's in them and the costs and the like, I'm not the biggest fan of unit trusts. They're a giant industry. But if you, again, to the point, when you're we live in the future, and if something makes you uncomfortable, we'll change it. We can, and there might be a little bit of a cost associated. Maybe you've made some money and there's tax, but rather sleep well at night. That's always the important point. Julia, when does Monday podcasts come back? Yeah, in time. I can promise you, I have not forgotten, I have not neglected, I have not abandoned, I have just not found the answer. But I'm young and I'm patient. Well, I'm not so young, but I'm patient. I promise I will. The other 90%. And then Sam asking what happened to your podcast.
Basically it was taking up so much time, and so I have ADD, right? So I basically I can only motivate myself by doing new things all the time. The podcast was a really fun experiment, and I am now doing other things. I guess if we can find a sponsor, I think we will make another season at some point. I do still have a podcast that I do with one of my best friends, Simon Dingle, about once every 2 months, called Take Back the Day, which is about productivity. It's not about adulting. But thank you for that question, because that tells me that someone listened to the podcast, which is always good to know.
No, the podcast was epic, and I love the one that you and Simon Dingle do, Take Back the Day. What I love almost most about it is it's completely random. It just pops into my feed. None of this, when I do a podcast, I'm ADD, but I go the other way. I'm also OCD. So when I release a podcast, it's released Monday at 12:30, every Monday, Christmas Day, New Year Day. No, not you and the Dingle. You just randomly drop this thing in.
Just basically whenever we can get our shit together.
Folks, I'm going to leave it there. We've done all the questions. We've run our time. Huge thanks to the JSC for facilitating, and massive. Sam, you're absolutely epic. You're awesome. We appreciate you coming back. Thank you hugely. And to everyone who stayed and attended.
We demystify what goes on behind the therapy room door. Join us on this voyage of discovery and co-creative conversations. This is The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors podcast, with Bob Cook and Jackie Jones.
Welcome back to episode 41 of The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors, with Bob Cook and myself, Jackie Jones. And this week, we're going to be talking about how do we work with the angry client.
Interesting.
It is. This was one of my big fears, I think, when I first started working in private practice from home.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, I've never come across anything untoward while I've been practicing psychotherapy, but I must admit it was one of my main concerns.
Well, yeah, I can understand. I think having your own office provides us a level of safety and security.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I always felt safe when I was practicing from MIP. Yeah, because there was always somebody else in the building.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at these types of clients. Now, when people talk about expression of anger or lack of emotional regulation, so the person, I've got something in my mouth, hang on. Oh, that's bad. The most important thing to bring out, I think, is the contract you have with the client in the first place.
Yeah.
So, we get many people who phone up or over the years want to deal with anger issues. That's absolutely fine. And that's addressed in the contract. Now, I know anger can come out in the therapeutic process when there's other contracts, but quite often people come because they have anger issues or feel overwhelmed with anger issues. And so there's a contract around that.
Yes. Yeah.
And built into that contract, as I hope, with the therapist, is what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, and spelling out boundaries
Yeah.
before they even begin.
I have that in my contract, definitely. Yeah.
And what do you have?
There's something about no physical contact or, you know, damaging property and things like that. I have been known on the odd occasion to let a client lob a cushion down my hallway. But yeah, no physical contact whatsoever, basically.
Yeah, and that's really in any contract, I think, especially if you're going to take anybody on who's dealing with so-called anger issues.
I'm glad you said so-called anger issues, because a lot of people that come for me with anger issues, they actually say it themselves. Do you know what I mean? I have anger issues. And it's been anxiety or fear that's been underneath. It comes out as anger and aggression, but I've not found them to be angry at all.
Yeah, well, you're probably talking about a piece of theory. I mean, you're trained as a transaction analyst, so you may think this way, I think. The way you're talking anyway, it's about rackets.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, for those people listening who aren't TA therapists, might not know what rackets mean, but in the world of TA, a racket is a substitute feeling.
Yeah.
So if you weren't feeling angry, what would you feel instead? Might be a question that you would ask at the contracting stage.
Yes. Yeah.
For example.
Yeah.
So quite often it isn't the presenting anger, it's the underlying issues. The anger is the racket or the substitute feeling.
Yeah.
And what's underneath that might be sadness, fear, anxiety, frustration.
Yeah.
Any of these underlying processes. So that's where you need to get to. Yes.
That's what I've found with people that actually come themselves and say, I've been told I've got anger issues and I need to come, and my wife has said I need to come and speak to somebody because I've got anger issues.
So in the contracting is important though.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah.
In terms of keeping yourself safe and what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, boundaries, written into your contract, I hear is yours about, and most therapists actually, about keeping themselves safe and what's acceptable. So that's really important. And anybody comes with anger issues, I think the contracting stage is important in that sense.
Yes.
Another aspect about people who may express anger as their major emotion and the other emotions are missing is an inquiry into a person's history in terms of what's been modeled down to them.
Yeah.
Because if anger was the major currency of the day in the family of origin, then they may have taken on that modeling as a way of making contact or solving problems, or in fact as a way of being. Yes. They may have not had any permission to be sad or to be frustrated or to be frightened or be anxious, and being angry was the major port of call, which is why I think the theory of rackets is really interesting in TA.
Yeah.
Because if somebody's got a prominent emotion, whatever it is, we're talking about anger here, then it's the missing emotions which you need to get to. Yeah.
I love the racket system. I use that an awful lot with clients. Yeah. And I relate to it personally as well. You know, as a parent, often we say to our kids, don't be angry, don't be sad. So it's like, okay, I can't be sad and I can't be angry. So what can I be? I can be scared or I can be happy. So we kind of, exactly like you say, we substitute one feeling or emotion for another one. Yeah.
So I think that's really important. And in my experience, it's usually the hurt injury in the child where you get to the child ego state I'm talking about developmentally.
Yeah.
That is often covered up by expression of anger, which I need to get to. Now, as I said, it's really important at the beginning here in terms of keeping yourself safe. So somebody lacks emotional regulation and starts getting angry in a very sort of outrageous way, then the therapist needs to move to keeping themselves calm and also feeding back to them
Yeah.
what their behavior is. So even if you fed back, well, you do, I'm experiencing your behavior is quite scary here. Do you know that?
Yeah.
Example.
Yeah.
Because 10 to 1, what they're doing with you, they'll be doing in other relationships. And probably that's why they've come in the first place.
Yes. Yeah. I think the only one that springs to mind specifically, and it was anger, but it was specifically about road rage. That was the reason why he came, was road rage. He just loses the plot if anything happens when he's on the road in the car. He was traveling long distances. If it was a traffic jam or if somebody cut him up or anything, he would feel himself get absolutely irate while he was driving.
So you might do a bit of educative therapy there about teaching him how to regulate his emotions.
Yeah.
That would be one thing, if you want to do that. Another one would be, if you weren't feeling angry in that car, what would you be feeling? And explore that. So I don't know which way you went, but you could do both.
Yeah, I think we had lots of conversations. It was funny. I think, I don't know whether it was the last one or the one before that, we were talking about art therapy. He was very reluctant to talk about a lot of things. It was like, it was hard work with him, let's put it that way. But yeah, I ended up saying, because he traveled a lot and he was paid for traveling, so he got, a daily rate. So it didn't matter how long he was sat in a traffic jam, he got paid. And that was where the conversation went in the end. I was saying, but you get paid the same amount if you stood still in traffic or whether you're humping things up and down stairs. Have you ever thought about it that way, that you're actually being paid by your employer to sit in traffic and listen to a radio or contemplate your navel or whatever you're doing?
Yeah, that's an important technique, reframing.
Yeah.
I think, working with people who are often angry in the way you described it is a really important technique to reframe the way you did there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think anger, I have worked with many people with anger reduction. As I say, I usually think of rackets, go to substitute feelings, look at the developmental hurt, and look into the feelings underneath the anger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you just focus on the anger, or do you focus on the situation around which they get angry?
I nearly always look at, well, they come together.
Okay.
So if you say, tell me a little bit about, when you particularly get angry, or what triggers you in the here and now, where you feel so overwhelmed that you have to be angry and you can't control that anger. Could you tell me a little bit about what triggers you in the here and now? Yeah. Like, if that's what you mean by situation.
That's particularly what I was thinking about, certain triggers. I work with a lot of alienated parents where, they haven't got access to the children and they're really angry towards their ex-partner and get triggered really easy around anything to do with that. Whereas, in other walks of life, they're absolutely fine. So it's quite specific with some people.
Yeah, so I suppose number one would be contracting.
Yeah.
Keep yourself safe, boundaries, what's acceptable and what's acceptable.
Yeah.
Contract around that. Number two, if a person starts to get angry, keep yourself calm.
Yeah.
Number three, if they continue to be angry, you need to feed back to them what their behavior is like and how it's impacting them.
Yeah. And
ask them to change that behavior, and also link it in, well, is this what you're usually like then?
Yeah.
So you're actually getting to some frame of reference in the process in terms of, well, what's happening here? Is that what's happening there?
Yeah.
And usually when you do that, people are able to move to their thinking or their adult place quicker because they put the two and two together.
Yeah. Another thing I tend to do with them is ask them, how would I know if you got angry with me in the room? What would I see?
That's a good question.
Which kind of gets them to really think about the behavior and what goes on in the body, or sort of thing. You know, like if I said something now and you were angry at me, what would happen? What would I see?
That's right. So that's another good way. I usually head developmentally though.
Yeah.
So I want to find out, well, you know, was it modeled to you to be angry
Yeah.
to get your needs met? When you were angry, were other needs not seen?
Yeah.
Did you have to be angry to, you know, get heard and understood? If you weren't angry, what would happen? So I do a lot of developmental work, and usually, as I said, the anger usually is a racket, or it's modeled down to them as a way of getting their needs met.
Yeah.
And often anger, sometimes, and especially with borderline clients, for example, when there's a borderline switch, which is usually involving extra, you know, anger or, you know, frustration or attacking transactions at the therapist, it actually usually is a real desire to make contact, but they don't know how to do it.
Yeah. I found that with a lot of the foster kids that we had, it was their only way of communication sometimes.
I think it's really important for a therapist to do that developmental work, but I do want to stress that if this person is getting anger in their room, you know, in the room, I think it's really important for the therapist to say that transaction I said earlier, is this the anger issues that you're talking about that you've come into this therapy to resolve? Because actually the way you're behaving now, I feel quite scared.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
So you're shifting them to thinking.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Because touching on what you were saying then as a form of communication, you know, the strokes, any stroke is better than no stroke. So you can imagine a young child, if they got attention for being angry or having a tantrum or throwing something, that then becomes kind of internalized, that's, if you're not listening to me, this is what I'm going to do to get your attention.
That's right. And in the process, other needs can often be missed.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think if one person, you know, comes to therapy with one expression of emotion, it usually means that other parts of the self or other emotions are hidden.
Yes.
So you need to get to what's beneath the anger.
Yeah.
When you get to the hurt part of the self and you start dealing with that, usually the healing happens there, and then the anger the anger dissipates, or because the real feelings get dealt with.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the developmental approach. If you stay in the here and now, you definitely, I think, it's important to contract and keep yourself safe, keep yourself calm, reframe the process. If you're still having problems, go to supervision, talk to the colleagues about it. And at the last analysis, if you still can't get through that process, you can always terminate the say, well, I find it quite hard to work with you because you don't listen to the contract we make. You keep doing XXX. It's quite scary working with you. Are you aware of that? And all those things don't work.
Yeah.
And pass them on.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, that's it. And I think, you know, your own safety has to be paramount in that situation. You can't be putting yourself at risk, exactly like you said, in a therapy room.
My experience, though, nearly always is that if you go developmental, help them understand how the past affects the present.
Yeah.
You usually get to the feelings which are underneath the anger.
Yeah.
You did mention something I think also is really important, another tack as well, is helping them identify the triggers in the present. so they can work out how the past affects the present and how the present affects the past, so they connect the two.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's really important. Yeah, definitely. There was something else I was thinking then. Oh yeah, I know we're talking about the angry client or clients who, you know, with lack of emotional regulation, but there are some clients who find it really hard to express anger.
Well, that's,
which
yeah,
is completely the opposite.
but it is an interesting one, because you do get clients who come and say they have anger issues, yeah, and when they walk in, you can tell they have anger issues because, how can I explain this to you? There's a sort of passive aggressive stance.
Yeah.
And the best metaphor I can think about is a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
And usually I say to them, you know, you seem quite angry, even though you're talking, you know, in a quite calm way, or whatever way I say it. But you know, do you have a situation like a pressure cooker, where there's a lot going on in your pressure cooker?
Yeah.
And you're attempting to keep it all in, and then something could happen, then it comes out like a intense fury.
Yes.
And I help people look at what's in their pressure cooker, because most people don't want to. I mean, the example you gave in the car is an interesting, but you know, people don't want to be angry.
No.
Usually they want to try and solve this. And I think, as I just said, the developmental way. Also, and another interesting question to ask yourself, whose anger is it?
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, particularly when you were talking earlier on about how it was modelled and how emotional regulation was modelled and things like that. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so they may have been brought into an angry household. The
Yeah.
father uses anger as a way of getting control, for example,
Yeah.
or solving problems, and then the child thinks that's the only way to, you know, act or behave or feel in the situation, and they sort of take on the significant other's, you know, actual anger, and
Yeah.
it's not theirs anyway.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting concept to try and explain to a client. Sometimes it's a slow burner, that one, I find.
Well, I think if people listening to this podcast think developmentally and help the person look at how the past affects the present,
Yeah,
then you're going to get there, aren't you?
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
flashing of lights have started to appear.
Hello, it's like the illuminations.
Yeah, they are.
We're having a disco, Bob. What's going on?
Yeah.
For those
Yeah,
that are listening.
Hang on 1 minute. I've got discos. Let's see if this is better.
For those that are listening and can't actually see it on the video, Bob's lights are flashing on and off. It's like there's a bit of a disco going on in his kitchen.
I don't know what's happened. Oh, I don't know what's happened. Anyway, let's hope that's solved the problem. I'm back again from the people who are watching me on a video. People listening to me.
Somebody doesn't like you talking about anger. That's what it is.
Yeah, I haven't got angry about it yet.
No.
So going back, so I think that developmental is really important to think about whose anger it is.
Yeah.
As well, that's another road to go down. And usually, if those two connections add up, then the client can give back the anger that wasn't theirs in the first place.
Yeah, because learning how to regulate our emotions is a developmental thing. There is a period of time where we learn, you know, how to express our emotions appropriately. And if it's not handled well at that age, then how are we supposed to know what is okay and what isn't okay?
Yeah, so you might actually, as they make those connections, teach them that.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to do in therapy, I think, with people who come specifically with anger issues, and it comes up in the therapeutic process.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the end of the day, though, for people listening, the therapist stroke counselor safety is paramount. So if you really can't get through this, whether helping the person developmentally through this, taking it to supervision, talking about the issues with then you need to, you know, not continue. You need to stick to the boundaries, the contract that you've set up,
Yeah.
That means referring on. It's really important you do that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't know any statistics about anger towards clients. It's not something that I looked up before. I'd like to think there isn't many instances of actual physical aggression within the therapy room.
No, I mean, I worked for 30 odd years. And the other thing is, of course, in many cases, their anger might be valid. That's the other things. But you need to start tracing back to the context of all this.
Yeah.
So if whether you work relationally or not, might work relationally and say, well, what I do is that I feed back to the person in the relationship in the room. If they're starting to get to angry at unacceptable levels, that I'm feeling scared. And are you aware of this? And these are the issues that you come at in the first place. And that can get perhaps to the here and now issues about failures in relationships and what they do in acting out in other circumstances. Or you can go developmentally, and as they start putting these two connections together and they start healing at the feelings which are under the surface, then the anger dissipates in the present, or you can teach them triggers. But if none of those processes work and you feel you can't go any further, then you need to end it.
Yeah, for both parties, because if what you're doing isn't helping any, then it's obviously outside of your skill set, and it's only it's ethical really to refer on. Yeah, emotions are very complex anyway, at the best of time.
That's right. And I always feel like with people who feel trapped and find it very hard to express any other types of emotions, so relationships break down, for example, I think it is important to come to therapy and explore them, but there needs to be a well worked out contract.
Yeah.
And not just to, especially with these clients, not just to go willy-nilly into it. Have a contract worked out and what's it all about, and that'll give you the space to do the developmental work, to trace it back, look at the connections past and present, look at the triggers before you go any further. You've got an actual contract in place.
Yeah, and it's important to discuss that contract as well, and why it's there, the purpose of it.
Yeah, and I absolutely. And you said something very important right at the beginning, and that was about working at home.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't want to see people with anger issues at home, don't.
Yeah.
That's not to people who work in offices where there's people around.
Yeah.
And the other thing, which is, again, I don't know if you hear, but you perhaps can give me some information about this. But if I was a supervisor and somebody worked at home and they were talking about working with some of the anger issues, I'd talk about, well, have you, if you don't know this person, for example, and you haven't worked out contracts, or even if you have you got, have you got it worked out so people know that you're in the room working, that you've got maybe even a button that you could press, and all these sorts of things. So the safeguarding and safety issues for yourself are taken into consideration.
Yeah. I was going to mention that about having a panic button, do you know what I mean? And things like that. But in the early days, when I was, newly qualified and working from home, I think I was much more nervous about it than, potentially what I am now. Apart from I'm only working online now, so that's not a problem. But yeah, I think as time goes on, you get more of a sense of the person when you meet them. Yeah. Yeah, like that pressure cooker, sometimes I suppose it is anxiety when people are twitching and things like that, but you can usually tell when somebody's got that pressure cooker thing where they are starting to get quite angry with you.
Yeah, and I think it's very good practice to tell peers where you are.
Yeah.
To, if you live alone, particularly, I think it is good practice if you can have somebody just have a panic button or some ways to talk to your supervisor about this.
Yeah.
Just work alone in your house with people with anger issues, without these considerations being talked about with your supervisor. You're right, I don't know the statistics either. They're probably very rare, and they're really important to talk about with your supervisor.
Yeah, and I think you've raised a really valid point there, that as psychotherapists, it's okay for us to pick and choose who we want to work with. Absolutely. It's okay for us to work with certain people and not with other people. And that's not to say that anybody can't get angry at any point, so we can never be 100% sure. But it's okay to choose not to work with males that have got anger issues if you're a female working on their own at home.
Absolutely. And of course, when you're working with clients, as they're working developmentally, then those anger issues might come up, as you go down the onion, and they're angry because of very valid reasons.
Yeah.
You can help them, express their anger in a safe way, in a safe setting.
Yeah.
That's a different process because
yes.
the angers come up in the therapy development. You've got a relationship and everything else. But if a stranger walks in and says they want to work on therapy issues, I think you need to really think about it in terms of what we've just been talking about.
Yeah. And again, what you said then about, the relationship, I think that's really important, because it's a fine line in allowing a client to express their emotions freely in the room and know what isn't acceptable in the room as well. And I think that, again, is through the relationship that you build with your clients.
And the contract.
Yes. Yeah.
See, I really liked what you had in your contract at the beginning. I don't know whether you actually give them the contract on a piece of paper or something.
Yeah, I sign it and they sign it. It's kind of done deal.
But then you don't, damage furniture, property. You don't, all the things you just talked about.
Yeah.
You've got a contractual process to be able to stop the process in a certain way. But I do think it's important to talk about these things with your supervisor.
Definitely, yeah.
Especially if you're feeling comfortable or intuitively feel comfortable in any way at all.
Yeah. Yeah. And trust your instincts. If you feel uneasy with somebody, then it's okay to not see them. It's a prerogative that we have. Yeah. Thank you for that, Bob. That was really interesting.
Good place to stop.
It is a good place to stop. Emotions and anger and things like that are perfectly human. We can all do it at certain times. We've all experienced it. Yeah. So what we're going to be doing next time is silence. I was so scared of silence when I first started, Bob.
The use of silence in the therapy room.
That was one thing that I really didn't sit well with me in the early days. So that's what we're going to be talking about, the use of silence in therapy.
Yeah.
Okay. Till next time. Thank you.
Okay.
You've been listening to The Therapy Show, Behind Closed Doors podcast. We hope you enjoyed the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave us a review. We'll be back next week with another episode.
Let's say today I lost my house, I lost everything, I was out on the streets, I was a bum. It's a pretty bad circumstance, but in my mind, the way I think, I'll be like, awesome, time to hustle again. All right, let's see how quick I can do it. Let's see how quick I can get up. Or this is really going to toughen me up. That doesn't matter. Ego depletion doesn't matter. When your mind is set on something, you're going to do it. Like what I said, when I'm making a video for YouTube, I don't give a shit about ego depletion. I'm going to sit there and finish the video until it's done, or I'm going to die. Nothing can hurt me. I'm only going up.
Body, mind empowerment.
Get stronger, faster, smarter, quicker, friendlier, more helpful, more driven.
Everything the body needs.
Control your mind.
Welcome to the Body, Mind Empowerment podcast. I'm your host Simland, and today my guest is Isaac from the YouTube channel The Realized Man, and he makes videos about dominating your psychology and winning the internal battle we all face, and achieving your goals that way. Isaac, I'm so glad to have you here, and I want to welcome you to the show.
The pleasure is mine, man. I've been waiting to get on your podcast, and I was so happy when you actually told me, "Hey, Isaac, let's make this happen." And here we are. Hopefully, it's a good one.
Yeah, definitely. We've been on this journey of YouTube together for a while already, and we kind of it was just a matter of time, you know.
Yeah. You, me, and Philip, it started all at the beginning. I think this time last year, fresh. Here we are now.
Yeah, exactly. You know why I like your videos is like you combine the philosophy and the aspect of hustling hard. So it's kind of very good combination of modern day success and personal development with these ancient philosophers as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think you kind of need that, especially the philosophy of Stoicism. There's so many aspects in that philosophy that just correlate into the hustle ethic that just kind of give you the right mindsets to be able to just get down and win that battle of the internal mind, like what I'm always talking about on my channel, and make things happen. So you need to draw from all different areas, and philosophy is definitely a strong point for me to get my, motivation from.
Exactly, like the game is psychology. Everything, the world or your subjective experience of the world, it all of it exists only in your head, in your psychology, and so your own mindset and the way you look at things, it's literally the key aspect of how you experience the world around you. So why do you think like they're having a mindset or having a good right growth mindset is so important?
Well, just like what you said, your perception is everything. And I've seen what kind of drew me to this whole self-improvement thing was how I realized how your mind can literally change what you experience. I've seen people that have had it all literally having terrible lives just because of how ungrateful they are. And I've seen people with nothing just really happy and, having that energy just coming from them because of their perception, because they're grateful for the small things. So it all starts with the mindset. Like a growth mindset especially is incredibly important. In this line of work, you need to kind of have faith that you can get better. The fixed mindset that people have when they believe that, like this is what they have, these are the genetic blessings I've been given, or this is all I can achieve, is not inducive of success in this world, right? So self-improvement is kind of a way to unlock that growth mindset in people to be able to actually achieve crazy things, to be able to actually do the things that we're always talking about, trying to inspire on our channels.
Yeah, it's true. Like, and it doesn't just apply just to success or goals. You need to have your mindset on point with everything else as well, like your health, your relationships, your greater purpose in life, and those are all tied. They're all tied to your mindset. And the thing with your mindset and the thing with your actions is that like they become self-fulfilling prophecies in a sense of what you believe to be true. You will only act if you believe that something is possible to be accomplished, and if you don't believe that something is that you won't be able to accomplish them, then you won't be able to act either, because it's limiting in a sense, and you never want to act on something that you're gonna fail. So yeah, definitely having a growth mindset, believing in what you do, lays the foundation to your actions all the time. So what kind of a mindset do you yourself personally have?
Like my business, the Realized Man, my hustle, I have a pretty extreme mindset. I'm not sure. I'm sure you're aware of Jocko Willink.
Yeah, Jocko Willink. Yeah.
Yeah. I've got a similar type of mindset when it comes to my work. Whereas he's probably got like in terms of battle and being a commander and stuff. I've got that do or die mindset when it's time to do the work. So if I need to do something, and the only way I'll get off it is once I'm finished or if I'm dead. So I push myself to that mental place, and it hasn't always been like that. It took a bit of time. A lot of books I've read, especially a lot of Navy SEAL books, they're really good for kind of building up that mindset. And I feel like that's the mindset you need if you want to be a good hustler, right? In this world, you need to be able to kind of push the barriers. And what I've noticed is a lot of us, we stop at self-made limits, right? We start feeling that inner resistance. We start feeling a little bit of resistance, and we're like, okay, now that's enough. Now, I'm done. What I've been doing over the past 5 years is just trying to teach myself to push through that limit. It started off from the gym, from fitness, and then it seeped over to the mindset aspect, to just sitting down and doing work. And what I've noticed is, as human beings, our potential is so insane. It's incredible, but a lot of us just tap into a little bit of it.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Like I like what you said, that Navy SEALs, they are all pushing themselves to the limit, and I've heard this saying amongst Navy SEALs that whenever you feel like quitting or whenever you feel like you've reached enough, then that's only like the 40% of your true potential. And that is true, because your mind is always trying to protect you from taking action, from putting you into these uncertain situations, because it's like, yeah, self-preserving mechanism. Because an organism, if it expends too much energy, if it gets into these dangerous situations, then its survival is gonna, then its chances of survival is gonna be lower. So your mind is always trying to protect you, whether that be by not taking action, causing fear, anxiety, or even lying to yourself. It's also a way of you know, self-preservation and avoiding the uncertainty.
Yeah. I think you have to be very cognizant of that. I always talk about that on my channel. I talk about this thing called the evolutionary mismatch. Basically, our biology hasn't really caught up with the technology and the advancements we have now. So, like what you said, you as an organism, you're trying to conserve energy as a number one thing. You're trying to ensure your survival. So your brain doesn't care about your higher ideals, doesn't care about your podcast sim, it doesn't care about your courses or your impact you want to make on this earth. Your brain just wants you to survive. And it still thinks that we're getting chased by mammoths and saber-toothed tigers. So luckily for us as human beings, we have this blessing, this faculty of being able to be more aware. So we can kind of like step outside of ourselves and see the situation. We can become aware of these impulses we have as like an animal, as like, you know, an organism, and still see the higher picture and say, hey, wait a minute, this doesn't have to be the way, I don't have to follow this impulse. I'm not a base animal. I can choose to persist. And I think that's where that grit comes from. And I'm sure you know a lot about that, Sim. I see how much work you've been putting in, and your podcast, you know all about that mental resistance and pushing through it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a good analogy of YouTubing, making videos, and being an entrepreneur on the internet, because it really requires a ton of work and consistency. As with both of us, we've been, you know, publishing hundreds of videos over the last year, and we're still going to keep doing it. So it's definitely like we're not, even though we're living in a modern age that is very safe and secure, we're still as if living in a, you know, in an environment that requires these kinds of adaptations of disciplining ourselves and maintaining this consistency in this regard.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And another thing that's kind of messes us up in the modern day is you have to realize that we are bombarded by so many more distractions than there's ever been at any other time, period. I was having a talk with my friend the other day, and we were discussing what would it have been like to live just like 20 years ago. Like, what did people do before the internet, before, you know, social media? What did you do, right?
Yeah.
Now we've got all these things. We've got Telegram, Instagram, Snapchat, YouTube, iTunes, like all these things grabbing your attention. So it's never been easier for people just to kind of take the path of sloth, to kind of just fall into those evolutionary urges to take the path of least resistance, to just entertain yourself. So today, more than ever, a good mindset, that hustler mindset, that grit mindset is needed.
Yeah, if we're being conditioned to be, you know, all over the place, and to be, you know, in the grips of these sensory stimulations, then you don't develop this kind of patience and focus, and you tend to dabble. You don't commit to one thing that is going to actually give you the more results, because mastery, the greatest results come from mastering something and getting actually so good, getting really good at something, and just if you're dabbling, if you can't, if you, you know, quit certain activities as soon as you start them, then yeah, you'll never reach these kinds of higher levels of mastery.
Let's say you need like 10,000 hours of mastery. It's something that's kind of becoming more difficult to do in this modern day, like what we said, because of the distractions. You go back a few thousand years ago, a blacksmith who was a blacksmith all his life, you know, all he's going to be doing is just forging weapons. He's going to get that 10,000 hours easily. But for us, it takes a lot of mental focus to decide on one thing and to actually go hard at that. And besides the distractions, we're also paralyzed by information, right? You know, like when you give someone 50 choices, it's harder to make a decision than if you give them 3 choices. And we need to navigate around that to succeed, to be able to do what we want to do.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, what kind of qualities do you value in a person's mindset? What kind of qualities or traits do you like value the most?
Yeah. I like grit. That's one. Grit, the ability to just persist on one thing and keep going regardless of hurdles. People need to be adaptation. I feel like a lot of people are not adaptive. They get comfortable in a particular environment or way of thinking, and it's next to impossible to get them out of that.
Right.
And yeah, I think those are the 2 main ones, Sim. Those grit and adaptation, the ability to adapt to obstacles as they come your way. If you have those 2 mindsets, you'll be able to go very far indeed.
Yeah, but yeah, I agree with you. Like, one of the highest values that I value in people is like having this kind of a mindset that allows you to overcome your current condition and your current circumstances, in a sense of not focusing on the aspect of, oh, I have these kind of predisposing genes, I'm living in this kind of environment, I've been given, or I've been, you know, I've been forced to have this kind of a burden to bear that I didn't choose. But instead of, you know, instead of adopting the victim mindset and falling victim to that, instead of that, overcoming it and using it as something that is actually going to give you more leverage and more power, in a sense. And I believe like the individual's ability to override and rise above any circumstance is one of the most admirable and most effective mindsets to ever have. And I believe like the best example of this comes from history as well. Like my favorite books of all time is Man's Search for Meaning, and it's written by Viktor Frankl, and it talks about how he survived the Nazi concentration camps, where he spent for 3 years under brutal conditions. He was working hard, and he basically came out of it thanks to his mindset, thanks to his ability to perceive his suffering as something meaningful, as something that didn't break him, but actually allowed him to find more happiness and fulfillment.
Yeah. You see, I've read that book as well, and I enjoyed it thoroughly. And that's why I like the Stoic mindset so much, the Stoicism philosophy. Viktor Frankl kind of resonates with that philosophy a lot in the way that he talks about certain things in his book. The ability to take an obstacle, as Ryan Holiday says, and make it the way. So take any negative event that happens in your life and flip it upside down and use it as a way for self-betterment, self-improvement. And what I've noticed in life is if you look really thoroughly, there's always a way to turn a negative into a positive. Even the worst circumstances, you can always turn positive. Let's say today I lost my house, I lost everything, you know, like I was out on the streets, I was a bum. Like, it's a pretty bad circumstance, but in my mind, the way I think, I'll be like, awesome, time to hustle again. All right. So let's see how quick I can do it. Let's see how quick I can get up. Or this is really going to toughen me up. Like, you had Brendan Carter on your podcast the other day as well, or you were talking to Brendan Carter, and I remember watching his story, and he was talking about how the way he developed his mindset was that his father passed away when he was young, and he had to look after the family, and become the man of the house at a young age, and that just really gave him the advantage. So sometimes these negative things that happen in life, if you have the right mindset, they kind of make you stronger. Like in Black Panther, how he absorbs the kinetic energy and gets stronger. I'm not sure if you guys watch that. That might be a spoiler. That's how I like to look at things. Nothing can hurt me. I'm only going up.
That's right. Like there are things, in Stoicism they say that there are things that you can't control, like the weather, the planetary circulation and things like that, but you can control your thoughts and actions. So even by simply admitting that you can, even if it may be a lie, that you can't actually control, that you can't even direct the course of actions of future events entirely, even if you simply admit to yourself or acknowledge to yourself that you can do it, then just the mere fact of doing that already gives you so much power, because you're gonna direct your focus on the things that you can actually control.
Yeah. That's what people are always saying. You might not have control of your external world, but you always have control of your internal world. It's kind of like if someone chucks you an insult right now, you can take it one of two ways. You can be offended by it, or you can exercise your control and be like, no, I'm not going to let this affect me at all.
Right.
This is nothing to me.
Right.
And the ability of exercising your control is actually pleasurable once you've done it a few times. You get, you're just like, oh, wow, I wonder what's next. I wonder what else they're going to chuck at me. I wonder what else is going to come. It almost kind of becomes like a game in some ways.
Exactly.
If you get really deep down this rabbit hole, it starts becoming like a little bit of a challenge. Like, oh, I wonder what I can overcome next. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, this? Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
I remember the other day, Sim, I had to go to the hospital because my mum needed to get checked up, and we were waiting in the hospital for like 5 hours, right? And before the 5 hours, I was waiting for 2 hours, and I realized I was going to stay there for a long time. I was like, okay, so in my mind, I could have done one or two things. I could have complained and thought, oh crap, I'm going to be here for 5 hours. I won't be able to hustle. I can't do the things I wanted to do. This sucks. But I chose to flip that upside down. I thought to myself, oh, wow, so I'm going to be here for 5 hours. Let's see how good I am at this game of patience.
Good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, let's see how patient I can be. Let's see how stoic I can be about this. And that just flipped the thing upside down. When you turn these negatives and kind of make them into like little challenges that you have to overcome, it completely changes your experience with those things. And that's something that people can do.
I totally agree with you on this one as well. Like, I've been in similar situations, and like I said, it's a game almost, and it might seem sort of a masochistic game, but but in reality, it is actually simply conditioning. Everything you do every day is you're training something. You're conditioning your brain in some direction or the another. Like even like say, for instance, I'm trying to do some work on the internet, with my blog or YouTube channel or whatever, and the internet goes away, then I might feel, I might get frustrated, I might get, angry because I won't be able to do the stuff I want to do. But at the same time, once you acknowledge to yourself that, oh, this is an opportunity to practice not being influenced by these kinds of things, of staying in control of your mind and directing your psychology in the way of where you're still in control and not losing it. So that's like, and that's a huge power. And once you feel that initial barrier is overcome, you feel that you're not actually being negatively influenced by this thing, then you start to feel good.
You're going to say good.
And the more and then you can actually drive it even further, and you will be amazing. Eventually you'll feel amazing.
Yeah. And another thing you could do that I always talk about is, in some cases you might not have, well, let's say the situation is really bad and you don't have much control over it, and you just feel those negative emotions, right? You're feeling angry that the internet's gone, or you're feeling sad. Another powerful thing that you can do in that moment is just to use that as a exercise for mindfulness, just to observe whatever you're feeling. Like, you might be feeling depressed, happy, whatever. Just observe the crap out of it. And even that in itself is valuable, because it's kind of like you're a scientist and you're observing through like a magnifying glass the human experience. And the more you observe it, the more you do that, the more power you have the next time. You start to identify the emotion a bit better. You start to understand it. And when it comes back around, you're like, oh, I remember this. Okay, yeah, this happened last time. No, that's not happening again. Like for me, a big one was anger. I used to get really angry really quickly, right? With different people and stuff, and finding out the little cues that I had before I burst out. And an interesting thing happened. At other times in the future, when I start getting angry, I'll just become aware of it. And the fact that I was aware of it made the anger go away. I was just like, oh, wait a second. That's that thing again.
You always just look at me and say good.
And to actually become more mindful in the present moment, as to dig deeper into the experience itself and to actually see what is causing it to what is causing you to feel in this way, and whether or not it has actually any meaning or any basis. Yeah. Because most of our feelings, they result from our emotions, which themselves come from the physiological state of our body and the experiences we have.
Yeah, you can't just trust your emotions at face value. You can't just take whatever you're feeling and just say, okay, this is what I'm feeling, I'm going to go with it. Sometimes when you do examine it, put underneath a magnifying glass of mindfulness, look at it with great scrutiny, you see that you kind of overreacted, or you're not really seeing all pieces of the puzzle, and that realization brings you back to your default state. I've noticed. So don't always just run with your emotions. If you're feeling angry, don't just stop punching the wall or whatever. Ow! Just try, see what's happening. If you're feeling sad, try, see what's happening.
That was an overreaction.
And that in itself is another fun game. So life is full of fun games that you can play. And the good thing about these games is they make you better.
That's true, yeah. But like we talked about emotional control and being able to control your mindset, do you believe in this ability that people have? Do you believe in free will?
That's a complicated question, that one. That's a complicated question. Well, this is what I think. This is my personal theory. I feel like we have free will to a degree. To a degree. It's like this. You don't really necessarily control your thoughts. Like, thoughts just come into your mind and then you say, oh, okay, look, I had that thought, and you think that you thought that, right? Most of the time, we're not in conscious thought. A lot of the things that we think of are coming from the subconscious mind. We might see an object and it reminds us of something in the past, and then we get an idea and we think that we thought of it. Just our brain kind of using transistor actions just come up, like an algorithm, just come up with random shit. I feel like other things that appear in your consciousness, let's say you got 5 different options or 5 different things that appear in your mind, you have the choice to do A, B, C, D, or E out of the options that are in your mind. But you don't have a choice in what goes in your mind. So it's kind of like limited free will. So let's say someone's got schizophrenia, right? And for some reason they're really messed up and they get the weird idea to like go murder someone or something, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe in their mind, they didn't have any other option but to murder someone. That's the only option that was in their mind. But this is a freaking weird analogy here, but we'll go with it. but when they get there, they might choose to do A, B, or C. Kill this person in A manner, B manner, or C manner. Mm-hmm. If that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. So I feel like we have limited free will, but not really a holistic type of free will. How about you? What do you think?
I think something similar to you. Like we have free will. We can always choose to, make a conscious decision based on our free will. But more often than not, we're simply being controlled by, our sensory perception, different experiences, different states of mind, and definitely like preconceived genetic predispositions and so on.
Yeah.
They're like subconscious programs that are running, but once we become aware of them, then we can, rise above them. And Viktor Frankl also has this amazing quote about this. He says something like, everything can be taken from a man, but one thing, the last of human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way.
That they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom!
He's definitely, in my opinion, one of the epitomes of free will and this ability to
Mm.
rise above any circumstance. So his book is definitely one of those books every human being needs to read.
Needs to read it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
To simplify my analogy, Sim, to kind of make it a bit more digestible for people, I found a better way of explaining it. Okay, the free will example. Let's say you're playing a game of cards or something, and someone slides you 5 cards. You don't choose which cards they slide you. So we have free will in deciding, the 5 cards were given, I'm going to choose this card. But we don't choose the cards that we given to us. But if you expose yourself to more material through self-development, through reading philosophy, through meditation, you enhance the amount of cards you have. You enhance the options you have. So you do, in a sense, get a greater sense of free will because you have more options available to your mind as opposed to someone who's never looked at this stuff, who's never been shown this stuff.
Let's go team free will.
but what about things like willpower fatigue and ego depletion?
I'm glad you brought that up. It's something I've been looking at for the past couple of years. I've looked at lots of research papers on ego depletion and the studies and stuff. And recently, I've been told that all those studies have been debunked. Like they've done the tests again, and there's no coherent evidence. But I still believe in it, to be honest with you. I still believe in ego depletion to a degree. Like the average person, you have a hard day at work, like your boss is giving you a tough time, nothing's going your way. When you come home and someone irritates you, you're more likely to spaz out. That's the average person. But if you train your mentality, if you train your mind and get like the Joko Willink type mind, to get the Simland type mind, you're going to, that doesn't matter. Ego depletion doesn't matter. When your mind is set on something, you're going to do it. Like what I said, when I'm making a video for YouTube and I'm really excited for it, I don't give a shit about ego depletion. I'm going to sit there and finish the video until it's done, or I'm going to die. You know what I mean? So I feel like ego depletion applies for the vast majority of people, but you can transcend it if you have the right mindset.
Right.
The more I hold the line, the stronger the hold is.
I think like it also makes it an excuse. Like if you think that your ego or if your willpower is gonna become depleted, you're gonna lose your control, then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy as well. And you make it an excuse, like, oh, I've been already doing it. I've been already depleted my willpower, and it makes it an excuse to slip off in a sense. And and like you said, like you can always transcend it once you have the right mindset. And Friedrich Nietzsche said as well, where there is a will, there is a way. Or not? No, he said something like, with a big enough of a why, any how becomes possible. Like if you have a reason to do something, if you actually want to hold true to a certain mindset, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how long hours you've been working or what other obstacles you may come across.
I agree. The thing is, going back to what we were talking about earlier in this call, the human mind just wants to preserve you. It just wants to kind of like conserve energy. In the same way as, let's say you take someone who is not very active, physically active and stuff, and you tell them to run 1 kilometer, right? They're gonna be dying. Their heart's gonna be exploding in their chest. They're gonna be like holding onto their throat. It's gonna be very difficult for them to run that 1 kilometer. They probably won't do it. They'll tell you that they can't do it. But if you give them a big enough reason, it's okay, run 1 kilometer, don't stop. I know you haven't ran in 5 years, but run 1 kilometer, don't stop. At the end of the 1 kilometers, I'm gonna give you $1 billion. Here's the evidence. Do you think they're gonna stop? Do you think they're gonna stop? Like, no one's stopping. They're gonna run the 1 kilometers because the why is so huge. Like that, they're just thinking of the $1 billion, just running, not even feeling anything. So the human body, just like in the physical way, will mentally stop you when you're like 10% of your capacity. So your capacity might be 100%. Maybe you can hustle for 3 days straight if you really need to, if you really have to, without taking a break. But you're going to get tired after 2 hours because it wants to conserve energy. So the trick is overcoming that barrier.
That's right. Yeah, like if you're in dire circumstances of sink or swim, then you're gonna make it happen, or else you're gonna or else you won't be able to survive. Like there are many stories of how people who are in these life or death situations, like car accidents or or airplane crashes or something like that, they're gonna muster up this incredible strength, human strength, and they're gonna, you know, rescue themselves in a sense of, you know, I don't know, lifting up some bigger boulders or bigger logs, and you know, to save themselves or to save their child or something.
Yeah, yeah. And the good thing about the mind is we have a very powerful faculty, the human mind, in the sense that we can visualize things. A lot of things that we visualize actually affect us from a physiological standpoint without even happening in the real world. Just think about when you have a thought like, let's say you can't find your wallet, and then you start thinking, oh crap, maybe I dropped it at the shops or something. Your heart skips a beat because you start thinking about, oh no, I have to cancel all these things. How am I going to pay? You actually feel that, right?
Yeah.
Even though it hasn't happened, you're just visualizing. So the visualization is a very powerful thing that you can do. So what I like to do is if I have something I have to do, like maybe it's a university assignment or it's something I have to hustle on, I visualize very vividly that it's do or die. And your mind starts to believe it. Your conscious mind doesn't believe it, but your subconscious mind will believe it. And once that starts happening, you start having that energy we were talking about to push through that barrier.
Whatever your mind can conceive, then it can become in a reality as well, as long as you're willing to put in the right actions. So what are some like other strengthening exercises for your willpower? How do you make yourself more disciplined and to have an iron will?
Well, honestly, I think building your willpower is just like a habit. Like when you first start driving a car or riding a bike, everything is very conscious based and rigid, and it takes a lot of energy to get it going. But after a while, it becomes a faculty of the subconscious mind. It just becomes easy, automatic, right? So willpower is just simply the ability to not take your thoughts so seriously, right? Because whenever you're doing something that's worthwhile, what's naturally going to happen is you're going to start getting those thoughts that like, oh, take a break now, or go to sleep, you know, take a rest. Everyone gets them. So what you need to do is to learn to identify that resistance and to completely disregard it, just completely shove it out of the way. And the more you can do that consciously say, okay, there's the resistance, I'm going to shove it out of the way. And if you keep doing it, after a while, it starts becoming habitual. And once it becomes habitual, that's when you're gold. And it's no longer a game of willpower. It's just a game of you just doing your things. And that's your default mode. You're just deflecting all these excuses, resistance. I used to be someone who used to give in to a lot of rationalizations, resistance. But once I started doing that, over time, I realized it became easy. Like people ask me, how are you doing that for 10 hours? How are you doing it for 12 hours? I'm like, what are you talking about? There's nothing here. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing to do. It's just, you just do it.
Do it.
So it's training. You build it up. There's a number of things you can do as well though. Like there's physical things you can do, like cold showers. Like that's a good one, a very practical one, because it teaches you to kind of not take your mind so seriously. When you have to wake up in the morning, go and take the shower, turn it on cold. It's a very binary decision. It's a yes or no. Are you going to do it, or are you going to bitch out today and not do it, right? So the more you can do that and you start conquering your own mind, it's kind of weird. It's kind of like there's a battle in your mind. It's you versus your mind. Once you start conquering it, not taking it so seriously, you start seeing all the games it plays, and you can overcome them much easier.
Free your mind.
Yeah, I think the key is to actually recognize or to project your internal resistance outward out of yourself, of not associating it as something that is inside you, that not associating it with the free will aspect of you, the one who is able to make the decisions despite any circumstances, but to start associating the feeling of resistance and the feeling of procrastination as something that is external to you, that is, you know, in a sense, is being projected onto you through these different experiences, through these different events that are happening to you. Because, for instance, let's take for an example of a person who is having a diet, who is trying to lose weight, and they get the urge to eat some donuts, and you know, they say to themselves, okay, I have the feeling that I want to eat some donuts and I get the cravings. So I decide to, you know, take a short diet break. I've been doing enough work, and I'm gonna eat that one donut. And they're gonna consciously rationalize it as something that they decide to do based on their free will, that they decided to do it. But when you dig a little deeper, then you can find that the reason they got the craving or the urge to eat that donut came to them through the environment. You know, they sensed this smell of fresh bakery. They saw the visual images of these delicious donuts, and maybe, you know, someone else around them also ordered those donuts. Then you can't actually say that they made this decision based on their free will, because that decision was, you know, thrusted upon them from their environment. So the free will aspect of it would have been simply to, you know, disregard it and to actually see that it was external. That the decision was external to them.
Yeah, that's definitely a good way of looking at it.
Forbidden donut.
I've also heard about, you know, different willpower exercises done by the Spartans in ancient Greece, where where they would, you know, when the kids, young boys were training, then they would put some water into their mouth, and they would have to run an entire mile while holding the water in their mouth without swallowing it. So and you know, when they came back from the run after that 1 mile, then they would have to spit the water out into this bowl again. So and they actually measured how much water did they swallow, and, you know, based on that they would, you know, either give some punishment or some additional exercise or something. So it's crazy.
Wow. Well, yeah, well, you can definitely train yourself to build willpower. Personally, I've used the gym as an actual way to build my willpower. Like, I always tell people to do this particular exercise. You find, like, this isn't for muscle building, by the way. This is just purely for building willpower. You find an exercise that's relatively safe, right? So you probably shouldn't do this on squats or something like that. Like maybe just a machine or something, right? And you set a weight that you could do for maybe like 10 reps, 10 good reps, right? Let's say bicycle curls, you do 10 reps. And then you do 100. I'm gonna say you do 100 straight, but you don't stop until you get 100. Right. And what you find, I always do this. I always get people to do this, shoulder raises on different exercises. What you find is, at maybe 20 or 30, you feel like you can't do anymore. But if you can just convince yourself that you're going to do it, and the only way you're stopping is if you can't do it, you get to the 100 almost every time. You get to 100, and once you get to 100, you start thinking to yourself, wait a second, I just did 100 reps, and I've been stopping at 10. I've been stopping at 20. I've been playing myself this whole time. Well, I thought, yeah. So I took that mindset. Like, I was doing the gym to begin with, just different exercises, squats, all these exercises. I was doing it, and then when I transitioned over to doing work, like, you know, like schoolwork or hustling, I'll be doing work, and then I start getting tired and want to take a break. I'm like, okay, I'm going to take a break. And I'm like, wait a second.
Wait a minute.
It's still my set. Yeah. I'm not done yet. Like, you know, like, am I at that point where I can't actually do meaningful work anymore? Am I at the point where I actually can't do it, or am I just giving in? Am I stopping at the 10 reps, right? And once you know those mental barriers you put on yourself, it's easier to just keep going and just to try it. And the funny thing is, once you keep going, you start to realize it's not even that bad. Like, you know what I mean? It's just the beginning that's like, so that's another exercise I do.
Yeah, it's exactly like that. You only actually start to strengthening your willpower in a situation where you're actually forced to use your willpower. For instance, let's imagine, you build some muscle to do 10 reps with the biceps curls, but to actually progress further, to actually strengthen that muscle, you need to be putting more stress on it. You need to train it harder, whether through increasing reps or the weights. And I also like to apply the same mindset when doing something like cognitive work, or trying to read, or trying to preserve my willpower. And whenever I start to feel tired, then I notice that, okay, this is a moment where my willpower is starting to get taxed. You know, I only start to count when it's at 100. You know, like Muhammad Ali said. So,
Yeah.
or he said like I only start counting when it gets painful. So that's the moment where that's the actual moment where you start to taxing or training your willpower. Before that, you're simply, you know, going through the motions and greasing the groove in a sense. So yeah, whenever you do get tired, whenever you feel like, okay, I want to take a break, then it's also another opportunity to tell yourself, okay, this is another opportunity, another moment where I can actually train my willpower. And then it becomes enjoyable again, and you you regain your focus.
It goes back to what we were saying about like all these different games that you can play in life. The willpower one is definitely one. Like, and the good thing about it is it's become satisfying. One of the most satisfying feelings you could ever feel, I personally think, is when you exceed your own expectations. You think that you're going to get like this much done, and you end up doing that much. You're like, oh wow, I actually did a lot more than I thought I could, because it opens up your mind. It's like, wow, if I could do that, is that really my max? Is that really my potential? Of course, you can burn out. There are limits. There are times when you should, of course, take some time to rest and recover. You have to be smart about it. But I feel like as a society, we tend to cling too close or too much to comfort. It's okay sometimes to push yourself to the limits. Like what you do with your fasting. It's okay to fast for 3 days sometimes just to see what the hell happens. You know, you're not going to die. You know, it's okay to maybe hustle a little bit longer one day just to see if you can do it. Maybe like get 2 hours sleep. I'm not saying do it all the time, but it's okay to see those limits from time to time.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Like definitely, there has to be this balancing act of whenever you do push yourself further than you used to, then you need to recover as well to compensate for it. And one of the most important mindsets, or one of the most principles of life, is to avoid all absolutes. And what it means is that you should never want to create these absolute statements about yourself or your goals or your personality or your routines. You know, like I'll never skip a workout. I'll never skip a gym session. You know, I'm always gonna be eating clean. I'm always gonna be eating keto, or you know, I'm always gonna be doing my YouTube channel until the day I die because I set myself a goal and that's it. And you know, like people like we have this kind of a semi-type A personality where we want to get things done, and we do stay disciplined, and we can push ourselves through the dirt quite easily. And the problem is that, you know, it becomes an absolute, and it can also blind us from our true purpose and the things that we actually need to do. So you have to like kind of avoid all the absolutes. And Aristotle also has like amazing quote for this. Like he said, it is the mark of an intelligent mind to entertain two conflicting thoughts at the same time. So what it basically means is that you have to be able to adopt this mindset of actually being able to push yourself through these kinds of barriers, to staying disciplined no matter what, and, you know, grinding your face off, while at the same time being mindful of how it affects your body. And whenever you do find yourself in this situation where you're forced to break your principles or to break your routines or to change your goals, then you accept it. You accept it because you can see past this initial you can see past your ego in a sense.
Yeah, that's 100% correct. I think that's similar to what Robert Greene says in the 48 Laws of Power: assume formlessness, or Bruce Lee, be like water, avoid those absolutes. That's very important, because I've seen a lot of people grind themselves to the death. You need to be cognizant or be aware at the back of your mind of why you're doing this in the first place. I see too many people get caught up in the whole hustle mentality. They want to make more money. You know, they want to get $20,000 a month, $30,000 a month, and they lose track of why they wanted to do that in the first place.
Yeah.
They lose track of what exactly they wanted. Yeah, they want more money so they can have a better life, but if you're hustling all the time, are you actually enjoying the money? If you're hustling all the time, like, I feel like human beings, it's very easy for us to kind of forget that life happens right now. like in the moment. It's very easy for us to get stuck in the past, thinking about what we did yesterday, or to think about tomorrow. Like for me, I spend a lot of time thinking about like the YouTube channel, growing it, hustling the future. But I always have to ground myself and coming back to the moment and saying, hey, hold on a minute. Remember, this is what life is. These moments here, this is life. There is no perfect day that's going to come where, you know, you just arrive at this day and you're like, this is life. They're like, this is it. So you need to be cognizant of that while you're hustling. Sure, you can hustle to push your limits, build your future and stuff, but remember that you're living in your life right now as well. It's kind of hard to explain.
Like Seneca, he's written his book on the shortness of life, where he talks about that, you know, men, they don't live short lives, they simply waste it. And I feel like same as well, like that most people, they simply waste away their time and their life on doing these meaningless things that don't fulfill them, and that don't have actual, you know, greater significance either. So the key is to actually, to work on something that you actually that you want to actually accomplish, and to work on something meaningful, while at the same time enjoying the process and enjoying the growth aspect of it as well.
It's kind of difficult too. That's the funny thing about the human mind. It's very difficult. I remember when I started off with my YouTube channel, I spent a lot of time making videos, and I eventually got to 100 subscribers, right? And I was so happy. I was like, yes, 100 subscribers. Yes, I did it. I did it. I did it. And as the joy lasted for like a minute or two. I was like, oh, time to get 1,000. You know what I mean? So then I got 1,000 subscribers. Like, yeah, 1,000 subscribers, 1,000 subscribers. I did it. I did it. I was like, oh, 10,000. You know, like it's easy to get lost in the numbers, in the progress, and to not just kind of appreciate what you're doing now. It's kind of like a duality. You have to have that hustler mindset, the ability to grind and chase your dreams, but also you have to kind of at the same time be detached from it. At the same time, be like, if it all goes to shit, if it all disappears, you're still okay because you're still alive, you're still like breathing, and be grateful for everything else. So it's a hard balance to achieve, but once you have that balance, everything flows a lot better, I found.
That's true, yeah. You have to see yourself as part of this bigger picture, and detach yourself from yourself and from your ego.
Yeah, I got a question for you, Sam. Since you seem to be very into this whole nutrition thing, I've been looking at some stuff in regards to willpower, and some of the studies talk about glucose and how that's a big determinant of your willpower, just the amount of food you eat. Have you found any correlations with that, or?
It's definitely true that willpower fatigue, in my opinion, happens because the brain won't get access to enough energy, and when it does get it, then the first priority of your brain is to, you know, get enough energy and to preserve other metabolic processes and to promote, you know, the energy distribution across the entire body. So whenever it does come across this sort of a barrier, when it runs out of glucose in this example, then it's going to create an energy crisis. And because the majority of the fuel that it uses is glucose, carbohydrates, then it's going to create sugar cravings, and it's going to, you know, make you feel more tired than you actually should. But your brain doesn't need that much glucose actually. It needs about 120 grams of glucose per day, and to be honest, after you become keto adapted, after you switch into ketosis, then that amount of glucose gets drastically reduced, because ketones can provide up to 70% of your brain's fuel. So it means that if you become fully keto adapted after a few weeks, then you can cover almost like 100 grams of or let's say 70% of the brain's energy demands by ketones, and the remaining bit, which is, you know, maybe like 10 to 30 grams of glucose it may need per day, then that can also be covered by other processes, you know, like the fat from your own adipose tissue and the fat from dietary intake that can be also converted into glucose through gluconeogenesis. So yeah, your brain definitely needs some glucose to function, but it can be covered in other ways other than just eating carbohydrates. And
Okay.
what I like about ketosis is that you become less dependent of those calories and of that glucose, because you will always have access to your own body fat. You will always have access to burning fat, and that's going to keep your brain satiated, and it's going to maintain these stable energy levels all day. So that's my willpower hack almost as well, of doing intermittent fasting and eating the ketogenic diet.
Damn, you're selling me on keto hard here, man. I've never done keto. I've done intermittent fasting. I won't get back on it. I've done that. I did it for like a year and a bit. Very good, especially not having to worry about food first thing in the morning and just having a clear mind. I was drinking water and a little bit of lemon, and I enjoyed that.
That's definitely, you should try it. Yeah, like it keeps you sharp, and I also feel that you develop a different type of relationship with food. You don't have to, worry about it. You don't actually crave anything either, particularly. You simply feel satiated and nourished all the time.
Yeah, definitely.
But let's talk about maybe some of your personal routines and these kinds of habits that you do every day to, adopt or to maintain this kind of a mindset.
Oh yeah. One of the biggest things I do every day is I'm always consuming some sort of content that's related to self-improvement. It's not strictly self-improvement like self-help books, per se. Sometimes it's psychology, sometimes it's evolutionary psychology, history. Occasionally, fiction can be beneficial as well. But I'm always consuming some sort of new material. And it's not just for my line of work, because I'm a content creator, so I always have to be reading up on the latest studies and newest topics. But just for my life, just because I strongly believe that you only need a few good ideas to change your life. Like you only need a few good quotes from a book or something that just makes you click, and then all these different associations just join together, and you can completely change your life, whether that be your relationship with women or men, or whether that be your finances, your mindset of yourself. So I'm a devout student of personal growth, so I'm always looking at that. Meditation is one. I have not been doing that consistently lately, which has been bothering me. I need to get back on that. But when I did meditate consistently, that was definitely a big one. You just kind of get in a different like zone. Things just don't bother you as much.
Yeah.
I remember I was driving and there was some guy who cut me off or something and went to the roundabout and like almost crashed into my car. And I was driving with a family and everyone was like just flipping out, really angry, like really angry with this guy, really pissed off with this guy. I was like just so chill. I'm just like, yeah, he probably didn't mean it. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, it was like near death experience, but I'm just like,
Yeah.
at least I'm still alive. Like it just makes you so like immune to those reactions that you normally would get.
Yeah, like that's a very good word. Like you become immune to these things. You become less reactive and more proactive. You become less reactive to the external environment and to your own emotions as well, because and your own thoughts. You begin to learn how to disassociate yourself from your thoughts and to actually see what causes them, to see what makes you, why do you feel in a particular way, and you can see that you're full of shit almost all the time.
We both full of shit.
Yeah, like meditation is definitely something I've been trying to sell to a lot of my subscribers. I made like so many videos on it. I've been trying to sell it to everyone ever since I started getting into it. The problem is it's hard to sell to people. It's hard to tell them to do it because it looks like it's a waste of time. Like you're sitting there like breathing or whatever, or focusing on something. When the outsider who doesn't understand what's going on watches you, they're like, that's a waste of time. And to make things worse, it takes a bit of time to actually start seeing results. It's not like you meditate once, you start seeing results. You have to be consistent, and it's not the funnest thing to do a lot of the times. Can be very painful and strenuous for the brain. So those are huge barriers for a lot of people, but the people that stick with it, they see incredible benefits. It might be easily my top 3 habits. If I had to key 3 habits, meditation is definitely the top 3 habits because it can change your game. It change a lot of things up. So those are 2 things I do. I listen to podcasts a lot, but I guess that kind of ties in with the self-improvement audiobooks. To the gym most days, most days of the week. I like doing strength training, like powerlifting type, big compound exercises. I like the idea of challenging my body to push heavier weights because I feel like that's just as much of a mental game as everything else we've been talking about. When you go to a squat rack and there's 3 or 4 20s or big plates on the sides and you're thinking, can I do that? Like, can I do that?
Yeah.
And you have to do it. It's one of the more primal things. I don't feel right when I skip a week or 2 without working out. I just don't feel right. And I've been doing it for about 6 years now. And the longest I've taken off was, I think, 2 weeks.
Have you heard of Corey Gregory's squat everyday program?
I've heard of the program. I haven't done the exact program, but I'm glad you mentioned that because I'm currently squatting every day.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
quite interesting in the sense that it makes sense that if you want to get good at something, then you would have to be doing it every day. So what he prescribes is doing heavy back squats every day, and a lot of people have been seeing some great results from it. I did it for maybe a month, like a year ago, and I definitely saw massive gains in my legs and in back squat strength as well. So you get used to it. You get used to it once you program it correctly without overtaxing or overstimulating your nervous system. But it works.
Yeah. Yeah, your body's very adaptive and mental is very adaptive.
That's right. Yeah. But what are like some of the you mentioned these books and self-development podcasts. What are like your favorite books about mindset and this?
Oh, okay.
Or you said that you found these great nuggets that completely changed your life. You need to have only a few ideas to change your life completely. Like, what are some of the books that you would recommend to people to
Okay.
have these kinds of ideas?
Yeah. In terms of stoicism, the classics are good, but usually I direct people to something that's a bit more modern so that they can kind of get a modern take on it and understand it before they move over to the classics. Because if I tell someone right now to go read Meditations by Marcus Aurelius, chances are they'll get bored. They won't really understand what's going on. But if I tell them to read The Obstacle is the Way by Ryan Holiday, it kind of is an entry-level Stoicism book. So that's a good book for people to get into Stoicism. The Slight Edge is a really good book by Jeff Olson in terms of just understanding how all the small actions you make throughout your day are compounded over time and actually matter. Because a lot of times we think that, I'll do this and it won't matter. I'll do this one time. I'll eat the cupcake. But when you take these actions and you leverage them with time, they create some huge results. So that book is really good for that. I actually did a video on my channel lately. Shameless plug. I like the new Psycho-Cybernetics. I forgot who wrote that, but that's a really good book for the subconscious mind and self-image, which is very foundational, very fundamental. It's something else we could probably talk about for like 3 hours, but we'll skip that for today. What else do I like? In the hustle mindset, I like this book here, Relentless by Tim Grover. It's actually a book about basketball, about a coach who coached Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and D Wade, all these high-level elite basketball players. And it kind of gets you into the mind of a super athlete, super elite athlete. And the interesting thing about that is the mindsets that they have are kind of the same mindsets you need for any area in life where you want to get to the highest level. So that book is very good. And 50th Law, anything but Robert Greene.
Nice.
50th Law, 48 Laws of Power. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to pull out my bookshelf here. Yeah, those are the big books. At the top of my head right now, there's probably like a million more, but those are the ones that I'm thinking of right now.
Nice. Yeah, like the books you read and the ideas you consume, they're gonna reflect back at you in a sense of how your mind is going to become developed. So it's very important. You have to pay like very close attention to what ideas you get exposed to, and what books you read as well.
Yeah, I also have to tell people, this is a cautionary thing. When you're reading a book like The 48 Laws of Power or something like that, you're not going to internalize everything in the book the first time you read it. You might not even internalize 80% of it. You might just like read over it, just comes in, goes out. But what I've noticed is a lot of times you only need 5% of the book or 2%. You might just remember one line, but that's enough to change something in your life. Like you might remember one line and it ties in with another idea or some event that happens in your life, and that's enough. So it's important to kind of immerse yourself in these books, just kind of go through them. I'm not saying to just read them for the sake of reading them, but things that are fitting to your life circumstance. Try to get as much of that information that, as long as you can digest it in your life, because you never know when it's going to come back to you and you're going to need it and use it and be grateful that you read that book. It's going to always come back from the least likely book too.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, and you can also find all of the book reviews on your YouTube channel as well, right?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, I got lots of those on there. I got lots of content up there.
Nice. So we're also starting to reach the end of the show, and I'm gonna ask you one of my last questions, which would be, what advice or what habit would you wish that you had adopted earlier that improved your body and mind?
If I start meditating at 5 years old, Sim, I'll be king. I'll be king of the world right now. I just tell you, meditation number one, because that kind of improves everything else we've been talking about in this show. Improves your willpower, improves your ability to resist urges, just by understanding that you are not your mind, right? You're not your thoughts. You're something. I'm getting a bit esoteric here, a bit spiritual, but you're something else that's not exactly your thoughts. Sure, you experience your thoughts, they arise in consciousness, but you're not them because you're able to see them, you're able to perceive them. So once you can figure out what you are, or understand that there is a duality or a trinity, some happening up there in your mind or wherever, you start having the ability to make more insightful choices or make decisions from a different place. And that's very impactful.
That's true. Yeah, meditation is a meta skill.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like where can people learn more about you and your work?
The easiest place to go is the Realized Man YouTube channel. I've also got a blog. I don't post this frequently on there, and a Facebook group, but the YouTube channel is where I'm going to be posting most frequently.
Definitely. A ton of awesome videos on there on all of these topics we discussed, and how to, dominate your psychology.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, but thanks, Isaac, for coming on the show. Really enjoyed talking with you, and I'll definitely looking forward to your future projects as well.
It's been an honor, man. I'm so happy that I've come on the show. We have to make it again happen sometime in the future, Sim.
Definitely.
All right, it's been great.
Definitely.
And thanks again, man. Stay empowered.
Yeah, stay empowered. I'll see you next time. Right, that's it for this episode. Make sure you leave us a review on iTunes and other social media platforms. And other than that, subscribe, click the like notification bell as well. Like always, thanks for watching. My name is
What do you mean, don't shout? Who's shouting? I am not shouting, but I cannot tolerate the way you people behave, right? All of you have no consideration for me. I'm such an important person. 10 o'clock, I've got a board meeting, I've got to be there on time. And here you people raise up such petty things. And then you say, don't shout. What do you mean, don't shout? Who's shouting? Understand the way that you provoke me, and you don't have any consideration for me. What do you think I should behave as?
What is this, yeah? All the time telling me don't cry, don't cry. Obviously, I cry, right? Look at the way you behave. Look at this. Even I have to go for work. I'm getting delayed. Oh my God, this unreasonable behavior. It's too much. I'm not able to deal with it. I don't know what to do about it.
Okay. Taken you a little by surprise, but this is reality. There was this very famous book by John Gray, which says, Why Men Shout and Women Cry. It's one of a lot of books written by him, which are very, very useful at a practical level, and I have read it more than once. I have quoted from it. I have used it for helping, counselees and all that I've done. So at one point, when I was talking to somebody like this, it just struck me that I should also, try and see if I can convey that message in a more of an interactive manner, knowing how many of us nowadays read books. So I thought, let me put it in a more interactive and a more visual form. So that's why I took up this topic. Now, if you observed these two quick clips that you saw, first it was me, the man. Then it was Seema, the woman. What do you think happened? What do you think are the emotions? Dissatisfaction, irritation, being let down, feeling unwanted. The emotions were exactly the same to the man and to the woman. But did you see the outburst? Did you see the typical reaction, a male reaction and a female reaction? So what happens is that the women say, why do these men shout all the time? Can't they control their emotions? Why do they have to be so loud and brash and angry all the time? And surprisingly, I have so many men who come and say, I can't even carry out a decent argument with my wife. Anything I say and she breaks down and starts crying. That is her weapon. Now she starts crying, what am I supposed to do? I have to leave the place and go away. I have to stop the argument. Wonderful, isn't it? See how she uses crying as a tool to get the way that she wants. I can't even raise my voice. I can't say anything because she's got this wonderful tool, no? Breaking down, crying, whining. Now, this is what I want to discuss today. Right. Firstly, let us understand that a lot of women feel men do not have emotions. I want to clear that myth. Men have as much emotions as women. This has been proven by research and surveys and whatever it is. You don't have to take my word for it. A fact like the soldier who sacrifices his life for the sake of his country. It is a purely emotional act. I will go to the extreme of giving up my life for my country. A man who slogs away to glory, works in a horrible job for years and years because he feels only then he will be able to give a good education to his children. He is governed by his emotions. A person who wants to achieve, by achieving career-wise, even a person who wants to win over the love of his girlfriend, It is purely an emotional act which makes him go out of the way, promise her the moon, do anything for her. These are all emotions, right? So let us understand that men have as much emotions as women do. The only thing is the expression of those emotions comes out in a different way. I would not even say wrong way, I would say a different way. So there are innumerable instances, for example, where a man is so busy with his work, 24/7, he is at work, in office, or even when he comes home, he's on the laptop or he's on the mobile. And the family, particularly the wife, feels this person is so indifferent. This person doesn't love his family members. This person only thinks of his work. Now you ask the man, and like I mentioned a minute back, he says, I do it because I love my family. If I did not have a wife and children, I could stay in a one room or rough it out somewhere, and whatever I earn, I would have been very happy. But I've got this responsibility. I have to provide, I have to get a good house, I have to provide basic amenities, I have to give a good education to my children, I have to give them so many things, no? I love them so much that the only way to be able to fulfill what I want to do with them is to work harder and harder and harder. It's a highly competitive world out there, dude. You don't know. Unless you are on your toes and perpetually struggling, you will be left out. So that is what I do. So what I was saying is that the expression of love is in a different manner. And that is what they don't understand. Similarly, men who claim that my wife is perpetually nagging me, she's always correcting me, she's always making demands on me. She breaks down and she cries, she sulks. She points out so many fingers at me and she says, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. Doesn't she understand what I am going through? But now, if you look at it from the feminine perspective, why is she doing it? Because she loves him. If she did not care, she would have said, okay, he's the provider. He goes to office, he works, he earns money and he gets the money and I enjoy myself. I will spend my time with my parents, my friends, my children. She could have given up, isn't it? Why is it that she doesn't give up? Because that is her way of expressing love. You are my life partner. I love you. I want to have a good, harmonious life with you. And that is why I am constantly behind you, telling you. Even a simple thing like, a wife telling the husband, don't smoke or don't eat rich food. Or, doctor was saying that your sugar levels are high, so don't eat sugar. To the man, it may appear as though she's perpetually nagging me and she's behind my back and she hates me so much that she doesn't let me live in peace. I come back home and all the time, this is what she is behind me. But to the woman, it is her way of expressing her love. The other factor, which I've spoken of earlier, but I want to reiterate the same point, is generally men are left-brained and women are right-brained. Mostly, not all. Now, a left-brained person is a person who is logical, sequential, analytical, mathematical, critical. These are the traits of a left-brained person. A right-brained person is emotional, intuitive, interpersonal, creative, literary. Now, when a person is right-brained, the habits, the behavior, the interests, the talents are different from a person who is left-brained. Nature has made, probably with some wisdom, that men should be left brain and women should be right brain, because only then they complement each other. Now it is up to us whether to use this complement. You know, when you have a North Pole and you have a South Pole, they attract each other. Imagine if both were North Poles. Imagine if a man gets married to a man or a woman gets married to a woman. Of course, now it is accepted and permissible and all that, but there's a very, very interesting thing. I know a lot of same-sex couples, right? Inevitably, one of them plays the male role and one of them plays the female role. Starting from the way their demeanor, their dressing, their expressions, their way of talking, the profession that they choose are typically male and female. So even though physically they belong to the same gender, they again attract each other and they live with each other and they love each other because they complement each other. This is what I want you to understand. There is a beauty in that, difference. The French always say that, men and women are different. Long live the difference. Life would have been very boring if men started behaving the way women do, and if women started behaving the way men do. And that is what John Gray points out to us and says that women expect their men to behave, to react, to respond the way they would have done in that situation. And the man expects his woman to react, respond, behave in the way he would have done it. And when that does not happen, men shout and women cry. And there is no winner or loser in this game. Just because a man generally ends up shouting, it does not mean that he wins the argument or he gets the upper hand. Sometimes the person who's crying gets the upper hand. Anyway, this is not a ding-dong battle. This is not a court of law where we are trying to prove one is right, the other is wrong or something. But this is what we have to accept in order to have more harmony between the, the genders, right? Okay. Now, why are men left brain and why are women right brain? This is another very interesting aspect. It is partly because of genetics, maybe, I don't know. I'm not a geneticist. But it is a lot to do with the learned phenomenon. Men have been cavemen from prehistoric days. The hunter, the gatherer, and the protector. Women, right from the beginning of history, have been the nurturer, the caregiver, the lover. It is so ingrained through generations and generations of our ancestors that we cannot give it up. Even in a world today, in the 21st century, in metropolitan cities, women are playing as great a role as men professionally. You'll have women CEOs, you'll have women engineers, you'll have women surgeons, you'll have women playing all sorts of roles which traditionally were restricted to men just a couple of generations back. But has that changed the demeanor? Has that changed the approach or attitude or the emoting and the relationship? No. A woman who is a highly qualified person, holding a very, very strong career position and whatever it is, when it comes down to family, when it comes down to personal level, she still behaves the same way as her grandmother or great-grandmother did. And the same thing with the man. Let's say here is this man, who has a partner who is not only doing as well as him, maybe doing better. Maybe she is the main breadwinner. She's the one in the limelight. He acknowledges that. But because he's relegated to playing this role. There are men, for example, who are nowadays I come across who are doing a lot of the cooking or taking care of children, which traditionally men never did. So you have this man who says, okay, you are busy, I'll take care of the baby. Or you are tied down with something else, I'll cook the food. So they are taking on feminine roles, right? But their demeanor, their expression, their behavior is not changing. When it comes to behavior which involves emotions, they still behave the way. Now, this is not going to change in the near future. If it has not changed in thousands of years, please don't have hope that it will change overnight or within this generation or even within the next generation. What we can do is, as far as the next generation is concerned, teach them a little more. Teach them to understand. I have a small little incident ingrained in my mind that I must have been 5 or 6 years old. I was running and playing. I fell down. And I saw small red spots on my knee. Some thing had grazed my knee and little blood was coming out. The moment I saw that, I thought I'm dying. And I let out a big shriek and I started bawling, crying. My father came running out and said, "What happened? What happened?" I pointed my knees. He went down and looked at my knees. He took his hand and brushed it aside so those red spots disappeared. And he said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you crying away to glory? Nothing has happened to you." I said, "No, I'm dying." He said, "No, you're not dying at all. Nothing is happening to you. Go wash your knees and this and that, and then go and play do whatever you want." And he said, "Don't cry like a girl," he said. At that age, daddy is the ultimate. He is the end all and be all. Whatever he says is the absolute truth, right? So this great daddy told this little 5-year-old fellow, that is me, don't cry like a girl. But daddy never told me how to cry like a boy. So what did I do after that? Anytime I had something disturbing me, I would make sure that I don't cry. And because of that, what happened? Emotions started getting suppressed, suffocated, stifled, till I came to adolescence. And when I realized that I'm a big boy, I have power, I have control, I have strength, I used to bring out my irritation, my disappointments by shouting. And daddy never said, "Don't shout like a boy." In fact, I vaguely even remember if mummy would complain saying, "Look at your son, how he is behaving. Why is he so uncouth? Why does he shout?" Daddy would probably laugh and say, "Oh, he's a boy, forget it. He'll get over it." So directly or indirectly, that thing was propagated, that it is okay for you to shout, but it is not okay for you to cry. Now, all the girls sitting out there who are listening to this program, go back into your childhood. When you were a small child, and if somebody did something to you, and if you picked up your fist and started boxing that person, what would your parents say? "You're a girl. Don't behave like this. What's wrong with you?" Even if you shouted, they would have said the same thing to you. That is how that indoctrination came in. But when you cried, what happened? "Oh, my poor baby. Come here, sit in my lap. Don't worry, Mama is here. No, we'll take care of you." So, time and again, it was reinforced to the boys that you shout And it was reinforced to the girls that you cry. Now, when you are 20 or 40 or 60, can you change so easily your entire basic demeanor? No, you can't. In fact, as I was mentioning to you about a girl, protecting herself or hitting or whatever it is, boys and men are made to believe that they are physically stronger than women. In many cases, it is true. A woman is built in a slightly smaller frame and a little more delicate demeanor and all that, but it is not always the case. I think yesterday or day before, what's that girl's name? Nikat, from a small town in Nizamabad, is now on the way to becoming the world boxing champion. So do you still think that girls are weaker than boys? If any roadside Romeo wants to tease her and she gives one box and that fellow will go flying 10 feet into the air. Okay, now you may say, no, she is one exceptional girl. But if you read her interviews, there's something very significant. She said that my parents, though my father was also a sportsman, and though he encouraged his daughter for sports, but he said not boxing. Both father and mother said, if you do boxing and somebody hits your face, and if there is a mark on your face or your face gets disfigured, then nobody will marry you. Imagine telling that to a little girl who's aspiring to become a great sportswoman. Have you ever heard a parent or a coach telling a boy, don't get into boxing because if somebody hits you and your face gets disfigured, then no girl will marry you? See the irony of the situation. I'm very proud of the fact that here is an Indian girl who, went against what was indoctrinated into her and has achieved something. Now, she's a good role model. Before her, Mary Kom was also a great role model. So many of them. But like I said, they are exceptions because the others succumb. And once you succumb and once you're made to believe that you're not physically strong and you cannot protect yourself and you should not protect yourself, the only way that it comes out is in the form of frustration, crying, whatever it is. It goes right up to the, extent where the girl grows up, becomes a mother. And now she is supposed to be all the time that great sacrificial mother. Whatever else she may do, she has to give first priority to children. One excellent example is this great lady called Indra Nooyi. She was the CEO and even the chairman of PepsiCo. PepsiCo is one of the maybe top 50 organizations in the whole world. Indra Nooyi, a girl born and brought up in India and in Chennai, migrated to USA. Her parents didn't go. She went over there and went up the corporate ladder. And eventually, as I said, she became the CEO of PepsiCo. At the same time, she married and she had 2 daughters. While she was going up the ladder in the corporate world, she was also bringing up 2 little girls who eventually became 2 teenagers. How did she balance? How she balanced is one thing, but the pressures that she was under, not only from others, but even from her own self. Am I justifying my role as a mother? She has a very understanding and a very supportive husband. Despite that, she was always made to feel doubt and question that whatever I am doing, am I justifying my role as a mother or not? In fact, her mother gave her a very interesting piece of advice. She said, you go to office, do your work, come back home, and when you park your car in the garage, leave your crown in the garage. What is that crown? The crown is CEO, chairman, whatever she was. She said, leave that crown in the garage and then come inside as a wife and mother. Have you ever come across an upwardly mobile or a successful man being given that advice by his elders? Leave your crown in the garage and come back to being a husband and a father. This is where we need to work on. We need to work with children. There's a lot that can be done. The children who have not yet come to that stage where the gender differences become very obvious. The 4-year-olds, the 6-year-olds, the 10-year-olds, both boys and girls, can we help them to understand that while you belong to one gender, and you should be proud of your gender, you should be proud that you are a boy or you are a girl, nothing wrong with that. At the same time, you need to understand the other genders. And that includes more so particularly the boys. I remember, I think it was the first Independence Day message that Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave from Red Fort. And he raised a very interesting point. He said, we are so protective, so possessive about our daughters. We keep asking our daughters, "Tum kahan gayi thi? Kiske saath gayi thi? Where were you? Why did you come late?" But he said, we never ask our sons, "Tum kahan gaye the? Kiske saath gaye the? Kyun gaye the? Kyun late aaya?" When we are encouraging the boys to start feeling that way, what do you expect will happen when they grow up? We have been doing this one generation after another. At least now, can we put a break to it? You cannot change grown-up men, you cannot change grown-up women. Men will continue to shout. Women will continue to cry and say, "Kya karoon? Maa hoon na." Typical Bollywood dialogue. So there's not much we can do about it. But there's a lot that we can do with regard to the next generation. This men crying and women, men shouting and women crying, as I said, is not genetic. It is an inbuilt thing which comes out of indoctrination. It is based on the upbringing. It is based on the lessons and examples that are taught. It is based on the role modeling that we do with our children. Children growing up, particularly boys, watch their father shouting and their mother crying. And nobody seems to be bothered. Nobody points out and says, this is wrong. Why can't mommy shout and daddy cry? So what happens? He grows up thinking this is what life is all about. This is one strong message which I would like each one of you to please spread this little message after today to whichever adults who are concerned about the next generation. Please start changing that outlook, the demeanor, the attitude of both boys and girls. Don't tell a girl that you cannot do boxing because somebody will hit you and your face will get disfigured and then nobody will marry you. You're pulling down the self-esteem of the child. Don't tell a boy that, yeah, boys will be boys, it's okay, he will get all right. Let him shout, let him get into brawls or whatever. That's not fair. So please take this message with you. And I need that 1 minute break as always. Seema has got something very interesting to share with you today. I'll be back in a minute.
Hi, today you can see all of us wearing, I don't know if you can see it, yeah, Banjara Right Forever t-shirts when you walk into Banjara. All of us, including Ali, to each one of us here in the staff. And why we are doing this is because today we are all going to Manthan. So it's picnic time, it's team bonding time, team building time for us. And yeah, we are going there only with open mind. We don't know what Ali has planned for us there. But yeah, the whole idea is to be together, eat together, and we'll stay the night over there. And yeah, we will do certain activities and stuff to know each other better. We work here together, but yeah, those nice moments, the personal journeys. So it'll be nice sharing with each other. And yes, really looking forward and really, really excited. So we'll be shutting down Banjara at 3 o'clock today. We'll be closing office and we'll all be going there. And yeah, that's the plan. And we'll stay the night. Tomorrow, our friend Asra, she's opening a kennel called Off Leash in Manthan. So tomorrow is the inaugural. She's invited everybody, all the dog parents and dog lovers to come and spend the day there. So that's another thing we're looking forward to. So that's what's happening here. And of course, as usual, the place is bustling. Banjara is bustling with our new babies coming in DCS 23. We had a very nice program last Saturday. And they were here and we interacted. It was nice. And every day we have, many of you coming here for inquiring about the program as well as for admission. So yes, admissions are going on in at full speed. So do come. 25th June is when we officially start. But don't even wait till then if you're planning to take this up or you have somebody in mind who wants to take it up, because we've already started the entire process of rapport building and meeting up. So do reach out for DCS 23 and all other programs as usual are there on the website. So, all right, that's what's going on in Banjara. Thought we'll keep you posted.
Manish just showed you a poster of an interesting program that I'm doing. Can't really call it a program because it involves 5 minutes of your time every day for the next 3 weeks. But if you're interested in something like that, do get in touch with Anis or any of our people in the office. It's a very simple thing of how to enrich your life through the thought and the experience of death. Don't get scared. I'm not going to ask you to do something like PUBG or something that you jump over the roof or something like that. It's just at the thought process. And as I said, 5 minutes of your day. These are the little unusual things that we keep doing all the time, just to keep ourselves occupied and to do. So we've got this break in between the DCS 22, which ended, and DCS 23, which is going to start next month. So I thought, let me use that time. Okay, so now Anis is going to show me which are the comments and questions that have come up. So Vidya says, why is it so tough to make the men express his emotions? It is not at all tough, Vidya. Men express their emotions immediately. You say something and he gets provoked and he starts shouting. That is expression of emotions. What we need to do is not to make the men express emotions, but to express it in a different manner. There's a lot on that. I don't want to take the time of all the viewers today, but in a very simple form, I will tell you, do not get into arguments. If he's shouting, you don't start shouting. Be assertive, accept his behavior for the moment, keep quiet. He will calm down. He cannot be angry all the time. He cannot be shouting all the time. When he is back to a good mood, that is the time you bring up this question of, next time when you're angry, next time when you're upset, next time when you're irritated, can you tell me in a different manner? You will get results and I will respond much better to you. Start with that. Sheila says, tough to understand what men are thinking. Sheila, take a survey of men. 9 out of 10 will tell you it is tough to understand what women are thinking. I can never understand. And even if they understand other women, they generally don't understand their own wife. So it is a ping pong battle. Both of them can keep on complaining. Now, my question is, when you say tough to understand what men are thinking, it is tough, it is not impossible. So, what efforts have you made to understand what men are thinking? Have you spoken to men of different ages? I mentioned to you, you go younger and younger. If you are a grown up adult and your partner and your peers are people of your age, go lower down. Maybe talk to a man who's 25, 20, 15, 10. You will get an idea about what the male person thinks when he's 10, when he's 15, when he's 20, when he's 25. And from there, a pattern evolves. And then work with the men who are important to you. Vidya says, why is it that certain men don't understand that these are wife's way of expressing love? Rather, they just complain that you talk to me only when you need some household products, and they doubt that we are in relationship with somebody else. That is a very, very sad situation. Be it a man or be it a woman, if you doubt without any concrete evidence, yes, there are people who get into relationships and that has to be dealt with by the spouse. I'm not talking, those are very rare, and whatever happens, that's a very serious situation which has to be dealt with. But if there is a man, as you gave this example, who perpetually thinks that his wife is in relationship, you know what, it has nothing to do with his wife, it has nothing to do with his relationship with his wife. It is his own feeling of insecurity. It is his low self esteem. It is his loneliness. It is his feeling of being isolated. And he doesn't know how to handle it. So he hits out by making some accusations and saying this is what it is. Okay. The same way as you said that, okay, you said that why is that how much Yes, we are back again. So sorry for the rukawat. Technology sometimes also behaves like human beings, throws tantrums. At least it doesn't shout or cry, but it makes life miserable for us. I was answering Vidya's question. Why is that however much a man shouts, it is expected that the woman should keep quiet? Now, when you say expected, who brought in that expectation? Please go back and reflect. It was your mother, your grandmother, your teachers. So many people told you that you are a girl and you should not shout. If they themselves have indoctrinated this into you in your innocent and vulnerable years, obviously it becomes part of your personality. And that was never done to your husband or your brother or any other male member of the family or in the class, right? Now, that is what I want us to understand that we are doing. And that's the reason why I said before we closed for the break that please work with the smaller men before the men become men, when they're still boys, when they still listen to you, when they look up to you, then they have this great regard and respect for women and for mothers and for elder sisters and all that. That is the time to help them to understand. If we start now, maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, we will be creating a generation of equality. Saraf Saab says, women's bearing capacity is inherently more than that of men. That's why men are in a hard condition to digest something done by women, whether she be his wife, daughter, friend. Yes, same thing I will tell to all of you, including Mr. Saraf, that when you say bearing capacity, where has this bearing capacity come from? Why is it that a soldier's capacity to bear physical pain, even when he is shot, and he's got a bullet in his leg, he still moves forward and he still continues to fight? If you or I were to have a bullet in our leg, we'll just collapse. Now, this bearing capacity of the soldier is not genetic. It is not inborn. He was trained in that manner. He was indoctrinated into that manner. He was motivated into that. Both body and mind was told that you are a soldier, you have to defend the nation, you have to do this and that. And that is what made him a hero when he has to face adversity. The same thing applies. Women shout and cry, Sheila says, while men only shout largely. It is a fact. That's the reason why I brought up this topic. But it is how you shout and how you cry which is important. In fact, since men hardly cry, and definitely not, in front of their spouse or somebody, I have also come across, unfortunately, one odd, in a rare instance here and there, she tolerates, she accepts, she somehow, carries on, she gets fed up. And she says, more, I am going to take things in my control. And the moment she announces that, this man breaks down, starts crying. And the woman is so overwhelmed that she feels that nothing can be sweeter than this, that my man is crying and asking for forgiveness. And everything gets deleted and she goes back to be what she was. Please be aware of that. Roshan says, very lucky to get a life partner who never ever shouted at me and never did I cry. Fantastic. Congratulations to Roshan. And I also feel that while the partner may have had a good upbringing, hats off to his parents and elders, at the same time, it is also how the wife behaves with the man which makes a difference. What is needed in these circumstances is assertiveness. neither being aggressive nor being possessive. Giving away easily and becoming submissive. Assertiveness wins the day against people who unnecessarily lose their temper and who shout. Surekha says, how can we help our counselees help them behave in ways that their love and care reaches the partner? Here, one thing is very important, Surekha. You have to deal with in two different ways when it comes to a male and when it comes to a female. By the time this counselee has come to you, the person has grown up in a lot of indoctrination of behaviors and attitudes and is also experiencing certain things, right? So we have to deal with the men differently and the women differently. With the men, if it can be made to understand that I understand your anger, I understand that you are very frustrated and you are pushed to a corner and that is why you shout or that is why you get so angry, but do you get results? If you do not get results, would you like to try out a different way instead of shouting at your partner or creating that ruckus? Would you like to try? With a female, you have to tell her that whatever the person is doing to you, do not get provoked either way. Don't break down and cry and show your vulnerability, and do not start countering and shouting and arguing. Be assertive. We have to teach women assertiveness. And that assertiveness, believe me, is directly connected to self-esteem. Innumerable Indian women suffer from low self-esteem because of the way they have been brought up. I am not capable. I am a girl, my own dreams. And I have to listen first to my father, then to my husband, and then to my son. We have to break that. Any girl who has good self-esteem and who is assertive can easily handle a father, a husband, a brother, a son who tends to get angry and shout. Over a period of time, the change can be brought in. Conclusion is seeking help or counseling. Don't wait till it comes to that exhaustion stage, and where you get so frustrated that you may actually do something which is very impulsive. Do it while you feel that things are a little better. This is another thing which I have experienced with so many people. Let's say you have this man who keeps shouting all the time, and the wife is very submissive. You know what she thinks? No, if I am nice to him, then he will stop shouting. If I don't argue, if I don't, present my viewpoint, and if I accept his anger and do as he tells me to do, even though I don't want to do that, slowly he will realize what a good partner I am, and he will start being nice to me. Sorry, it doesn't happen that way. You have to take it as early as possible. And this includes what Surekha has asked: handle unresolved feelings from the past. This is something which, as you know, you will recall that I have been constantly striving on. Take this man-woman situation where the man shouts, the woman cries, whatever it is. Somebody has also mentioned the man always doubts his wife whether she is having other relationships. All this is based from the past. It starts in early childhood. And a lot of things from our childhood need to be resolved. Even if it is not currently an issue of shouting or crying or whatever it is, but a lot needs to be resolved. Our education system does nothing to help us learn life skills, to build up our emotional intelligence. But it's never too late. Even now it works. And this is something very, very heartening when Sheila says, being politely assertive has been working for me. I think we should give an applause to Sheila for not only believing in it, but practicing it. She's used a very nice phrase, politely assertive. Yes, I know you're angry. I know you've got meetings and you're very stressed out and you're a very important person. At the same time, I think we need to resolve this. I don't feel that I am going to give in at this stage. I need to do this. In whatever manner, whatever words, whatever expressions, but politely assertive can really go a very long way to help people. So these are some of the very, very important things. As I said, number one, we need to keep feeling frustrated because the woman cries all the time, or the woman is feeling frustrated because the man shouts all the time. It is not impossible, but it is tough to handle it, to deal with it, to try to slowly bring about a change to the extent that it is possible. Don't expect miracles. Don't expect overnight change from the person. But I can assure you that 10%, 20%, 30% more harmonious relationship goes a long way in making you feel contented. And it sets the ball rolling for better and better and better relationship. At the same time, look at the younger generation and see what we can do. Let us not be so selfish that we work only for our needs. We owe it to the next generation that we have to leave a good world behind them. There's so much talk going on about global warming, about wars and whatever we have been doing, the way we are destroying the world in so many ways. I am equally concerned about the way we are destroying the younger generation at an emotional level. I have told this a number of times and I repeat again that emotional intelligence can be built up at any time. And what are the first two pillars of emotional intelligence? Self-awareness. Yes, right now I am getting angry, I'm getting irritated, I'm feeling very disappointed, cheated. Awareness. The second pillar is managing the emotions. Now that I know that I am provoked, I am angry, I am feeling very restless. How do I manage? Which is the best way to manage my emotion? Roshan says, keep giving love and one is bound to get back love. No shouting and crying will happen. You're very lucky if you keep giving love and you do get back love. It doesn't happen all the time. I'm sure all of you have heard that little proverb that, you pick up a street dog and you nurture it, feed it, take care of it. Take care of all his needs. He looks up to you and says, you're taking such good care of me. You must be God. You pick up a little kitten and take care of it, feed it, groom it, protect it, do everything. The kitten looks at you and says, you are taking such good care of me. I must be God. Remember that some of us are dogs, some of us are cats. So you have to take that chance. Sureka says, how can we work towards better emotional autonomy, which prevents us from developing dependency? Yes, Sureka. Since we live in families, since we have to interact with people, I would suggest that we don't work towards developing or, working from, the dependency, work towards what I always call as interdependency. It's the same way as there may be a family where the man goes out to work and earns the salary and the livelihood, and the woman takes care of the house and the kitchen and the children. They are not dependent on each other. They are interdependent. They are complementing each other, and men and women complement each other in 100 different ways. So learn to enjoy that aspect of it. That is what is needed. It can be done. It requires some time and effort. And it can be done if you decide on the next Saturday's topic, that is, don't grow old. I'll be seeing you next Saturday. There, we will be talking about how, while the numbers pile up, you ensure that you remain young till the last day of your life. So, have a nice, wonderful week. I shall see you next Saturday. Bye bye.
Hey.
Hey.
I'm gonna get some feedback here for a split second, but maybe not. We'll see, okay? Still trying to figure out the Telegram situation.
Did it even work last week?
No, but I got it working now. I know how it's supposed to work now.
Cool.
So what's up? Hey, y'all. Hey, we got a bunch of you popping in here super fast. Let's rock and roll.
I thought you were going to play us intro with a different song today.
What? Why would I do that? You want to have a Nagila?
I thought it was going to be like a little, birthday jingle or something.
I should have set that up. Happy birthday, Elon. Elon, it's your birthday. I actually... Go ahead.
No, someone sent me a video of these like weird monkeys singing birthday, like a birthday song. It's like some weird stuff out there on YouTube.
I actually just learned a new birthday jingle, like song, which is so much better than the run-of-the-mill happy birthday, but I haven't learned all the words yet. So by next birthday, I'll get you. 42, okay. I'll get this thing down. It's spiritual, it's sweet, it makes you feel good in your body, and like it relieves that embarrassment that you always get when everyone's singing you happy birthday.
Oh, it's nice. I actually used to have to sing this jingle at the restaurant that I served at. It was like a steakhouse.
Yeah.
And we always had to it was like happy birthday, like something, I forgot all the words, but yeah, there's some weird things out there.
Well, in case you guys are wondering what the hell we're talking about, it's Elon's 41st birthday. So Mazal Tov and happy birthday to the big.
Thank you.
To my bigs.
Thank you.
Still here for y'all. We enjoy this.
Happy to be here with you guys on my birthday.
On your birthday.
Being here with you.
So feel free to say hello in the chat box there, especially if you are, well, not especially, but if you're new, let us know, because we want to give you a special hello as well and welcome you to the Old Souls and Seekers community. Today we're going to touch upon kind of like a progression in transformation and mindset, and like what are these quote unquote levels that people attain, reach in their understanding and wisdom And we want to give you maps because it kind of shows you where to look and what to reach for and what kind of work you may need to put in place in your life right now to create these habits and these foundations in your life. Because what we want for you guys, just to understand, if you're part of this community, it's not just to transform, right? Like any of us can go out and have an ecstatic experience this weekend if we so choose. You can go to an amazing class, you can go do breath work, yoga, like there's a lot of things you can do for yourself to make you feel good. And when you go home, you know, is that sustainable? Are you applying that in your life? And that's what Elon and I really care about, is not just having transformative experiences, but the understanding and wisdom and experiences that one requires in order to have sustainable transformation in their life, to have more fluid relationships with yourself and others, to live a healthier life, to be, you know, healthier in your mindset, to be honestly more fluid, because life is a fucking shit show oftentimes, and it's not about making life perfect. It's about how you get to respond to the way that your life is arising so that you can maximize the benefit of the moment instead of losing time and then repeating the mistakes that you've repeated. So if you are new to the community, that's really what these conversations are about. It's what all our education and programs and community is here for. It's to support you in giving you tools and resources and experiences, most importantly, the experiences to create fundamentally a new place for you to live from in your life, for a new perspective to arise naturally without you having to like force some kind of outcome. So if you are new to the party or old to the party, again, please feel free to smash some likes and hearts. Let us know that you're out there, say hello, and just know that you can ask questions. You guys can probably see the comment boxes, the comment box there, and so we can see your questions, we can interact with you. And so as we go through this, if you want clarification, if you have something specific, of course, if we have time, we'll get to as much as possible. So awesome. Anything you want to say?
Let's say hi to some new people here.
Cool.
Who do I see here?
Sharon.
Mary Elliott is new. I see Sharon. I'm maybe butchering that one.
Might be Sharon, which would be really cool.
Sharon. It's a cool spelling.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are all the newbies I saw, and then we have a bunch of.
And P.S. guys, if you see your name showing up as a Facebook user in the chat box,
Yoav, she's got to be a fellow Israeli for sure. Yeah, go ahead. Tell them about the link.
I'm dropping it right now. So guys, I'm going to drop a link for you real super fast. If you want your, if you see your name when you drop in a comment as a Facebook user, that's because we are in a closed group. So the software can't pull your name out. So I'm going to put this link in there right now, that chat.restream.io. If you click on that and you just go through the app's permission, it will then start pulling your name into the software so we can see who you are as well. Okay?
Cool. Well, welcome everybody, one and all. Again, just great to Russian Israeli. Welcome to the family then.
Totally.
You know, interestingly enough, before we dive in, I was with a group of people this weekend, and we were meeting them for the first time. And people always ask, you know, like, what nationality are you? Especially because my wife and I have kind of weirdish names. And what was very strange is that I stopped myself from saying Russian, and I actually purposely said Ukrainian. And I stopped for a moment and realized that this is the first time ever that has crossed my lips, just because of, like, you know, the situation and everything. I think part of it is like, if you say Ukraine to someone, they're like, and where is that? Is that in South Dakota or something? Now, obviously, there's more knowledge around it, and there's this big thing. It's like Russia and Ukraine is very different. So it was just interesting for me to notice, like, holy shit, now it's almost like we got to make that distinction. And then just to give you guys like a super side funny story, we run Facebook ads, and guy was telling me that we had this ad that was working really well, and Facebook chose colors, and it was like yellow and blue.
I chose the colors, but chose them before the event had occurred and had not even crossed my mind.
Yeah, this was like, you know, months and months and months ago. This thing has been running, and the guy's like, all of a sudden, there's all these like more comments than usual, you know, and he's just like, this is odd. So he goes and checks the comments, and people were just blasting this for us, like milking the Ukrainian thing and using the colors and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, you know, if this was like 5 months ago and you walked on the street and you were like, what colors are the Ukrainian flag? If 1 out of 1,000 people were able to say it that was not obviously from there, I'd be in absolute shock. And now everyone knows exactly what the flag looks like and all that stuff. So just interesting side notes.
Also another side note. This reminds me of when I was younger, I used to tell people my middle name, and this will probably be the first time I've ever shared this publicly here because I don't really use my middle name. My middle name is Barack, like Barack Obama, and it's a Hebrew name. So when I was a kid, I used to tell my friends that my name was Guy Barack, but then they would be like, nobody had ever heard that name before, so nobody conceptualized what that meant, and they would always be like, what's that B name that you had? So I stopped using it, and then Barack became president, and I was like, oh, that's my name, and everyone's like, no, it isn't. Like you just can't. I couldn't win, so I was like, all right, I just won't use it again. Oh my god!
Elon Musk is like the best thing that's ever happened to me, and not even from the fact of Tesla. Just like he's made my name a household name. It's a household name.
It's a household name.
It's a household name.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the meat and potatoes of today.
Let's do this.
Enough of this birthday Ukrainian Russian Elon talk.
Well, hopefully Russia doesn't invade Latvia, so then you have to call yourself Latvian too. Yeah.
So we're gonna walk you guys through kind of this 3 stages of transformation today, and we're gonna kind of talk about it from 2 different perspectives. When we created our ascension model here, so obviously we do these calls every week. You can come and enjoy these for free for forever. I mean, we have coaches from our organization that come to these calls for free. So once someone is ready to kind of like jump in and work with us, what we have done is we've taken these 3 levels that we're going to talk about today, and we turned it into an ascension model, meaning that we can actually walk someone through the process of what we're going to be discussing today. So wherever you may have found your way into our home, you're already on one of these levels, right? And so as we're discussing this, what I'm inviting you to is to just sit and allow this kind of information and let it kind of marinate over you, and just notice where you are in the process. And wherever you are in the process, I just want you to realize like you get to acknowledge yourself for being there. Right? You know, the human mind always wants to be somewhere else. It's like where I'm at is not good enough. Let me get over there, which is fine. And just know that as we walk through this, it's like, okay, where do I find myself on the map? And no, we'll actually work with you and share with you like what are the pieces that one would need to kind of get themselves to the next one. Okay. So I'm going to describe this in 2 separate ways, and then I'll have a guy come in and interject this as well. We're just going to start with level 1. And level 1, we're going to speak from a place of awareness, and then I'm going to also map it out on your journey. So level 1 is in the way that we describe it here in the Awareness Effect Academy is awareness is trapped inside the mind. It's like when people kind of start to find it, it's usually they point to somewhere here or somewhere behind the eyes, etc. And as long as awareness is trapped there, which it is for basically everyone, unless you've done a lot of this work, then the world has a certain color and tint to it, because the only way that you can ever perceive the world is through these 5 senses. Right? So if awareness is here, it's basically using your eyes to see, using your ears to hear, using your nose to smell. It's constantly chatting and talking to you, right? And this is where people have their first real breakthrough at level 1. And that first breakthrough, which my assumption is most of you have already had, is that this voice in your head that most other people think is themselves, you've already come to the realization like, holy shit, that voice is not me. And that was a really profound moment for every one of us on our personal development journey. I still remember to this day when I was sitting there and they were like, notice the voice inside your head. And my voice is like, what fucking voice is he talking about? There's no voice in my head. And then the guy goes, you know, the one that just said there's no voice inside your head? That's the one. And I was like, huh? Right? And then you really start to get the sense of how this thing controls your life. And so when we're in this level 1 phase, what tends to happen is we are constantly acquiring information. Like when you have that epiphany, whether it came from a book, whether it came from a seminar, whether you hired a coach or whatever it might be, you remember that moment very, very well. And if you guys do, like, share what your moment was. You know, was it a class? Was it a book? Because I want you guys to get like how impactful that first moment of awakening is.
Yeah.
I mean, like I can describe to you the moment of the day that I got unplugged from the Matrix. Guy can describe it like, you know, to the T. Like he remembers when his foot hit the stairwell, like the heel hit the stairwell, and then this light bulb moment went off. I remember mine. I was just driving down the highway going back to this class, and literally it was like someone. It felt like I almost went. I was like on a mushroom experience. All of a sudden, all the trees became so bright. I had to pull over to the side of the road, and like I thought I was hallucinating. Right. So what happens is in this early stages, like the phase 1 of your growth, this level 1 phase, is everything is impactful. The next book is amazing. That next video, the next seminar, everything you take on is so juicy and so delicious. And it's just like, wow, after wow, and aha, after aha. And you get so excited. You kind of probably go out and destroy a bunch of relationships by sharing with everyone, like, read this book, you have to do this program. Everyone thinks you're fucking crazy. But it's serving you so well. It's like, it's creating so much impact in your life, moment by moment by moment, that you become addicted. Right. And that kind of is that in that phase 1 practice. Here's where it gets into a little bit of a shaky situation. If awareness is in the mind and only in the mind, then guess who is doing all of these practices? The mind is actually doing the practices, right? Like people call it mindset work, and it is. You're basically giving your mind more tools to view the world through the senses differently. And that's very, very enlivening. And then one other piece here that's really important is in this phase, you switch from this notion of everything is happening to me, right? Like the world is coming at me, and you gain this new level of responsibility, like I am responsible. And then it starts to shift as you go from level 1 to level 2 into this place of everything is now happening for me.
And can we pause there for a moment?
Yeah.
And I just want to talk to Natalie's question. So Natalie said, put it on the screen for you guys. She's asking, it's a really good question, and I think this may be a concern for some people that arises. It's like, so when we unhook from the conditioned mind, do we lose senses? Well, the first thing we want to realize is at that location. It's what I wrote. You can scroll through the comments and find it. Is that in location 1, you are like your reality is merged with the mind. And so everything in the mind, this narration that's inside that Elon's talking about, this little voice, you're merged with it. And so you have this, you don't see a separation between awareness, what's aware, and this like dictation, this narration that's happening. And so you're using your 5 senses as the primary way to navigate reality. By the way, most of humanity is still doing this, so it's not like this puts you in like a bad way, but what we want to recognize is that our perceptive reality, what our 5 senses allow us to perceive, is just a very small band of reality. I could prove this to you, okay? Whether we're talking about sound or light, in either case, we're talking about a vibration. I think with sound, the smallest amount of vibration we can perceive is something like 30 hertz per second or something like that, all the way up to 38,000 hertz per second, okay? Now, there are obviously vibrations lower than that and higher than that. And don't quote me exactly on these hertz, but like give or take, that's the range that we have. So like here's what we can hear. Now anything lower than that or higher than that to us is silence. Non-existent. Okay? And we've all been in a situation where we thought somebody said our name or we thought we heard something and we turn around and maybe nothing is there or not what you believed would be there is there. And so what we want to recognize is that when we test our senses against what is real, what you will find, whether it's your eyes, right? Again, we've all thought we saw something in the distance that wasn't there. Same thing again, by the way, with heat or with color. These are just certain vibrations and frequencies and bands that we can perceive. But we know there's gamma radiation. We know there's infrared radiation, right? Like we know there's all these bands of colors and things that other animals can see and sense that we simply can't. Does that mean that they're not real? Or does that mean that we just have a band of reality that we're limited to? And so we wanna throw a wrench at our five senses and understand that while they are a tool for witnessing a part of reality, we cannot see or experience or feel the truth of our reality. And again, we know this from endless studies now, is that your conditioning will predicate how you view your reality, your perceptive reality. I'll give you another example on this just to kind of like hit this home, because what we want to do is we don't want to be like, oh my God, my five senses don't work, but you want to call into question what your five senses are creating and be like, you know what they're creating is an illusion. No matter how much I believe in this illusion, no matter how real it seems, it's still not what reality is. Okay, so here's an example. We were talking about Russia. These are real scientific studies that have been done. They will take like a palette of color, let's say blue, and they will draw it against a wall, like every different shades of blue. Now they will put an American, in front of that color palette, and they say, well, how many shades of blue can you see with your eyes? And let's say there's 35 shades, and the American will say, well, I can see 25 different shades of blue, and then they'll put a Russian person in front of these shades of blue, and the Russian person on average will see like 30 to 32 different shades of blue. Why does that happen? Very simply, because in Russian, there is more descriptive language for shades of color in blue than there is in English. Let that sink in for a moment. There's more descriptive language in Russian for colors than there is in English. And so to the eye, literally, in its reality, it will see more or less colors based on the language that it has to work with. There's this like common belief or saying that when Christopher Columbus was sailing to the New World and the Indians were looking out at the water, they had never seen a ship before. And so that they can see the ripples in the water, and they were trying to understand what was happening, but they actually couldn't see the ship because they have never seen a ship nor heard the word ship. And so their reality, their eyes literally could not perceive it. Okay. And so we want to begin by at least, how do we transform? Well, we start asking questions. We get curious. People who are so sure of their reality are stuck in the matrix of their mind. Now, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They're living their lives, doing what they're doing. However, we want to recognize that if we don't call things into question, then we can't widen our view of reality. And really what we want to get to with these next layers, these next levels of where do we get to and how do we do that, we want to start understanding our true nature. Because if we ever want to be liberated and free in our own lives, in our own reality, then we get to actually experience our true nature. Now, how are you going to experience your true nature when you're taking the conditioning of your mind, and the only way that you can perceive yourself, others, the world, etc., is through these five senses? So if you've never taken the time to question that your five senses are not a great test for reality, boom, there you have it. You can at least start with that and be like, hey, is what I'm seeing real? And again, we know it's not. We just today scientifically can prove that you are seeing about 0.00001% of reality every second. The rest of it is pretty much formulated by your conditioning, the way that your memory works, and your preconceived belief systems. Okay? And this also, by the way, should give you a little bit compassion for yourself and others, understanding that we're all trapped in this matrix. And a lot of times when people have certain belief systems that impair their judgment or maybe cause even harm to other people, it is not because they are like vile human beings. They are just trapped in a certain reality that has never been put into question in a way that fundamentally helped them shift and see more of reality in a different way in true nature. And they're trying to deal with that, right? A lot of people who are in pain notice in your life, we loop in this pain. And we often deal with the same kind of circumstances over and over and over again. Now, a lot of people say this is suffering. We have learned that this is not suffering. This is actually how the quantum physics, like matrix, works. It has to loop in order to give you opportunity after opportunity to basically like clear your karma, learn from that experience, and grow in ways that your soul came here to grow. If it didn't do that, and it was always a novel experience, you would never learn anything at all. Like humans learn through contrast and repetition. And so we actually need a mechanism that allows for things to loop in our system until we can literally clear it from. And these next 2 layers that Elon's going to mention here is the process of beginning to actually clear those things so that we can get out of those loops and get out of those matrices.
Yeah. So when you're in phase 1 of your journey, right? Like exciting, everything's amazing, amazing, amazing. And then inevitably, whether it takes you a year to get there, 5 years to get there, or like Guy and I, because we're really slow, 15 years to get there.
Speak for yourself. I'm on an accelerator path.
You begin to find the edges of that mindset work. And what I mean by that is this, I'll give you an example. How many of you guys, and just let me know in the comment box, how many of you guys have worked on something? It could be a relationship, it could be your health, it could be your money situation, and you've done a lot of work, like you've invested time, money, energy into it, right? And you figured out things. If I said to you, hey, why is it that you keep having this self-sabotage or this pattern show up? You're like, oh, well, because when I was 3 years old, this happened to me and mom did this or dad didn't do that. And then this happened. And so now to protect myself, I have the, and you can give me the whole fucking roadmap, all of it. And yet that thing is still running the show. Like maybe the gaps in between of how often it kicks, maybe those got longer, but inevitably something's going to happen in your life. And that same part that is afraid of being alone or afraid of being abandoned, the same part that feels like it's stupid, the same part that feels like it's a failure, the same part, all of it like just keeps popping its head over and over and over. How many of you guys, just let me know in the comment box, know exactly what I'm talking about? Yeah. So Alex is saying, yep, understood it all, but nothing ever changed until I found you two. It's like, and what happens is you hit that part again, and then what do? The mind's like, all right, we need more information. We need more information. We need that next seminar. We need that next program. We need that next code. And you do that thing again. And because again, it's in the mind work, you keep bumping up against that same thing. And so what happens is, if I can kind of like draw this map, when you start your personal development journey, it's like a meteoric rise. And then this part that I'm talking about right now, it's like you can feel that begin to plateau.
Taper.
And as it begins to plateau, with the plateau, because you've been rising and everything has been going, as this happens, it starts to kick up all these other patterns of I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm not worthy, everyone is better than me, this just doesn't work for me, whatever it is. And now the plateau is no longer a plateau, but it actually begins to dip back down, because all the stuff that you did before, you are now doubting. You think you wasted your time, your money, your energy. You think it's all bullshit. And from that lens, you start to look for other things. But because you're already in that place, it becomes very difficult. Yeah, so I see some of you guys are like resonating with this. And again, I know I'm kicking up some stuff. Here's the good news. Like, and the more of you guys that respond to this to let other people know, like, I want you to get, this is the human experience. It's not that you did anything wrong. In fact, I will offer, and I don't think I've ever said this in this way, I will offer that if you don't feel that part, then you're not actually on the journey, because it is an impossibility to have a meteoric rise like this forever if you were just to do mindset work. It's an impossibility, because at some point you're going to hit that wall, you're going to hit that edge, and that disappointment is going to kick up. And what we're going to talk about next in this like level 2 is, as long as awareness is stuck in here and awareness is doing the mindset work from here, all you're getting is great information on how to manage and understand how things happened and then manage your way out of them. Like manage your anger, manage your stress, manage your heartache, manage your disappointment, manage yourself, right? But if you actually tune in, was any of that actually healed? And when I say healed, I mean like fully completed and eradicated out of your system.
Yeah. You are liberated from it.
Yeah, I love that word. You are liberated from it. Like mindset cannot liberate you from that place because those aspects of yourself don't live up here. This is like the computer that processes all of it, right? But all of those traumas, all of those heartbreaks, all of those sad moments, they live in here. And your mind has no access to it. It can look down and understand it. It can make sense of it all, but it can't shift anything. So now, right? So phase 1, it's like we go up. Now we're starting to kind of plateau and then even go down. And then how do you get into a phase 2? How do you go from that dip to here? And that, I just want you guys to know, that's what Guy and I have invested the last 6+ years of our lives exploring. So if you are in that state, which I just spoke about, first, I want you to get you're not alone. Second, I want you to get like wonderful. It's a human process. And third, I would invite that you even found us here because your soul already knows that it's time to change the trajectory and go back up. Okay. And so I'm going to share with you what we have found. To switch from level 1 to level 2, awareness you must learn how to shift awareness outside of the mind and then allow that awareness to sit inside the body. Michael Singer calls it the seat of awareness. This, my friends, is where healing actually takes place. Mm-hmm. When you combine awareness with the body, like you can actually shift awareness into, and if that voice in your head we call the subtle mind, you begin to practice subtle body. Mm-hmm. And as awareness sits here, you can learn tools that actually help you heal all of those aspects that have kicked up all of those patterns. So instead of like a doctor where you're like, doctor, my toe hurts. And he's like, here's medicine for your toe to stop hurting, without ever getting curious about like, why does your toe hurt? Maybe your toe hurts because there's a misalignment in your hip or there's a nerve that's pinched in your back. Why are we dealing with the toe if the thing that's constantly causing the toe has nothing to do with the toe? And so mindset is almost this like, you're dealing with the symptom. You're not really dealing with the root cause. Healing, awareness actually goes and starts to deal with the root cause. So we're going all the way back, no understanding necessary, just to witness these places. And once you can bring awareness out of mind and into body, you now transition yourself into phase 2. This is called level 2 awareness, right?
Yeah.
So in the Awareness Effect
pause there real
Academy,
quick?
this is level 2. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and so I just want to let you guys know, if you are like, because obviously we're talking about it and around it. If you want to put this on the court, you actually want to do this practice that Elon's talking about. You want to, a lot of you guys have done a lot of mindset work. It's fine if you haven't. You can still apply this work regardless. Okay, we find that the marriage of the two is the most powerful kind of cocktail that you can get. And you can certainly go right and do the energetic awareness work as well to liberate energy in the body and metabolize it. If you want to learn how to do that and you don't have this resource yet, type meditation in the comment box and someone from our team will actually send you what we call our active healing meditation. P.S. Even if you hate meditation, even if you think you suck at it, do this meditation, try it. This This is not a meditation about learning how to quiet your mind or sitting in silence with nothing happening and just listening to the wind. It's not that. And it's important that you understand that, because a lot of people go into meditation with the idea that the whole thing is about quieting the mind. Here's the truth. Elon and I have been meditating for about a decade. We've been doing about our work for about 20 years. I've sat in silent meditation for 10 straight days. The mind doesn't just quiet itself down. It doesn't work. And even to this day, Elon and I are very proficient practice meditators. There are days where you sit down and the mind is not quiet. And if you sit down and your first thing is like quieting the mind, you're going to be very upset that your mind is not quiet, because the mind doesn't care about your desires. It has its own agenda. It's its own mechanism, and it's playing a role. It's a way that we process life. Beautiful. So a lot of you guys are asking for it. You'll see Corey, Sarah, Tobias, or Jasmine scouring the chat boxes here. They will be in contact with you and send you some resources. There's actually also a 30-day meditation challenge going on inside the group right now. And even if you didn't get started on the day of, it's perfectly fine. You know, like, don't do the meditation challenge because you're like, I need to compete with people. Like, it's about cooperating with yourself. Okay? And we do have some cool prizes coming up here on June 9th. And again, if you need information on that, just that's awesome, Stevie. Let us know and stuff like that. But that's how you can apply it. And here's the thing. If you apply meditation with an expectation, you're going to get nowhere. Let me say that again. If you apply, you can quote me on this one. If you apply meditation with an expectation, that rhymes, yes, you are going to get nowhere. You want to sit agendaless. You don't even want to know why you're sitting today. Yeah. There's just you coming to sit. Let the work reveal itself to you. Let the work dictate why you're sitting in the first place. Because when the outcomes begin, when your own awareness begins teaching your awareness, and it's not Elon and me dictating a map or a territory for you to understand, although they're useful, don't get me wrong. Elon and I consistently have worked with teachers for 20 years. We think it's crazy to not work with a teacher, right? You might disagree, you might agree, but no one in their right mind can see themselves the way that a person who's subjective about your life can mirror your life back to you. It's crucial. And we can tell you, even from energetic healing, we've tried healing on our own, doing our own practices. You can do it, don't get me wrong, it works. And there's a limitation to healing yourself by yourself, because we don't live on an island in this world. And our bodies are biologically built for connection. How many of you guys know that you seek connection? You need it, right? Like, there's a reason when we put people in isolation in prisons, they go batshit crazy. There's a reason when you see homeless people on the street without connection, that they have to form another persona to literally talk to in order to try to establish some kind of connection within their system. Okay, so because of that, there's certain healing work that can be done individually, and then there's healing work that has to be done with another person present. There's healing work that has to be done in a group setting, because these are the layers that humanity deals with, and we have trauma at every single layer. And so if you have trauma at every layer, in order to liberate and free that trauma, you also have to do the work at that layer, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, but like, I remember doing like a lot of relationship work for like 6 years, and I was like, oh my God, next time I'm going to be in a loving relationship, I'm going to fucking crush this thing. And then I got in a relationship, and it's like I did no work at all. Why? Because I wasn't in a relationship. I couldn't do that work. I had understanding, but it wasn't applied wisdom. Exactly. And wisdom has to be applied. Right? Yeah. It has to be applied. I had to be with somebody grappling with my programming, with their programming, seeing how things arise, and then looking, how do I get to clean that up now and liberate myself so I can have a more loving relationship. And that's an ongoing process, like it is for all of us, right? We're all evolving, growing, and learning. Last thing here before I hand it back to Elon is I want to say at that level one, again, it doesn't matter, level one, location one, layer one, these are all interchangeable. And again, we're just naming it. It doesn't even mean that these levels truly exist. There's a sense at that like less conscious level, less aware level, that life is happening to you. It's like you are a kite in the wind. You're kind of a victim of your circumstances. Everything that changes, that doesn't fit into your realm of your expectations, just creates upset in your life. And so the response from that level is to try to create and control more of life. And I don't know about you guys, huh?
How does that work?
Yeah, and here's the truth. We all know this kind of like, intuitively, is that like you can't control life. You just can't. The one thing, and even that, I'm not exactly sure, is like the one thing you can get good at is how are you going to respond to what's happening. But I can tell you, even the responses that you have biochemically, you're not in control of those either. They just happen. If something goes down in the room and it creates upset for you, you're going to be upset. The real question again, and what you do have some sense of control over, and I hesitate to use that word, is can you now work with what's arising in the system instead of squashing it, burying it, trying to manipulate it? Like, that's not being present. That's not the truth of your reality in that moment. You might have really good systems for these things, ways that you manage it, like Elon talked about. However, in essence, when you're managing things, what you're really doing is you're bypassing the actual experience that you're having. People call that compartmentalizing. Oh, I'll compartmentalize my anger with my spouse till later. Cool. Tell me how that works and let me know that that doesn't show up later in ways that you didn't want it to when they do the next thing that throws you off and then you explode much bigger and you're like, where did that come from? Well, it's that thing that you didn't deal with that you compartmentalized or managed, right? So it's like we are having an experience. It is a human experience. We are animals with biochemical, intense emotional responses. And until we understand how to elevate our consciousness to a higher state of awareness that is outside of the conditioned mind, we will always be stuck in this matrix of this conditioning. And that's what truly our work is all about, is showing people how to locate higher states of consciousness so that as those situations arise, as those emotions and feelings and sensations and distortions arise, is that you build a confidence and capacity, a new foundation in your awareness to sit with and experience those things from let's call it like your spiritual self instead of your small human self. And until you've located that bigger mind, that bigger awareness, you're always going to be stuck in that game. I don't care how much information you have. I don't care how many books you've read. I don't care how many Tony Robbins courses you've gone and done or whatever else that you've gone and did. Like, all that is good and will serve you as you clear things from your system and have to integrate a new life into you. Like, all that stuff is fundamentally beyond important to know and to have that basis in. And that's why we actually teach both, right? Because we do think they're both important. However, if you are truly here in this lifetime and here right now watching and listening to this, we don't think it's a coincidence. You're here most likely to create more well-being in your system, to fundamentally change how you feel internally, which is to feel more safe in your body, in this world, in your spirituality, in your communication, in your self-expression, right? And to connect with people in an authentic way. And if that's what you're here for, then we have not been able to find anything outside of the realm of energy and awareness that allows for people to do that.
And something Guy said before about, doing this work on your own. Look, if I could tell you that you could do these practices on your own and get there, I would. I would love to get to that place where I can just show someone, hey, like, go do these things and here you go. The truth of the matter is this. You, however much work you've done, you are still a product of a human body. The human body is connected to a human mind. The human mind has been tasked from a very, very young age to protect you from all of these things that you have been running away from for decades. And so even when you do mindset work and you how many of you guys know when you found that door? You know the door you need to walk through, right? Like, think of maybe a relationship or something that has to do with your self-worth or something that has to do with like the part that self-sabotages. You know the door. It's not new. You can guide me to it. You can tell me, I've walked to this. But the opening it and walking into that darkness of the unknown, that's where the mind's like, are you kidding me? Oh, hell no. This is what I've been protecting you from for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You want to walk there? Are you mad?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so here's the difference. Like, when we do work with people, I want you to imagine, so there's that scenario, you trying to walk through that door by yourself, or imagine this. me and Guy holding your hand, walking next to you on either side. Coaches, people in the community, everyone walking, surrounding you, walking through that same door.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you're going to have way more courage to be able to walk through that, knowing that, you know what, I'm not alone this time. This time I got friends, family, support. Like, I don't have to do this alone. And that is where we create these two incredible healing, like the incredible healings happen because we're finally able to walk through, right? Every spiritual text you've ever read, the only way out is through.
Yeah.
Right. And mindset tries to get you to this promised land by finding all of these like ninja cheat codes, you know, but like it doesn't work because the only way out is through. So until you walk through that door into that darkness, into that unknown, you're just going to keep looping these things over and over. And so back to the levels, right? It's like once awareness can shift out of here and into here, we can begin to witness through awareness what is actually the body communicating. Because in the same way that the mind remembers everything, so does your body. And when the body gets hit with a certain energetic charge, it's going to clamp up in a certain way to try to protect you. And this is what the mind is actually responding to. So when you're doing mindset work, I want you to get it's amazing. And it's always in response to the reaction, never to the actual thing that is reacting. So at level 2, now we begin to bring that in there. And you start to really shift into like, wow, this world is really happening for me, not to me, but for me. And you begin to witness all of these things that happen on the inside and liberate from your system by the virtue of you witnessing them with this agendaless awareness. Now, I know you guys are we're throwing a lot at you today, and that's okay. This is really for you to kind of map where you are, right? The how-to, I don't want you to get fixated on. The how-to is what we teach in our Awareness Effect Academy. We're not going to go into that today, but this is like the map so you can kind of sense of like, oh, wow, this is where I'm at. This is where I'm stuck. This is why I'm feeling this, etc. Now, once you start to shift awareness into here, that dip that you might be experiencing begins to shift, and it starts to shift and it goes up. And once you can marry the mindset work with the energetics, with the awareness effect, it's like napalm on an open fire. You will begin to grow so quickly as you begin to cultivate these practices. Okay. And now you get to reach into another level. There's actually 4. I'm going to touch on 4 for just a second, but here's where things get really cool. So the first step is, we call it like level 2 is like the self-to-self healing practices, right? This is the self-to-self. The next level is once you get a really good understanding and a really good felt sense of this, what you are then able to do is hold some awareness here and now begin to shift awareness out into your environment. So for anyone that is here because you want to make a difference, you want to make a difference with your kids, you want to make a difference with your husband, you want to make a difference at your workplace, you want to make a difference with your family or in community or whatever it is, once you get a good sense of this and you begin to liberate these things, and there's practices of self-love and compassion, which bring more peace and ease into your system, if you are a vibrational frequency that is walking out through this world, then guess what happens as you begin to change, like with little dials, the frequency that you are in the world? That's going to start to impact people. You ever walk into a home where people are just like stressed, or an environment where everyone in that environment is stressed, and you cannot help but be sucked into that environment where you're like, I don't even know why, but I feel like all like, ugh. Versus if you walked into a room, maybe you've gone to a seminar, or you've been to like a meditation training or a yoga training, and these beautiful places, and you literally walk into this place and it's like, oh, like your entire system just, you feel it downregulate. You can be that transmission for people in your life. That's what begins to happen at level 3. You can't get to level 3 though until you understand me. Until you can feel that distinction of like me, not me, you can't impact that environment because everything is whiplashing you. You don't even know what's yours, what's theirs. Am I working on mine? Am I working on theirs? You have no idea. And when you start to shift into that level 3 awareness, where awareness can be here and there, now your environment begins to shift. Okay. This is where things get really, really cool. Like, I mean, stories abound from our clients, some of who are here. The level of mind blown magic that shows up in your life is it doesn't even, like, you sit there and the mind is trying to process what is happening. For example, like you'll be with someone in your life that the relationship has always been very, very challenging, like always just combative, but you've worked on your parts, right? Like you've healed and liberated those parts, and you walk into that room and that person is a completely different person. Like the words coming out of their mouth is different. The way they talk to you is different. The things they offer you is different. You think that you're getting punked. You're like, am I getting pranked right now? What is happening? Who is this person? What did they do? And it's all because not because you had to have like some difficult conversation with them and be like, you know what, mom, every time you say this to me, blah, 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 this happens. And right, like you don't even have to do any of that anymore. They just shift as you begin to shift. So now you're on this like parabolic rise, because every time you do a meditation, not every time maybe, but like very quickly, new things open up. We call it the awareness effect. It's almost like opening an aperture where you just start to perceive more and more and more of what's happening in here, more of what's happening out there, more what's happening in the energetic world, in the field, and everything becomes, this is kind of what level 3 is. It's not just happening to you, it's happening through you. It's like you are the frequency vibration that things are moving through and starting to paint your reality. And this is where things become so, like, you know, Alex was saying, like unexplainable. It is so beyond what your mind, because your mind works in linear fashion. This does not work in linear fashion. This is like, I was here, I am broke. Now I upgraded to this other timeline, and in this timeline, all my money worries are concerned.
And I just want to say about that, it's because the conditioned mind is a linear mechanism, but reality itself is quantum in nature, right? That's why we have quantum physics and then regular physics, because physics is measurable in a conditioned mind reality. But when you get beyond that, you start going into a quantum realm, and you got to get that awareness. And this is, you can literally prove it to yourself, is free of time and space. There's no location to it at all. And so it's free to move faster than the speed of light anywhere into the universe that's perceivable, right? Which is really to say infinite time space. And so because of that, kind of like, Alex is saying here, she's saying, I'm manifesting everything within days, clients showing up out of nowhere, making more money, working less. I could go on. Again, I want to just say what we typically say here, which is these were, a lot of times you go into programs and they'll tell you these results are not typical. You have to do this and this. Like here, it's about consistency, right? Like if you want to master something, guess what? You got to be consistent. You guys can come to our weekends. It'll be an amazing experience, alter your life for sure. And if you want it to be sustainable, like guess what? Like the people who are really getting a lot from it, like anything else, they got to be consistent with it. However, the consistency we're talking about here is not great effort on your part. We're talking like 5 to 10 minutes a day of doing anything. If you can't find 5 to 10 minutes a day to do something in your day that's going to build a new habit, then I'm just going to tell you flat out, you're not committed to transformation. You're not really committed to anything. Maybe you're committed to the suffering, and you got to get real with yourself about that. It's like, if I'm not making any habitual changes, then what I'm committed to is what I have. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And then you should, continue to do that and whatever, it is what it is, right? I don't want to go down this path. But my point here is that like you start accessing things that you're just aligning to in your system, and then they can reveal themselves in a quantum fashion. Then you don't really do much. There's not really anything you specifically need to do to make that happen. But in the conditioned world, when we read books and we do the courses and you read most headlines in the marketing or business space, it's like, here are the 5 steps you need to achieve this, or the 3 steps to do that, or the 7-step diet to lose 30 pounds, right? Like the mind and people know this, so they take advantage of it in the marketing space. And that is a way to get there, but requires a lot of work. And that's what we often say, is that we've been misled to believe in this reality that the only way to achieve something is to work really, really hard for it. Now, I'm not putting down hard work. We have evidence for people who work very, very hard and achieve things. However, there are plenty of people in this world who work their asses off and they don't have much to show for it. And we have a lot more of those people than we have of the people who are working really hard and getting there. And so what we really want to get in our reality and in our knowingness is that your reality, right, is what we call reality, is really an organic type of hologram, right? It's this like virtual reality experience. And the way that it works, it's literally communing with you. It's actually communicating with you. And the way that it communicates with you is through vibration and energy. Okay? I don't care how much you understand through the mind, you're not at vibration and you're not at energy. And so what actually gets to shift in order for something to liberate and for these like magical serendipitous things to kind of magically show up in people's lives is the organic hologram is waiting for your energy to shift, to align itself and to reveal itself through that vibration. And so if you are externally focused person on your circumstances, then all you ever do is change your circumstances, but that doesn't change the vibration inside of the system, not one iota. And that's why people end up managing a lot and feeling like they're taking on so much. It's because it's like, this is not changing, but they're taking on more and more and more out here. And it's fucking debilitating, right? Like the difference between being a child and an adult in our world, it's like the adult just feels like they're being compressed. The child is just living from purpose and vibration and frequency. Reality shows up however they want it to. In any moment, it's spontaneous and sporadic and novel and exciting. And then the adult is like, responsibility, like this and that, right? And starts putting all this stuff on themselves, and life becomes a burden. You know, it is happening to you, and then some people get to, it's happening for me. But what we're really talking about here is an actual perceptive experience that life is actually moving through you and being generated and coming through your system as a vibration and then arising as a reality hologram that you can sense through your awareness and 5 senses, but that's always transferable, always evolving, always can change depending on your ability to move through the experiences that are arising in your system. And that's what this work is really about. It's like, how can I build confidence in my system that no matter what arises, I actually know how to feel through it, be aware of it, and learn from what this evolutionary process is really teaching my system.
Yeah. So guys, again, just to recap everything that we shared, right? Levels in the beginning, shooting out of the cannon, so excited, etc. Then we kind of find that like plateauing area. We get into that little bit discouragement phase. And this phase is very, very important because what you choose to do from here is going to change whether you continue down or you can turn this thing and go back up. If you continue doing what you've been doing, which is trying to acquire more information and gather more information, then chances are you're going to keep going down because all the books start sounding the same, all the videos start sounding the same, all the coaches start sounding the same. And you're like, I've heard that already. I've heard that. It doesn't make a difference. You keep seeking, right? When you shift awareness from stuck in here into out here and into body is when that transition begins to happen. This is like the new playground where you begin to learn in. And I promise, once you're there, it really is this never ending scale. We are being taught right now, just so you guys know, with people who have meditated in the Himalayas in caves for 50 plus years, like reincarnated Rinpoches, okay? And they're constantly growing, right? There is no end to what awareness can be aware of. You are just tapping more and more into source. You are finding more and more who you really are, the purpose in life, the clarity in which you can just make things appear that were not there before. So again, if this is something that you want, then again, Guy just put this up. Just type in contact me. We have an amazing team: Tobias, Sarah, Jasmine, Corey, Nikki, Sarah, like they're all here to provide you with anything that you need. If you type contact me, someone will be in touch. They're happy to even jump on a quick call with you and just answer some questions and see if what this work is a fit for you. I just want to let you know, this is not for everyone. Like, this work is for people that really are ready to have this level of healing. Like, if the books are satisfying you right now, keep reading books. You know, maybe you haven't gotten to that place yet where all of a sudden this makes sense. But if any of this resonated with you and you're like, wow, this is exactly where I'm at, take it from me. Do not wait till your 15th year to have an epiphany and go, oh shit, I've done this now for 15 years and I still keep feeling stuck, because someone telling you from experience, like, you can't inform your way out of this. We hired coaches in the multiple six figures and could not get out of this, right? That doesn't mean that things that I learned didn't help me. Don't get me wrong. They helped. But that stuff kept looping and looping and looping and looping and looping. And I was like, I can't do with this anymore. I want to feel like a complete healing. I want to be liberated from. I want to move on to the next thing. I don't want to keep dealing with this thing over and over and over. So if that's you, you just type in contact me. Someone will be in touch with you and we'll go from there. We have multitudes of ways, right? You can come and test this thing out at a 2-day event, which we have at the end of June. And after that, we have, like I said, the 3 levels of the Awareness Effect Academy. And depending on where you are in your life, I promise you that one of them is the perfect fit for you to get you moving down this path. So we hope you guys enjoyed this. If this is your first time with us, again, thank you for being here. For all of our other, amazing clients, thank you guys for being here and always sharing your perspective. I think it's more important for people to hear from you than from us. And truth be told, I'm just going to put them out there. But if any of you guys resonate with anything that one of them said today and you're new here, I'm sure they'd be happy to chat with you. Just reach out to them and be like, hey, can I ask you a quick question or two? And I'm sure they will be more than happy to answer anything that you guys want to hear. I always say better to hear from people that have gone through the work than just from us. So thank you guys as always. Thank you for being here.
Welcome to the show, Dr. Aprilla West. We would love to hear you share a bit of your incredible and diverse work that you do, as well as your background with our audience.
I came to psychology actually a little later in life. I've had a pretty diverse background. Started out in politics as a speechwriter and a press secretary, and then actually transitioned from policy work to music and ended up being a staff songwriter at Warner Chappell Music and an artist for a while. And then from there moved into doing some nonprofit advocacy work around campaigns like the Darfur genocide and also some civic reform issues, and got really interested in human psychology there, which led me into getting trained as a mediator. And then once I got into mediation, I was like, whoa, I want to go deeper with people. I really want to be able to understand, conceptualize, hold, and work with anything that comes into the room. And that's what led me into psychology.
There is a lot of skills going on there. And I, just for my own curiosity, I'm kind of wondering, how did you go from writing speeches in the political sphere to writing music?
Yeah, well, it's actually a more natural transition than it might sound like, because in both spaces, we're really figuring out how to evoke emotion in people, right? Whether it's activating people around a certain cause or policy direction, or whether it's really bringing them into the deepest experience of heartbreak or new love or some of the other peak experiences that we have in life. So for me, it didn't feel like a strange transition. The cultures are definitely different in politics and in the music industry, but it felt natural.
So it sounds like emotions played a big role in your career, and that naturally leads to emotional efficacy. And Johnny and I believe that emotional intelligence and communication are really key to building successful relationships, but also your career. So can you unpack for our audience what emotional efficacy is?
Absolutely. And by the way, I think you just said it really well. But emotion efficacy in its simplest form is just being able to do what matters most, even in the face of intense stress, challenge, or pain. Now, this is a lot more difficult than it sounds because, as I outlined in my most recent book, there's a glitch in our code. Our emotions tell us about everything from fake news to what really matters most to us. And so if we don't have the skillfulness to decode what kind of messages we're getting from our emotions, it's really hard to figure out how to choose wisely.
I'm kind of curious on this, on the emotional efficacy tip. For myself, I tend to find the music that most pushes my emotional buttons. And it changes from my mood or what's going on in my life, but the more emotional, the better. I mean, it just drives me in so many ways. When I listen to today's music, I find it devoid of any emotion, especially, I mean, it's not to say that there aren't artists who are doing that, but on pop radio, it's empty, at least to me. Did you find that in the same way, or were you working in an area that was writing quite emotionally stirring music?
I'm not sure that I struggled because in order to write music, you have to tap into something that is evocative for you. If you're bored, you're not going to write a good song.
Mm-hmm.
You really have to find a subject, a topic, a moment, a person who, brings out all the emotional stuff to take advantage of that, to put that into music.
Johnny's not being honest in his fandom of Taylor Swift. And there certainly are pop musicians who do know how to play those emotional buttons. Unfortunately, a lot of it is with technology and EDM and other forms of evoking those emotions. But, circling back on what you were saying earlier, it just feels today like our emotions are being evoked from so many different places, on screens, friends, family, work from home, uncertainty, the news, politics, everywhere we go, all of these emotions are at play. And it feels like many of our conversations are now emotionally charged. So it feels to me like emotional efficacy is more important than ever to be able to sort through like what really matters to you versus understanding, hey, this person is actually just playing with those emotions, or they're trying to evoke these emotions to get me to act in a way that isn't really in line with my values.
Yeah. And what you're bringing up is a great intro to this idea of the emotional default world, which really is where we are in this trance of reactivity, where we're moving from emotional reaction to emotional reaction, and we lack the spaciousness or the curiosity to really think about what is it that I'm experiencing? What is this other person experiencing? To step into more perspective around what's happening. And it's so easy because by design, our emotions want to suck us in. When you think about it, our emotions are responsible for us surviving. And so we are born into this world with an emotional reasoning bias. That means that we tend to believe everything we feel. Our emotions are by design super sexy, super seductive. And it's hard not to get into that emotional mode, that what I call the emotional default world. In order to unplug from that world, we need to increase our ability to be aware of what we're experiencing, to see ourselves as separate from the emotional messages that are always coming at us. We need to learn how to tolerate unwanted or uncomfortable emotions so that we can even see that we have a choice about what we do next, about whether we react or whether we design our next moment and how we show up.
It's fascinating to me, as I just spent some time traveling and didn't have good internet connection and was unplugged from a lot of these emotions that you feel online through work email and Slack, and then of course social media, TV, news, all of the like. And it created some space for me to actually tune a little bit more into my emotions. And I felt that was a magical opportunity, but many of us don't have that opportunity to travel. Let's be honest, in the Western world, we're working more than we're on vacation. And yet we find we wait until vacation to unplug, to clear through some of these emotions. So how do we do this in our day-to-day life, create that space and diffuse from those emotions that feel such a strong part of us?
I appreciate what you just said there, the last piece. It's an opportunity for me to clarify that we're not really trying to distance from emotions, and we can't do that. That's just a fool's errand for us humans. We can't get rid of our emotions. What we can do is become really skillful with what we do with them, how we interact with them. And you're right, like when we travel, we have more of that spaciousness to just kind of slow down and sit with what's going on for us. But we can do this in any moment. Even right now, as I'm sitting here with you guys, I could slow down just a little and drop in, and I can notice what's happening in my body. What are the thoughts I'm having about what you guys think of me or what I think of you? I can notice those thoughts. I can, notice an urge to, slow down or to speed up. I can label my feelings of curiosity and excitement and appreciation for the conversation. And that right there is me unplugging from the emotional default world, leveraging some awareness, leaning into some of the discomfort even that is here in this moment with us.
I think at this point, we should go ahead and define what emotional default world is for our audience, because it is incredibly important. And I always say that a lot of the work that we do here and with our clients is pattern recognition, and whether or not the patterns are pushing them forward or holding them back. And those patterns are based on these programmed emotional default modes. So please go ahead and explain that to our audience.
I'd love to. Twist my arm. I love talking about the emotional default world, and I actually developed a model to help people understand what's going on when we just have sort of automatic reactions. And what I designed is this model I call the 3 Bs. And the 3 Bs are your biology. That's what you're genetically programmed to do in response to certain stimuli. Your biases, which in this case include the emotional reasoning bias, that we believe everything we feel, the confirmation bias, that we look for evidence to support what we already think, and the negativity bias, which keeps us looking for any potential threats around us. That's the second B. And then the third B are our beliefs, and specifically our beliefs about emotions. All 3 of these Bs are shaping our behavior in any moment, and they're trying to help us index for safety, certainty, coherence, and comfort. And that is our default mode. That's what pretty much all of us are on some level doing. If we were able to tune into everyone's most inner world, we would sound a little bit like cave people going, ooga, ooga, me want safety, or ooga, ooga, me want certainty, right? That's kind of what's at the heart of most of our default reactions. Now, that's not always helpful in every context. So this is where we really can imagine an evolutionary upgrade to our emotional coding, right? Like I say in the book, there's a glitch in our decision-making code when we have, on average, 35,000 choices a day, and 98% of those are actually not authentic choices. Not that every choice has to be authentic, right? I don't want to decide whether or not I have to pee. I want to just know I have to pee and go pee. I don't want to do a lot of inquiry around it. That's nice and helpful. But there are times where it's not so obvious what choice is going to move me. Like, AJ, I think you were suggesting, or Johnny, maybe it was you, saying that, we want to move in the direction that matters to us.
So I think comfort, certainty, that resonates, but this cohesion piece, I think our audience might be a little lost on.
Do you mean coherence?
Coherence, sorry.
Yeah, we like things to make sense. It's uncomfortable when we can't make sense of things. So, our minds are really meaning-making, problem-solving machines. And again, for good reason. We have to solve problems. If there's a big bear standing in front of us, we have to figure out how to survive that. What's really difficult for us is we have a lot less physical threats now in the time we're living in. But what our mind has done is it's gone from identifying threats as sort of threats to our physical survival to threats to our social survival. So now we tend to read threats as what does someone else think about me and how do I think about myself? That's usually what's at stake when we think about, navigating threats on a daily basis now.
And in our experience, a big part of that is the bias to personalize a lot of the response that we see in others, and then have the emotional reaction. So you have someone that you're trying to get to know and they don't respond, and immediately you personalize that lack of response to, I did something, they don't like me, they're not going to want a second date, etc., etc., when maybe they got in a car accident, maybe it had literally nothing to do with you. And I even fall into this trap. So I had a really close friend and I had reached out to him a few times, hadn't heard from him, and then I come to find out he was in some major legal trouble, and I didn't know. He was keeping it from all of us, and he was very stressed about it, but I had personalized it. Oh, what did I do to him? Oh my God, why is he not responding to me? He normally is so responsive. So this personalization comes up again and again when we think about those social threats.
Absolutely, and that is a powerful threat, right? Where we internalize and we're taking responsibility for things, even in the absence of any evidence that it has anything to do with us. And that is, in the emotion efficacy model, one part of emotional stuff, which are thoughts, it's our thinking, it's how we're languaging our experience.
So let's talk about those different parts, because obviously thoughts jump out at us for sure, but what are these other parts of emotional efficacy?
So if I were to ask you guys right now in this moment, what are you feeling? You would probably be able to tell me, yes? Maybe at least one feeling. So. Okay. If I then asked you to tell me why you know you're feeling that, what comes up?
Past experiences of labeling those emotions and feelings.
Okay. So you're comparing it to other times where you've had the same experience. But how do you know that you're experiencing the feeling you're experiencing right now?
I would most likely look to physical cues and
okay,
stories,
nice.
experiences.
Okay, so sensations in your body, that's definitely one part of it. Yep. And then you're also mentioning stories, which is thinking. So that's another part of stuff. Yeah. What else?
What I'm compelled to do because of how I feel.
Yes, exactly. Urges. Perfect. Yeah. And then AJ, you also mentioned labeling, the experience of being able to label your experience. So you guys, well done. You've basically outlined all 4 parts of emotional stuff. And stuff is an acronym that stands for sensations, thoughts, urges, and feelings. It makes it really easy to remember. And this is always happening for us. Even more basic is the answer to the question, what is emotion? In our culture, especially in English-speaking cultures, we tend to conflate feeling and the word feeling and emotion. Feeling is actually just an interpretation of your sensations and thoughts. Emotion literally means energy in motion. It comes from the Latin word emotere. And all of this stuff is energy in motion. All of your sensations, your thoughts, your urges and feelings is energy in motion. That's the basic model for emotion efficacy training. And it's sort of the jumping off point for people to become more aware of, like, when I say I'm feeling something, what's actually going on?
Right. I notice in that, for many of the clients we work, they're with men. So they tend to shy away from or try their best to distance themselves from expressing those emotions to others. And there's a bit of an internal struggle there of not wanting to showcase too much emotion. And then it leads to a lack in expressing that emotion and vulnerability and certainly harms their relationships. So are there differences to the experience of those emotions for men and women? Is that something that you've seen in your work?
I do see it a lot. And this actually fits into the 3 Bs we were talking about. What are those default shaping forces in our lives? Because part of our beliefs about emotions have to do with what we've learned, not only just in terms of our own levels of comfort with emotion, but our family of origins, beliefs about emotions. And then also what our culture tells us is okay or acceptable for people who identify as male or female to express or even feel. And so I do think that there's a lot of rules that have been made up about what's okay to experience, especially for men, as you're saying.
Why is emotional efficacy so important?
Well, if you care about how your life unfolds, then you want a powerful relationship with your emotions. Because even in moments where we're not aware of it, our emotions are our primary motivational force. So I've been watching with great curiosity the rise of interest in Stoicism over the past 5 years. And it's really interesting to me / amusing because why is Stoicism so popular? It's popular because it feels good. It's an emotional experience to feel like your emotions aren't controlling you. At its core, it is still an emotionally driven interest or desire to, be able to observe your emotions without being controlled by them. So even people who are identifying as being more rational or stoic are really just embracing a pleasurable emotional experience. Emotions are just at the heart of all the choices we make and the actions we take, making it so fundamental to quality of life and thriving.
I think it becomes quite apparent as well if we're faced with 35,000 choices a day and 98% of them are in default mode. Well, there's a lot going on there that is probably covering up issues that would be getting us to where we need to go if we could focus in on default mode or patterns that are keeping us in that same place.
Exactly. The source of most psychological suffering that we're finding now in the research is going beyond symptoms and really looking at what causes psychological suffering, is the inability to tolerate and allow uncomfortable emotional experiences. And this leads to all kinds of suffering. I mean, we see this in people who struggle with drug and alcohol abuse or addiction. We see it in relationship patterns that are unhelpful. Anytime we're moving away from something that we don't want to experience, it's possible we're also blocking ourselves from connecting to what really matters.
And those emotions actually connect all of us because they're universal. So a lot of what we're seeing in society is categorizing and labeling and making emotions good and bad and things to avoid and things you want to pursue and chase. But all of those emotions are universally expressed across all cultures, across all humanity. And we've found in a lot of the work that we've done with our students is there's also a lack in emotional vocabulary. So with this labeling goes good, bad, I feel okay, and you don't have quite the range of expression of emotions when you start labeling things as good and bad and things to avoid and things to share and not to share. So what have you found in your work around labeling, and how does that impact our emotional efficacy?
Well, if we can't describe or language our experience, it's almost like being a baby who can kind of like look around and notice their surroundings and has sort of this maybe ambiguous sense of what they're experiencing, but can't make any meaning out of it. What human doesn't love coherence and certainty? So just being able to put labels on what you're experiencing is very regulating for humans. So that's one of the benefits of it. The other benefit, which you're, alluding to, AJ, is that we all experience all the feelings. And being able to share what we're experiencing is how we get close to each other. It's impossible to experience real intimacy without having a certain level of fluency around your experience. So I think that makes it super important. I also just want to say I love what you're talking about in terms of needing all the emotions. I think I recently posted on my Instagram that some negativity is essential for thriving. But we need to know what doesn't work for us. And the way we know that is through our emotion messages and being able to read those clearly. Positive vibes only is not a recipe for thriving in life. If you're only experiencing positive vibes, then you're not really in life. You're not taking risks. You're not loving hard enough to be disappointed when there's a disconnection or rupture in that love. We really have to experience a full range of emotions to thrive in life. And so I've been pretty concerned about a lot of the cultural messages that are encouraging people to try and only focus or only even have positive thoughts. It's not even possible.
Feels like the through line between Stoicism and hedonism of this desire for certainty around emotion. and it's easier to chase the positive emotion with hedonism, just go towards the positive vibes, YOLO. And then with stoicism, to have this certainty that you can control and manage emotions and use them to your advantage when you see fit.
Yeah, and both of those are a setup from my perspective. We will never be able to only experience positive vibes, and we cannot control our emotions. We only can control how we engage with them, how we relate to them, and how we respond to them. So it's more like a keto than it is a black and white, skill.
I also feel that a lot of times, because of these cultural forces to hide or not show the full range of emotion, because, hey, you don't want to let people down. You don't want them to see you in the negative. And obviously the highlight reel that social media creates, we're lacking this ability then to recognize in others when they might be feeling what we label as negative emotions, and also to feel them in ourselves because we don't feel comfortable expressing those negatively labeled emotions. And that is not healthy.
Right. It's not healthy. It's not helpful. There's also a belief that we perpetuate there that negative emotions are somehow undesirable or ugly. And I feel sad a lot of times that people don't have the experience of joining in someone's sadness and really celebrating that we have the ability to celebrate/mourn together. We're losing a lot of rituals around the experiences that are less positive in our culture as a result of that. And that also means a life that has less meaning for people.
Well, thinking about Johnny's music selection, sadness is often a driving force of some of the doom metal that he listens to. And it is a very powerful form of music, is sadness. And it's funny that pop culture now has labeled this as a negative emotion to run from or avoid.
Well, it's funny you bring that up, AJ. There's another thing that I had connected it to. And there's a certain scene for what is called doom metal. And it's just very slow. It's very sad, and it's incredibly emotional. And when I hear it, I get lifted up. I revel in it. I get stronger. Somebody who's not used to it hears it, they're getting mowed over. And I remember the first time I played some stuff for AJ, and he's like, whoa, I don't even know what's going on right now. And one of the things that I had connected it to why it feels so good, I've also lived in the Southeast and played within the alt country scene as well. And really sad country songs to the untrained ear it puts people in a place where they're squirming and they're trying to get out of it. But folks who understand those sad country songs are being lifted up by the same music. I really enjoy how people are experiencing that. And I also know that they could easily fall into the joy that I'm getting out of it as well. But their first guttural, visceral instinct of hearing that is they're uncomfortable with the overwhelming emotions that it throws onto them.
Well, I mean, so they're being true to their wiring, right? Which is to index for comfort, certainty, coherence. I will say, I remember when I first started writing songs, and for me, country music was the least interesting. And then as I began to appreciate it more as a craft and, the stylizing and things like that, I got more interested in writing it. But in the beginning, I did feel like it was pulling me into something that felt a little too obvious or too simple to hold my interest. I think it's very contextual for people. That's why we like different kinds of music, right? And different things like, blow our skirts up.
And certainly different time periods. I remember growing up, my emo phase, and listening to that music now evokes fond memories, but I don't necessarily want to be in that emotional state all the time, like my teenage years.
Mm-hmm.
So are there any clear signs or indicators that we might not have high emotional efficacy and it might be hindering our success, our wellness, our health?
That's such a great question, because I think, first of all, yes, there are signs. And secondly, I don't think that people even know to ask themselves that question. What else is possible for me? Yeah.
I feel many of us overestimate our emotional efficacy. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I have that. And we hear this too. I'm highly emotionally intelligent. I can recognize emotions in others. And then through some communication with them, you go, well, I'm not necessarily clear that you actually do have the level that you believe that you have. So it sounds like a buzzword that everyone would want to over-index on, but how do we know maybe this is an area for development?
Yeah, so a lot of my coaching clients tend to be really high functioning tech innovators or creatives, and they fall exactly into this category where they just don't realize what they're missing that they could create in their lives, right? The opportunity cost that being plugged into the emotional default world creates can be really big because you're not thinking about what is possible. You're thinking about navigating just from one moment to the next, based on what feels usually most familiar and is the path of least resistance for most people. So one of the inquiries you can do is to ask yourself a question. If I had no fear, what would I be doing differently in my life? And if you come up with anything other than what you're doing right now, you probably have some room to grow with your emotional efficacy. Most people I know would be able to come up with things. You know, even for myself, I did this with myself last week, and I came up with 3 things I would be doing differently right now in my life. And so, you know, I see my own ability to grow there and in facing some of what feel like insurmountable challenges or stress, that once I commit and I see why I might want to move in that direction, I then see the opportunity in front of me. And this is the kind of thing you would just miss going along in life, maybe being, you know, reasonably content even. But it does allow you to stretch for what's possible. It's not just for people who struggle with chronic emotion over control or under control. It's also just for people who want to tap all of what's possible for them.
Well, there's certainly that aspect of aspiration and goal setting. And if you're setting proper goals, those goals should be outside of your comfort zone. If they weren't, you should have reached them already. But if they're real goals, you're gonna have to step outside of your comfort zone and you're gonna have to work. And what comes from that is an overwhelming of emotions that you're going to have to stir through, of frustration, anger, to being elated and joyful that you've reached those goals. So we have everyone who comes through our programs, that we have a program called Unstoppable, which basically sets everybody up for the journey that they're going to take. And it sets up with basically allowing our clients to learn their own triggers and mechanisms to their psychology, so that when they understand that they're in a heightened emotional state, they are turning towards challenge rather than turning away, again, to understand their default mode and where it has failed them in the past, the decisions that they made or what they default on. And now we're going to begin to install new habits that allow you to face towards that comfort zone of breaking that and being out there. You're going to be battered with emotions. And one of the words that I heard you use was emotional surfing, that I love, right? Of riding that wave, reveling in it, enjoying it, learning about it so that you can manage it.
Exactly. And this is why I think goals can be so problematic. They're very abstract, right? To reach a goal, they're also something you can check on or off your list. But as human beings, we are more than human doings. When people use goals to guide their lives, I find that they come in a lot more frequently with burnout and overwhelm. It's really, for me, what helps with motivation and leaning into discomfort and doing what matters is being really clear about your values. Because values, you can derive goals from values, but also values are what give you the secret sauce. Values give you the willingness to do hard things. There is no way I would do my physical therapy 3 times a week were it not for being willing to do these boring exercises that only serve to remind me that I'm not where I want to be physically yet. If I weren't connected to my value around strength and health, and all the things that will come from that for me.
Again, for our clients to discover those values is incredibly important. And that's part of that program. I know how much that idea changed my life completely and just how I attacked the day. I went from dreading going to sleep because I knew I'd have to wake up and do a bunch of things that I didn't want to have to do and bitching and moan about it, to I couldn't wait to go to sleep because now everything I'm doing is tied to the values that enhance life for me.
Even if you don't like some of the activities around them, right? It's connected to what matters for you. Exactly.
For a lot of our clients, the other challenge with goals and what I call box checking is the influence that others have on those goals. Marriage, kids, buying a home, safe career choice. I mean, a lot of these things are passed down through our families and culturally as the safe, comfortable route to success. And then many of our clients find us having reached those goals, checked those boxes, and still feeling an emptiness, feeling a lack of connection with others, and a wondering and a regret around, did I make the right decision living my life based on these goals?
Yeah, exactly. And so you're referencing the third skill of emotion efficacy training, which is values-based action. And in that part of the training, we're looking at what part of what you organize your life around are shoulds, things that you've learned or internalized you should do. What part of this are just values that your family or your culture has? What part of this could be old values, things you don't care about anymore? And then what's left that you really do care about? What are your innermost interests, desires, and yearnings at this point in your life? And that right there is, for a lot of people, a huge inquiry that doesn't happen in one session. It's a constant inquiry because our values change over our lives, and they change from context to context. So it really is this active inquiry that if you're going to practice high emotional efficacy, you can always be asking yourself, even right now, right here in this moment with you on this podcast, what matters most? Is it me continuing to talk? Is it me making space for you guys to bring me as your guest into the context of, your show and your programs and your audience? So it allows for so much more flexibility, intentionality, and creativity in life.
That word flexibility, psychological flexibility, a big part of acceptance commitment therapy and what we do with our clients is just so important, because a lot of this regret, self-doubt, inner criticism comes from that lack of flexibility and the rigidity that comes with these goals and checking boxes and timelines, that life just doesn't always work out that way as much as we try, as much as we force it to.
That's another nice way of talking about the default world. Is it's essentially like a set of rules that govern our behavior instead of being freely chosen and authentic. It does not lead to vitality and meaning.
So can we walk through these 5 steps to increase our emotional efficacy? I think we did a great job of really convincing our audience that it is important.
There's really, 5 steps to emotion efficacy. The first is just becoming aware of your emotional experience, which I kind of walked you guys through earlier in this podcast. Just becoming aware of emotional stuff, sensations, thoughts, urges, and feelings. And right there, just by even being able to drop in and notice that, you're already unplugging from the emotional matrix because you're disrupting any reaction that's happening. Then the next step is what we just briefly mentioned, which is emotion surfing. And emotion surfing adds to emotion awareness, hanging out with the uncomfortable emotion without acting on the urge. So that's why we call it surfing. It's almost like being on the wave without being overtaken by it. The third step to increasing emotion efficacy is being really clear on what matters to you in any moment or context, and then being able to design actions that are aligned with what matters, with your values. And then the fourth step to emotion efficacy is when you try to surf an emotion wave, but it's a huge tsunami and you find yourself pulled under, maybe even choking up gobs of salt water. Sometimes we do need skills, which we call mindful coping, to dial down the intensity of emotion or regulate your emotions, not for the purpose of getting rid of emotional distress or pain, but just so that we can get clear again about what matters and how we want to show up in that moment. in the training that all the skills are practiced in activated state, because to borrow a quote from Morpheus, it's one thing to know the path, it's another thing to walk it. So we do, everything is experiential. The practice is experiential. It's really easy to know what you think you should do when you're in a moment of choice, when you're stressed or triggered. It's a whole other thing to actually have access to doing something different.
Identifying, labeling, and becoming more aware of these emotions certainly gives you more control that you've had in the past. And AJ brought this up earlier, that everything is now triggering, from the music that we're listening to, the messaging that we're seeing. You go on Twitter and it is built specifically to rile you up. And it's coming from everywhere now, because now everyone has the tools to be a marketer and be effective with this stuff. And one of the things that I tell people, I'm like, if you're online and you feel yourself in a heightened emotional state, ask yourself 3 questions to work through it before you just lose yourself in how mad you are, which is, what's the message? Who is this message for? What do they want you to feel? And what do they want you to do? If you answer those 3 questions, you can see it for the marketing and advertising that it is, and it kind of gives you some detachment from it. And then you can see like, oh, well, this is for this group to feel this and to do this. Answering those questions is enough to allow you to calm down a bit and see it for what it is.
That is a nice slowing down. And I would just add one last step to that, which is, how do I want to show up in the face of this marketing? Maybe it's even marketed to you. Maybe it says something that's really offensive to you, or something that feels very threatening. And maybe you can or can't see their agenda. But ultimately, what you do next is about your ability to design your actions, how you want to show up.
And with this high emotional efficacy, what does it actually look like on the other side, having developed it, for those who do have it?
That is such a good question. I'm going to give you a couple of really different examples. It can look like someone choosing not to take their life because they know that what they feel is not all there is, that feelings can come and go and can change, and that what they're feeling in this moment might not be what they're feeling in an hour or 2 hours or a day from now. It can look like someone learning how to listen in conversation with their partner, where they may think they already know what the other person's going to say, but they decide and get clear that what matters most is being open and respectful and showing the person that they do care what their experience is, even if they think they already know it. And it can look like a CEO in the middle of making a deal to sell their company. Instead of choosing to react by being offended at the first number that's put on the table, being able to stay curious and open, noticing their feelings while staying focused on what matters most to them, which is making the deal happen.
All of those are in the face of a level of uncertainty, right? Each one of those examples is working through that uncertainty.
Threat and uncertainty, and often incoherence. Like, I'm not really sure what's going on here, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
What strikes me in all of this, and Johnny and I have talked about this, is this loneliness epidemic that we're facing. So even as the COVID numbers come back, and the amount of people who passed, took their life, and the amount of loneliness we all collectively felt, being disconnected from the social fabric, it seems to me that emotional efficacy is one of those key areas of focus to create these relationships, to bring the level of vulnerability that adds depth, that protects from the loneliness that might lead you to those suicidal thoughts, that might lead you from feeling disconnected and in pain and suffering. And yet this isn't taught in schools. This isn't widely available, which is so frustrating to me and Johnny. And many of our students who come to work with us, they want simple tricks and solutions and strategies. And they also see, and they're confronted with, we've talked about not only triggering marketing messaging, but also this false ideal that emotions are something that you need to be able to control on a whim. You need to be zen in the face of that wave. And you can never let that wave of emotions overwhelm you to the point that you need coping mechanisms. And all of that seems to just be working against this healthy state that we need as humans.
No, that's a dangerous belief in my professional opinion, because again, we can't control or even stop what we experience emotionally. What we can do is get really good at how we respond to it. And, to your point about loneliness, my hope is that people like you and me, who have some kind of public platform or ability to model, will model vulnerability, that we will share, when we are lonely, because the more that we normalize that as a healthy, acceptable experience, the more people will feel comfortable calling someone up and saying, having these thoughts that are really scary, I need support, or I just need to share them, or I need to feel like someone cares about me today.
And that's one of the keys, is just being able to actually share those thoughts, right? It's very easy to feel trapped by those thoughts when you just keep them inside internally. And sometimes the simplest share could be a journaling practice of just actually writing out what you're thinking and feeling in the face of those emotions, or that tsunami of emotion that's knocked you off that surfboard.
Even if you have one or two people that you can be that vulnerable with, that's successful relationship. You have deep relationships. In fact, there's a lot of people that don't have one or two people. And then the opposite side of that are the people who just floodlight mass audiences on social media, which is like, well, you're being vulnerable, but are you really? Because I think that vulnerability is sharing space in those emotions with somebody else. When you're just floodlighting your platform and an audience, you're not sharing in that with them. You're not there with them. They may be feeling it for you, but you guys aren't sharing that together.
It's harder to have that kind of quality sharing and connection on those big platforms. I have seen some people successfully share on bigger platforms, and I think it's made a difference for some people. But in general, what we're talking about is really getting that sense of like, someone's a witness to my life, I matter on the most basic level. And that usually happens in much more intimate kind of settings.
Absolutely agree there. I think the other piece to this equation on the emotion front that I know we have shared a lot on the show is understanding that even in this state, you might be labeling and feeling negative emotions. Opening yourself up to new experiences, new opportunities is a big part of the work that we do, so that you're not just in this constant environment that might be the triggering environment. And it's very easy right now with devices and social media and the messaging that we're seeing to feel trapped in this environment, in this emotional state, and to not have the ability to maybe step outside. So for me, on a weekly basis, I've shared this with our audience, I have a men's group, and a lot of what we do is body check-in, talk about the sensations in our body and the emotions that we're feeling, and we create space to hear from others. And then I also have a daily gratitude practice to try to ground myself in some things that I am grateful for in the face of whatever negative emotions I may be feeling. Do you have any daily practices that you recommend, or things that we can do and our audience can use to start to work on these tools?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, my favorite one is a really brief just inquiry, which is in any moment, just check in with yourself and ask yourself, is what I'm doing right now in this situation what matters most to me? It's just, I call it an intentionality check. And it's something that pretty much anyone can figure out without a lot of training. I love your gratitude practice, because what that does is it helps offset our negativity bias, right? And it's really easy in this culture of increased emotion activation or reactivity that we're living in right now to be more attentive to all the threats in our environment. So it's really helpful. I do this too at the beginning of my day. I always write down at least 3 things that I'm either thankful for or that I appreciate in my life, because it helps me also maintain a balance between attending to things that feel scary, that I don't necessarily want to be overwhelmed by, and then also things that I really do want to open to and enjoy and appreciate that I might otherwise miss.
love to hear the answer to our favorite question of every guest. What is your X factor? What makes you unique and extraordinary?
Ooh, wow. I was so not prepared for this, which I love, actually. I'm just noticing in my body a little bit of fluttering in my stomach, a little bit of tensing up, some thoughts like, what's the right response? And then like intentionally going a little deeper and asking myself, what is an authentic response to this? So I think that my X factor is how much I freaking love helping people stretch for what's possible. Like, I can hang out there all day. I never get bored. I find it energizing. I truly love it. It is a very generous contribution and it's incredibly selfish for me because of how much I enjoy it. So I think that's what I would say.
I love that. Thank you so much for joining us. Where can our audience find out more about your latest book and all the great work you do with your coaching?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So the most recent book, What You Feel Is Not All There Is a self-help book. It's available on Amazon and across the interwebs. And if you want to find me, I am on IG at Dr. Aprilia West. That's APRILIAWEST. And then I also have a website where I have a lot of professional offerings. I also have a quiz if you want to take a quiz and find out what your EEQ is, your emotion efficacy quotient. And that is at www.draprilliawest.com.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. You guys are fun and thoughtful, and I can tell you're making a big difference in people's lives. I appreciate